अब ये नहीं दिया, नीचे नहीं चलता है, ये ऊपर वाला।
आप दोनों कल इसलिए देने को
हाँ कोई भी चलता है ना, ये भी चलता है, ये उधर से सिग्नल नहीं आता।
حبيبي خلي ما يدلعك انتظر الحين شوف هذا كيف شغل فيديو خلاص اوبن ال اي دي تشيك ال اي دي اوبن ال اي دي وين الساوند سبيكر وين سبيكر بيه وين سبيكر انت وين سبيكر
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति काम पुरुषो निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रम्।
Good morning, everyone. My knee. Shut up. Hello. Good morning. Requesting everybody to kindly come in and be seated. We are about to begin. We are expecting the dignitaries to come into the room anytime. So can we please be seated? Good morning, everyone. Requesting everybody to kindly be seated. Ask them now. Can we have everybody here? ये नहीं काम कर रहा है तो ये सामने रखने से I can't use this. मुझे ना ऐसे ही चाहिए, मैं सब कुछ ऐसे पकड़ के नहीं बात कर सकती हूँ. Requesting everybody to kindly be seated. We are expecting the dignitaries to come into the room anytime. That's what. उनको वही मैं बोल रही हूँ. हाँ बद्री जी, इसका आवाज़ वहाँ पे नहीं आ रहा है. नहीं, this is not going there. How are you? it later. Gym is also enough. I can't use this because मुझे paper चाहिए, मुझे standing चाहिए ना, तो ये standing कर दो मुझे चलेगा, but ये last minute ऐसे बोलने से नहीं चलेगा. Hello, good morning. Just be in the house back में नहीं सुन रहे बोल रहे हैं.
Good morning. May I request all of you to settle down, please? May I request all of you to settle down?
पास में जाके बात करना है. We are expecting the dignitaries to come in any time. Requesting everybody to kindly take your seats. The dignitaries are outside the hall. Can we please be seated and maintain silence, please? Good morning, esteemed guests, valued members of Muscat ICAI chapter. Welcome to the 13th International Seminar, CAs Beyond Numbers. Myself, Sangeeta Suresh, Treasurer of Muscat ICAI chapter, is thrilled and honored to stand before you as a Master of Ceremonies for the inaugural session. Accounting professionals are equipped with extensive financial expertise and ethical standards. They play a pivotal role in auditing, taxation, financial management, ensuring businesses comply with the regulations. As we all have undergone, we know that we go through with a rigorous examination and education process. Chartered accountants go beyond mere number crunching, providing strategic financial guidance and contributing to the overall economic integrity. These thoughts have inspired the members of Muscat ICAI chapter to select the theme for today's seminar, CAs Beyond Numbers. Throughout the day, we have lined up sessions from inspiring speakers to breathtaking panel discussions. We have curated a program that reflects the diversity and vibrancy of the chartered accountancy fraternity. I can sense that each one of you present in this room expecting to have a fantastic time ahead. But before that, I remind you that we have several raffle draws to be won today. And for that, just ensure that you all have the tag with you. If not, please connect with the registration desk and grab one. To claim the raffle draw prizes, you need to have a tag as well as physically be present inside the room. So we have lined up raffle draws at every session. So ensure that you attend every session and win exciting prizes like Apple iPod, iPad, Samsung tabs, and many more. Before beginning the event, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Sultan of Oman, His Majesty 𝐂𝐀𝐬 bin Tariq Al Said, our ever-supporting sponsor, CBFS, and all those who have contributed to make this event possible in the form of supporters, well-wishers, and you all as members of Muscat ICAI chapter. As we gather here today, let us take a moment to honor and celebrate the values that unite us as a nation. I request everyone to kindly rise up as we play the national anthem of both the countries, Oman and India, followed with the ICAI motto song.
जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामंशो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्लं तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः श्रितः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्द्वैत 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 एतद्द्वैत.
Thank you. Request everyone to kindly be seated. Let the spirit of our national anthem resonate in our hearts as we proceed further with today's event. We feel privileged to have with us a leader whose presence adds immense value to our gathering, His Excellency Faisal Abdullah Al Rawaz, Chairman of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I am delighted to invite our esteemed chief guest to the dais. May I request CA Jim Joseph, Chairman of Muscat ICAI chapter, to kindly escort Sir and extend warm welcome with bouquet of flowers. Can we have the AV, please? I suppose there is some technical difficulty with the AV. We regret for the inconvenience. We'll just proceed further. It is a great honor to me to welcome our keynote speaker for this beautiful morning, who merely requires any introduction and has made us all proud of his distinguished work in numerous capacities. CA Suresh Prabhu, ex-Union Minister of India. May I request CA Gaurav Kapoor, Vice Chair of Muscat ICAI chapter, to kindly escort Sir and extend warm welcome with bouquet of flowers.
Sri Suresh Prabhakar Prabhu is a distinguished politician and diplomat, having occupied pivotal roles such as the Minister of Civil Aviation, Railways, Commerce and Industry, and more. His illustrious career includes serving as India's Sherpa to the G7 and G20. Professionally, he is a chartered accountant and an esteemed member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. With an impressive parliamentary history, Sri Prabhu has been a member of Parliament for 4 consecutive terms from 1996 to 2016, followed by his continued tenure as a Member of Parliament since 2016. His public service extends to diverse government and semi-government positions, including chairmanship of the Maharashtra State Finance Corporation, Saraswat Cooperative Bank, and membership in the Maharashtra Tourism Development Board. Actively participating in global organizations and strategic dialogues, Sri Prabhu contributes to the Global Water Partnership, World Economic Forum, United Nations Development Programme, Asia Energy Forum, United Nations Committee of Biodiversity, and serves on the Board of Advisors for India's international movement to United Nations.
Can we have the AV for His Excellency Faisal Al-Rawaz, please? Okay, that's fine. Sorry for inconvenience. It's some technical issue in that. May I request CA Jim Joseph, Chairman of Muscat ICAI Chapter, to extend a warm welcome to His Excellency Faisal Al-Rawaz. May I request CA Gaurav Kapoor, Vice Chairman of Muscat ICAI Chapter, to extend warm welcome to CA Suresh Prabhu. I am profusely overjoyed to take this opportunity to let all of you know that we have among us Ambassador of India to Oman, His Excellency Amit Narang. May I request CA Unmesh Bhome, Secretary of Muscat ICAI Chapter, to kindly escort Sir onto the dais. May we have the AV, please?
His Excellency Amit Narang, Indian Ambassador to the Sultanate of Oman. Ambassador Amit Narang assumed his role as India's ambassador to Oman on October 24, 2021. Prior to this, he led the Indian Ocean Region Division at the Ministry of External Affairs, overseeing bilateral relations with maritime neighbors. With a career in the Indian Foreign Service since 2001, he served as Chief Vigilance Officer and handled India's consular and visa policy. Ambassador Narang, fluent in Chinese, served twice in China and played a key role in multilateral diplomacy, leading negotiations for sustainable development goals at the United Nations. He was a member of India's negotiating team for the Paris Agreement. Ambassador Narang, a fellow of Ananta Aspen Center and member of Aspen Institute's Global Leadership Network, has diverse interests including photography, bird watching, and sports.
Thank you. May I request CA Unmesh Bhome to extend warm welcome with bouquet of flowers to Sir. The next dignitary to honor us with his presence, representing our sponsor, College of Banking and Financial Studies, is Assistant Dean, Dr. Yusuf Al-Mabzali. May I request CA Abhishek Vaishya, Chairman of Student Affairs and PR, to kindly escort Sir onto the dais and extend a warm welcome with bouquet of flowers. AV, please. We don't have AV. Sorry, we don't have the AV because it was the Dean who was supposed to join us, but due to his health conditions, Assistant Dean is joining us today. A momentous occasion such as this deserves the presence of a distinguished dignitary who is so very dear to all of us as members of ICAI and who has graciously accepted our invitation to join us today. CA Ranjit Agarwalji, Vice President of ICAI. May I request CA Badri Subudhi, Chairman of Compliance, to escort Sir onto the dais and extend a warm welcome with fresh bouquet of flowers. AV, please.
CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal,
Vice President ICAI. A seasoned academician and accomplished professional, CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal currently serves as the Vice President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for the term 2023-24. With 24 years of experience as a practicing chartered accountant, he holds degrees from Calcutta University and is also a company secretary and DISA from ICAI. Elected 3 times to the Central Council, he chaired the Eastern India Regional Council, earning the Best Regional Council Award. As a visionary reformist, he pioneered initiatives such as the UDIN concept and presented the FRRB bill before the Joint Parliamentary Committee. As chairman of the Ethical Standard Board, he revamped the Code of Ethics after a decade. His leadership as Vice Chairman, Board of Studies, led to significant improvements, including the launch of the ICAI mobile app. Internationally, he serves as the technical advisor to the board member of SAFA. A passionate leader, CA Agarwal is dedicated to the inclusive development of society.
Thank you. As we gather here today to embark on this special occasion, we symbolize the essence of knowledge, wisdom, and unity by lighting the ceremonial lamp. May I request all the chief guests and the dignitaries, along with the members of the managing committee, to join for the lamp lighting ceremony. Thank you all. May the light we have kindled today guide us on the path of prosperity, knowledge, and harmony. Now I've just got the information that the AV is working. So may I request the AV for His Excellency Faisal Al Rawaz to be played.
Today, we have with us a young and a very dynamic personality, Sheikh Faisal bin Abdullah Al Rawaz. Sheikh Faisal has been elected the chairman of the board of directors of the Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the term 2022-26 to be the youngest president of the Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He is a member of the board of directors of Oman Packaging Company, a representative of Al Baraka Financial Services, and a member of the board of directors of Salala Mills, Al Rawaz Holding LLC, Kunus Oman Holding, and Al Baraka Investment Company. Sheikh Faisal Abdullah Al Rawaz is an active and dynamic executive who is well versed with various private and public business ventures. He began his career with Al Rawaz Holding LLC, and he has contributed in many ways to the overall development and success of the company. He is highly analytical and a forward-thinking director with 20 years of progressive experience propelling the overall growth. In addition, he has extreme attention to detail that has helped companies of all types to maximize investments, cut spending.
Thank you. May I request Chairman CA 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐬 to kindly address the audience.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Apologies for the technical delay. When CAs are going beyond the numbers, sometimes we will face the challenges. Excuse us. Excellency Faisal Al Rawaz, Chairman of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Excellency Amit Narang, Ambassador of India to Sultanate of Oman. Our dear Vice President Ranjit Kumar Agarwal sir. Mr. Yusuf Al Masbali, Assistant Dean of College of Banking. And our beloved Suresh Prabhuji, pride of ICAI, dear guest, members, a warm welcome to all. The year 2023 was very important in the history of ICAI because we became the largest accounting body in the world. So in fact, we were promoted. And every promotion comes with a lot of responsibilities. So we have seen that ICAI have taken the leadership role and started leading the accounting industry. I would like to highlight two events. One is World Congress of Accountants, which happened in Mumbai in 2022 November. Another one is last November, 23 November, we had Global Professional Accountants Convention, GLOPAC, which happened in Gandhinagar. So those who attended knows how big these events were and what purpose it served. From CBFS side, Dr. Sahran and team were able to join WOCA, and GLOPAC, Dr. Abdullah, Dr. Shiham, and Oman Chamber team joined us. So these events, they were not just accounting seminars or discussions. In fact, those events were connecting accounting professionals, connecting businesses, connecting countries. So we have seen ICAI have taken lead role and going beyond the numbers and taking their leadership role. And similarly for Muscat chapter also, year 23 was very important because we have initiated two projects. One is Omani CFO mentoring program, where we hold hands with the local community and started training them through our members. There were around 30 members who were sitting along with us. They have taken the pain to create a curriculum. They spent 8 weekends to mentor our Omani youngsters. So that was a great initiative. Another one is tomorrow, which is going to happen, Oman India Investment Forum. So this idea came from GLOPAC. If ICAI can connect the globe, ICAI can connect the businesses in a smaller way, chapter also can do it. That is how we are planning to do the India-Oman Investment Forum. And both these events, support came from Oman Chamber of Commerce. When we met Excellency Faisal almost a year before, he immediately agreed and taken the lead. Last March, we had the inaugural session in the presence of President Sir and Vice President Sir, and we completed one batch in Muscat, one batch in Salalah, and we are going to have the third batch in Sohar. So, Excellency, thank you very much for the support. And it was not just a support, they were working together. Entire Oman Chamber team was working together with us, Dr. Abdullah and team. Thanks to all the OCCI team. Excellency, welcome to this event. Indian Embassy was always a support to us. We were updating all these details to Ambassador Sir, and Embassy were also instrumental in connecting us with a lot of investors for tomorrow's program. Excellency, thank you very much and welcome you to this event. So that is why we selected the theme, CAs Beyond Numbers. So when we started discussing about the speakers, the first name came to our discussion was CA Suresh Prabhu Sir. So we consider him as a pride of ICAI. Sir, welcome to this event. CBFS is great support to us. We say we have two parents, one is ICAI and CBFS. So Dr. Saharan and team was always supporting us. Dr. Rajesh is here. So I welcome all the CBFS team. Always the support is there from our past chairs. Their vision only helped us to reach where we are. So I welcome all the past chairs, right from our founding chairperson, C.A. Davis Kallukaran, till our immediate past chair, C.A. 𝐁𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐨𝐽. And we should thank C.A. 𝐁𝐬 for both these initiatives. Both these initiatives were started at the time of his chairmanship. So special thanks to C.A. 𝐁𝐬. Vice President Sir, pardon me to keep your name till last, but I know in this gathering you are not a guest. You are a part of the host only. Welcome to Muscat, sir. Thank you for joining. We have our great speakers today. Saurabh Mukherjee is supposed to join. Jay Chaira sir is here. Chetan Dalal sir is there. Patabi sir is there. Welcome to the Muscat, sir. I welcome all the speakers. And one thing I would like to highlight, today we have representatives from all the GCC chapters, from UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, all are here to support us. Welcome all the GCC members. We have OCCA team, CBFS team, sponsors, and our beloved members. We have some guests also. I welcome all of you to this event and enjoy the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Let us extend a warm welcome to the Ambassador of India to Oman, His Excellency Amit Narangji, and hear his thoughts and insight on this momentous occasion.
Thank you, Sangeeta ji, and a very good morning and namaskar and assalamu alaikum to all delegates. Let me start by saying what a pleasure and a privilege it is to be a part of this event, and of course a unique privilege to share the dais and the stage with such distinguished dignitaries and good friends from Oman and India. I would like to start by welcoming His Excellency Shri Suresh Prabhu ji, who is of course no stranger to all of us Indians. I think his record of public service, if we start going down the list, it will take at least 1 hour, if not more. And he is still more active than most of our serving members of the government. And I had the pleasure of meeting him last night at quite a late hour. Let me not reveal what hour, but He had just come out of the flight and not feeling very well, but he still wanted to see me. And when I went, I saw him and I realized, what great men are made of. He was still so active, such pointed questions, such great insights that I got from talking to him late in the night. Left me truly impressed on what an effort he has made and what a contribution he has made to nation building over the past 2 decades. It's a privilege to have you here, sir. Welcome. On the dais is also Sheikh Faisal, who I consider, apart from a great friend of India, I consider a personal friend. He is always very active, very supportive, very positive, and no proposal that we have ever discussed with him has come back with the answer of no or a maybe. Even before you finish the proposal, he says, my support can be taken for granted. Sheikh Faisal, we really appreciate, value your friendship. Thank you very much. And under your leadership, the support and the work that is being done by the Oman Chamber is truly commendable. I also welcome 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐧𝐝 the Vice President of the ICAI India, 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐨𝐽, of course, the President of the Oman chapter, all the past presidents and other distinguished members of the ICAI Oman. ICAI Oman, as the chapter of this very important professional organization, I must say from the perch of the embassy, when I see different organizations working, I find the ICAI chapters here in Oman to be one of the most active. They are always very, very eager to collaborate, eager to work, not just to promote the chartered accountancy profession, but more importantly from my perspective, to promote India-Oman relations. And that's something I really appreciate. And the discussion with them is always about how we can contribute more to the development of chartered accountancy profession in the Sultanate of Oman. This morning itself, I was talking to Jim, and they have some very good proposals on how to develop this profession here in Oman, how we can support that development of that profession in Oman. And that is something, initiative that we will always be very, very supportive. This morning's event is also special in a way because and many of you who are from Oman, of course, they know it. This is happening. This is actually the first formal event that at least I am attending after the landmark visit of His Majesty Sultan Haitham bin Tariq to India. And I was a part of that visit, and I can share with you that it was an absolute privilege to be with His Majesty when he went to India. It was a highly successful visit. It was the first state visit from Oman to India in 26 years. Of course, both India and Oman have been in close touch, and I always tell my friends that it's a mark of our unique friendship that although we have not had very frequent visits from Oman to India, but almost every Prime Minister of India has visited Oman. And the latest being in 2018, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji was here. His Majesty was received very warmly, which is not a surprise. As a friend of India, he has had a long association with India even when he was not in this position. Our Prime Minister Shri Modi ji spent a lot of time with him. They had very good interactions. It was a substantively very important visit, and I'm happy to share with you that one of the major outcomes of that visit was this joint vision document. It's called the Partnership for the Future, which really is, for my Omani friends, you have this Vision 2040 for the national development of Oman. So this India-Oman joint vision is something like that. It is like a joint vision document for the development of India-Oman relations in the coming decade and more. It's a very path-breaking document, and some very important ideas have been put there, reflecting both from the vision of His Majesty and the vision of Prime Minister Modi. And I'm confident that this will act as a roadmap for the further development of the already robust and strong India-Oman relations. Two other aspects that I thought are relevant for today's meeting from this visit. Since you deal with numbers, although the topic today is beyond numbers, but numbers still remain important. Bilateral trade between India and Oman has doubled in the last 2 years. We have gone from little over $5 billion to last financial year we crossed $12.4 billion. And really this is the tip of the iceberg. We always believe that the potential is far, far greater. And the two leaders really appreciated that the discussions for a comprehensive economic partnership agreement or a bilateral FTA, these are ongoing. These have made very good progress. And with your blessings and inshallah, hopefully we will get this done soon. And this will really be another chapter and hopefully bring more work to all of you. The other important economic deliverable out of this visit was the announcement of the third Oman-India Joint Investment Fund. This fund, which was initially launched in 2010, the third tranche has now been launched worth $300 million. Fund will be jointly raised by Oman Investment Authority and State Bank of India and will be invested in the sunrise industries in India, in infrastructure and other areas. So very tangible outcomes. I think these are the reason for me to point out these outcomes is to let you know how important is the economic pillar of our partnership. And this is only possible when we have people like you, when we have the chartered accountants managing the companies, managing the numbers, and indeed going beyond numbers. So I'm confident that in the coming months and years, our relationship will continue to flower. I put on record my appreciation for all the chartered accountants for the great work that they are doing, not only in the economic development of the Sultanate of Oman, but also the effort that the Chamber is making for the development of the accountancy profession here in Oman with our assistance. So a pleasure once again. Thank you very much. I wish this event all success. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for your motivational speak, and it was good to hear on the developments and updates on the bilateral agreements as well as the fund. Thank you so much. We are truly honored to have the Assistant Dean with us. So now let's hear from Sir.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I'm welcoming His Excellency Sheikh Faisal Rawas and the Ambassador of India, His Excellency Amit, and the rest of the panel. It's a warm and delight welcome for all of you. It's supposed to be the Dean sitting here in the front of you, but unfortunately the Dean got sick yesterday and was not able to join us. But he's sending his warm regards to all of you. You know, CBFS is actually caring about our students who are embedded with professional qualifications. That's why we are actually making kind of partnership with several of professional chapters, and even we are offering professional certifications. Now, if we're going back to the history, so the first time we have signed MOU with ICAI Muscat, chapter, is back to 2008. Since that time, we have built a very strong partnership, very strong relationship with the CA chapter for Muscat. We have meetings very occasionally with them. We got very support for our students and even designing the curriculums and developing the programs. Because as a college, we believe that the accounting professions is really important. So you are all supporting us to bridge that gap between academic programs and the market labor. So thank you all. Thank you for ICAI Muscat chapters, and thank you originally for CA Muscat. You've really done a great job. We've seen that you are actually embedding that professionalism and professional, importance of that to our students. We would like to continue the relationship to be stronger and stronger. You are dominated the markets, and we expect that you'll be growing very fast in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the support extended by CBFS to ICAI Muscat chapter. We look forward to hear the enlightening words from our Vice President, 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐨𝐽. We are eagerly waiting to hear what you are about to share with us today.
Very respected our Chartered Accountant and ex-Union Minister, 𝐶A Suresh Prabhuji, who has been not only delivered or served this 11 ministry of the Government of India in the past, but he has a special connect with the institute also, because when he was the railway minister, he has given a very important project to ICAI, how to convert the entire railway from single entry to double entry. And within next 3 years, the Institute of Chartered Accountant India through ARF has converted entire accounting of the railway from single entry to double entry, and the entire project was given by Suresh Prabhu sir. So thank you very much. We have Faisal Al-Rawas, who is the Oman Chamber of Commerce. Last time we visited Oman Chamber, and the kind of passion, the kind of commitment he has, how to build this business environment in Oman and how the India and Oman relationship can enhanced, that we can see in his words and his deeds also. Thank you very much. We have our Honorable Ambassador. I was going through his profile, and he is the person who has been lead negotiator when the UN has announced Sustainable Development Goals to be achieved by 2030. And there are 17 goals announced by the UN, and India is the signatory. So he was the person who has negotiated very profusely, and he is the person who was instrumental in making UN accept the World Yoga Day 21st June. We have Mr. Yusuf. I remember 2016 when I visited CBFS. That point of time, the MOU with ICAI Oman and the CBS was renewed. In 2016, I was signed on behalf of ICAI. So I have a very vivid memory of CBFS in 2016. We have our chairman and vice chairman, Mr. Abdullah, madam, who visited last time in Glopec in Ahmedabad, Sanjeev, past chairman, all the branch chapter chairman, past chairman, leaders from the various other chapter of GCC country, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. It's a very proud and privilege for me also to participate in this 30th International Seminar by Oman chapter, and the kind of work this Oman chapter is doing since last so many years. I can see since last 7 to 8 years I can see. Please, they all deserve a big round of applause, Jim and his entire team. As far as this Oman is concerned, Oman is a large economy, and if you see the Global Peace Index, Oman, because of this Global Peace Index ranking, Oman is the most peaceful country in the world. And which I can see from your happy faces. You are from India and working here, increasing the length and breadth of this Oman and increasing the economy of this country. So thank you very much, all of you, for working so hard. In spite of not being in your country, you have made this country your second home. So thank you very much. As far as our institute is concerned, today we are 400,000 members and 850,000 students. And the best part of our profession is that because of this sheer number of 12.5 lakh, There are 182 accounting body in the world, and we are the largest accounting body in the world. And this 400,000 membership, without any reservation, 29% of the members are women chartered accountants. And this 850,000 students, without any reservation, 43% are girl students doing chartered accountants. So we believe that if the country has to grow, you cannot ignore the other half of the population. The women empowerment, the girl empowerment is required for any country to grow. And if you see any developed country, the participation and the contribution of the women are more than the men in all the developed countries. So that's why our country is on the right track, so is our institute. And let me tell you, the way economy is growing in India, we have the largest growth rate of the world, we have the youngest population of the world, we have the largest market of the world. The way economy is growing and thriving, the role and the contribution of the chartered accountant are equally important. In last 75 years, this institute has achieved to the best of its capacity and capability. But we have a vision. What should be our institute for next 25 years? How we want to project our institute for next generation. If India today has a almost $4 trillion economy, and we have almost 4 lakh chartered accountants, in 2047, Honorable Prime Minister has given a target, 2047, India must be a developed country. So, every $1 trillion economic growth, India needs 1 lakh chartered accountants. So when our country will be in 2047, $30 trillion economy, India should have 30 lakh chartered accountants. And that's why our institute is working hard with the vision how to prosper the country with the contribution of the Indian chartered accountant. And we don't want to develop our country alone. We have a vision that's how the institute can develop other parts of the country where the accounting profession is not so too dynamic, which it should be. As India has a policy that everybody should prosper, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So in the country of Oman, we had discussed, and we will discuss again with the OCC, Mr. Abdullah, we have discussed last night. The Institute of Chartered Account India is in the advanced stage to launch a curriculum for chartered accountant. The Omani students who can be or want to be the chartered accountant, they can join the course projected by the ICAI. And we have a commitment also. Next 3 years, we will help this Omani nation through OCCI, how an Institute of Chartered Accountant of Oman can be set up in the country of Oman. So we are committed, sir, and we are very, with the passion and with the commitment, we want to develop the country of Oman on the line of the philosophy of our Prime Minister and on the line of philosophy of our heritage and culture. So I think the culture and the relationship between Oman and the India will thrive in the years to come, and we all together will make this world a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening talk. And it was great to hear about the initiatives and updates from ICAI. Now, we would be eagerly waiting to hear the keynote speaker, CA Suresh, sir. May I request Suresh, sir, to kindly come forward.
Good morning, friends. It's always a great pleasure for me to be in Oman. Because when you come to Oman, you don't feel that you are in a foreign country. You feel an extension of India in terms of culture, in terms of ethos. It is like we feel we are in our neighborhood, but as if we are at home. And therefore, for me, I'm extremely happy that I'm back here again. I've been here many times, and I was telling my friends that I'm very happy that when I was Minister for Chemicals and Fertilizers way back in 1999, we had decided to set up Oman India Fertilizer Project, OMIFCO. And that project today is not only one of the largest investment in Oman by India, but probably one of the mainstay of providing food security to India, because fertilizers are one of the major way of making sure that soil alone is not enough to produce food. We also need nutrients, you need micronutrients, you need fertilizers, you need insecticides, you need pesticides, you need fungicides, and all of that, part of that, fertilizers, particularly the urea, the nitrogenous fertilizers, they come to India and partly also from Oman. And I must thank then His Majesty, the Sultan, who actually put his entire weight behind this and made sure that project would come up, and therefore I am very happy that I am here again to such a country which has such a strong relationship with India. We have three major leaders sitting on the dais. One who is the chairman of Chamber of Commerce. And I heard so much about him, our ambassador also telling me yesterday, that a very dynamic young person who is now the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. So when you are young, dynamic people, the relationship between India and Oman is old. But even if you are old relationship, you need young people to drive it. And therefore we really look forward. So this is one leader. Next to him is our ambassador, who represents all of us here. 1.4645 billion people he represents in Oman, and he's doing a fabulous job. Whoever I met, they're all saying the kind of work he's doing, and of course it's not surprising, knowing about his previous responsibilities and his contribution in his capacity as a diplomat in different geographies, including working in headquarters. He has contributed to that. So he's the second leader. And the third is my dear friend, and who is going to be the president in the next 24 days of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I am not an astrologer, nor I am conducting the election. Or neither I am a voter to make him the president, because only the Central Council members will elect the president. But as the convention goes, and this terrific record as a vice president and before that a Central Council member makes him the most suitable person to head our institute. So he is our leader as well. So we have three very important people on the dais. I was thinking my job is to listen to all of them. Must compliment the chairman of this chapter for bringing together so many different people and keeping a very interesting, because always very good idea to bring our professionals together, to deliberate, discuss, think about ideas together. And I was recently in Kuwait. I think I've spoken I keep going to different locations. I've been to more than 100 countries. But importantly, in this Gulf, I think I must address all the chartered accountants in different geographies and different themes. Only recently we were in Kuwait, right? Some days back. But this seems to be a very interesting theme. I think tomorrow, I was asking him, so tomorrow is a business forum and I'm supposed to speak there tomorrow. So I was saying, I was just wondering what I should speak tomorrow, what should I speak today. So maybe tomorrow we'll speak about our India, potential of relationship between India and Oman and how we mutually can benefit. But I think it's very right sequencing that before the business forum that is going to happen tomorrow, we have this charter accountants meeting today. I don't think you can do business without charter accountants. You cannot even start a company unless you have a charter account with you. With all the e-governance coming into play everywhere, still you need a professional to guide you, to understand how to navigate into the business. And particularly now, when the business is so complex that you cannot just depend on your instincts alone. Business is always instinct driven. We always feel this distinguished lady who runs a tourism business. So she must have thought internally that tourism is a great potential and she started a business. So instincts always give rise to new ideas and make it a reality. But still you need a professional to hold your hands, to guide you, to navigate you through all the complexities of businesses. That will always be the case. But now, it is still more. I don't think the future is going to be better in terms of reducing the complexity. It is going to be even more complex than what it has been. And how complex? That's the problem. Nobody knows how complex. And that's the problem of the business of tomorrow. So we'll obviously need charter accountants. And normally, and that's why I compliment you for keeping such an interesting theme. Normally when you see charter accountants, you think about numbers. Of course, how many number of charter accountants? That's now just now the Honorable Vice President Ranjit Agarwalji just now mentioned how many charter numbers and how many more numbers we need and how the numbers will multiply and how we should keep track of numbers and how we should follow. So numbers are important. But now, and charter account, as I said, are normally related to numbers. But that's why I'm complimenting you thinking about. I don't know why, of course, in this picture you have kept somebody's back only you can see. Is he a charter accountant or a businessman? So I think now the numbers are important, but something more important is, what does this number mean? So numbers lack text. Numbers have to have context. But what does number mean? Do the numbers speak? It's like Agatha Christie's novels where you say that we don't know who committed the murder, perfect murder. But still, there is something which actually somebody leaves a trail behind, and that's how the Agatha Christie could succeed in writing so many novels. But in numbers are important, they convey something, but what do they mean is something which we have to understand. And that is why you need charter accountant to actually provide meaning to these numbers. What does it really convey? And that's a big challenge. If you look at, I was a Minister of Power in 2000, and as it happened, the first day I became Minister of Power, the first news I heard was that Enron is in trouble in the United States. And Enron had an investment in India. So it came on my lap to address it. Now look at it. Enron, one of the very successful energy company based out of Houston. Texas is the energy capital, the Texas state is the energy capital of the world in any case. And they had a perfect balance sheet. If you look at it, everybody was saying, what a balance sheet. Rating-wise, all the rating agencies would have given them the best of rating. And because it's best of rating, everybody wanted to invest money. And what happened suddenly? Enron collapsed. So numbers in Enron's balance sheet were perfect. Arthur Andersen, one of the top firm which doesn't exist also anymore, I think now is also gone. But just imagine that numbers were the perfect ones, but still there was something more that was not read in those numbers. And that is what is now going to be a challenge more and more in times to come. Just imagine one of the biggest cryptocurrency company in the world, and a company which was run by a very young person, very young, dynamic person. And everybody wanted to put billions of dollars in his company. Overnight that company has gone bust and all the money lost. So the numbers were good, they are appealing to the eyes, but there was something more to those numbers which people couldn't comprehend, and that's why everybody got into trouble. So now the challenge therefore is going to be, and that's what the full role of the future chartered accountants would be and should be and must be, is how do you actually provide meaning to these numbers. So if you go by the numbers, everything will be perfect, but something which you should add to that and convey to the people who are going to rely on those numbers in a different way. And that is the skill of a chartered accountant that must be acquired for them to succeed in future and also to earn the trust of the people. Because see, ultimately, end of the day, what is more important is not the number of clients you have. It is not important how much is the number that is portrayed in the top line or the bottom line, but how much trust you enjoy. So the trust has no number. You cannot say that I am now trustworthy on the rank of 10 to 1 or 0, how much is my trust? It's not that. Trust is something which goes beyond numbers. And therefore, actually what is important is, how do you actually earn the trust? And that is what is going to be very, very important. So I think CS beyond number is important, but I would say CS behind number also is important. So you have to actually make sure that how do you actually make sure that you stand behind something and provide confidence to the people that this number they stand by, and this is going to be the one that you can rely on, and this is the one you can actually provide you and gateway to a better future. That's very, very important. And now, as I said, in the context of complexity. Now, the challenge is the new business which are coming up. Nobody understands the business. So this is an advantage for somebody who starts a business which nobody understands. Because then you can always get good investment. Because you yourself don't understand, you don't have to ask anybody understand. So nobody understands, people will put money. So now the problem of new businesses, new emerging businesses is going to be, how do you actually understand these such complexities of business? Like cryptocurrency was a good example. Of course, cryptocurrency now people understand little more, particularly after failure, people understand it better. Because when the failure happened, the Securities Exchange Commission, which is the regulator for capital market in US, they started understanding, oh my God, we couldn't even understand how it was happening. You know, just imagine, there was a time when derivatives were probably few hundred times more than the real economy. Can it ever happen? Just imagine the derivatives. What is the definition of a derivative? Derivative is a financial product. By definition, if the English language is the one from where this word is derived, then derivatives by definition is derived from something. So what people did was, in the real financial products, if you are giving a housing loan, then the housing loan was sold to somebody else, and that loan itself, you created a product out of it that became a derivative product. Nothing wrong with a derivative. It's an innovation and we need derivatives. But just imagine, the derivatives were few hundred times more than the real economy. And that's how the 2008, the reality check happened and then it all collapsed. So I think after it collapsed, everybody gets wiser. And they come and say, oh, this is what happened. So what should be the role of the fire department? Is to prevent fire or to go there after the fire takes place? You can say my job is to only let fire come, then I'll come with my fire engine and I will extinguish the fire. but it should be there to prevent fire. It always used to say that traffic police normally, they hide themselves behind a traffic light. So you first take a wrong turn, then I'll catch you. I was always thinking, why doesn't he stand in front of the signal so nobody will cross it? It will be prevented. So I think we should really now think about the role of a new professionals, particularly financial professionals, chartered accountants, how to really understand this complexity and prevent a disaster from happening. To understand that these numbers that people rely on are the ones, and then provide, as I said, context to those numbers. And numbers are, they don't speak. So you have to be speaking for them, spokesperson for the numbers, and give a right to them. Normally political parties are spokesperson. So I don't know what they speak, of course. But I am saying, so normally you should provide a proper context and text to the numbers. And that is what, in my opinion, what you mean by CS beyond numbers. I know there are, all of you are going to have technical sessions. We will discuss this more in detail. Tomorrow, I will speak about great opportunities, unimaginable opportunities that exist between India and Oman to do business together, not only for the mutual benefit of each other, but probably for the better of the larger world that we can partner with and can benefit from that huge partnership potential that we have. So thank you very much. I really look forward to all the chartered accountants participating in this and contributing to this idea. So Mr. Chairman, I really want to congratulate you and your team for thinking about something very interesting like this. So I hope we finally will go try to think about going beyond something which is normally visible to the eyes and try to work on that more effectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening and thought-provoking talk. We look forward to have your presence more in our future events too. 𝐂𝐀𝐬 Faisal Al-Rawaz would like to address the audience. May I request sir to kindly come forward and say a few words?
I'm tall enough? Okay. Actually, it's quite hard to speak after all of you guys. Really, you said everything. I would like to welcome you here today, and I remember this idea when it happened just because of one guy sitting in the second line there. He used to be with me in school. His name is Sabri, behind you, Dr. Abdullah. He's with Bank Nazwa, and he's a member in the Muscat chapter. And he told me that I have people from Muscat chapter, they want to meet with you, they want to discuss with you an idea. And we make appointment, and when they were talking, they were saying that we want to do something for this country, and we want to give back. And the idea was good. And for me, it was the first 3 months in Chamber of Commerce, and so many files, so many things, and didn't know how I will do it. But luckily, we have Dr. Abdullah Al-Harthi. He was the champion and the soldier behind this. Please stand up. I want Doctor, I want everyone to know Dr. Abdullah. He's the one. Really, of course, Mr. Chairman, his team, and everyone in Muscat chapter, they did amazing job. And from the bottom of my heart, I really want to thank them, because what happened, it's been, as they say here, beyond numbers, but with us in Oman, it's beyond words, because it reached officials, thank you, officials, individuals, everyone is talking about it. And as His Excellency said, it's not about the chartered accountant or about finance or number, no, it's about Oman-India relationship, the historical relationship that we have that we've been together in so many, in many different phases of this history, in good, in bad, in prosperity, and in so many things. And we always see India as our friend and ally forever. And it will continue like this. I really want to thank as well His Excellency, my brother, Amit, because he's been the engine behind all of this. Not only this initiative, but so many things. And what we are waiting for, the historical agreement between Oman and India, he played a key role in that. And we really appreciate him because this will stay in the history of these two countries because of you and your friends. Thank you. In the end, as I said, I have nothing to say. They said everything. But yesterday, I was in Indian school, and I said something to them, and in my work, I said that teachers are the backbone of all nations. And for today's occasion, I want to say chartered accountants are the backbone of a successful business. Yes. Thank you very much. Shukran.
Thank you, sir. We look forward to have a continued partnership with OCCEI. As you all have heard from our chairman, Jim Joseph, about CFO program, we would like to share a bit more insight into the program. Can we have the AV, please?
ICAI Muscat chapter was established in the year 2008 under the sponsorship College of Banking and Financial Studies. Some of the members of the chapter have been serving in Sultanate for more than 3 decades. So the chapter wants to give back to society and join hands with Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry for a unique program. Omani CFO Mentoring Program. ICAI President 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐨𝐧𝐝 and OCCI Chairman His Excellency Sheikh Faisal Al Rawaz jointly announced the program in March 2023 in the presence of Dern of CBFS Dr. Zoran Al Salti. CFO program was inaugurated on August 24th by Oman Minister of Labor His Excellency Mahed bin Said Ba Wayne in Salalah. More than 25 senior members of the chapter supported the program and successfully completed its first batch in Muscat and Salalah. More than 70 aspiring Omani CFOs benefited from the initiative. A committee under the chairmanship Dr. Masood Abdullah Al Harthi was formed, and the program was led by CA Jim Josephidi, chairperson of ICAI Muscat chapter, and CA Sajeev Surendran, past chairperson and coordinator of the program. Efforts of the chapter and OCCI were highly appreciated, and the CFO program is proceeding with further batches.
In the CFO program, Dr. Abdullah, chairman, had played a pivotal role along with Dr. Siam Al Harthi, director in OCCI. May I request both of you to kindly come up on the dais. ICAI is partnering with OCCI to develop a chartered accountancy program for Oman. In this regard, OCCI would be sharing documents with ICAI Vice President CA Ranjit Agarwal ji. for the continued patronage and support extended by ICAI to OCC, Oman Chamber would like to felicitate ICAI for all the support. May I request Vice President Ranjit ji to receive the memento from Dr. Abdullah. Receive. Thank you, sir. ICAI Muscat chapter would like to extend the gratitude and for all the support extended by Dr. Abdullah for the CFO program. And as token of appreciation, chapter would like to give a memento to Dr. Abdullah. May I request CA 𝐁𝐞𝐬, Chairman, to kindly hand over the memento. And we are grateful for all the help and support extended by Dr. Siyam Al-Hati. Muscat ICAI chapter would like to felicitate Dr. Siyam. May I request CA Gaurav Kapoor to kindly do the honors. Thank you, all of you. For the CFO program, the chapter is grateful for all the efforts and time taken by the mentors. As token of appreciation, we would be felicitating them. Without further ado, I would invite Chief Faisal Al-Rawaz along with Dr. Abdullah to come forward and assist us in felicitating our esteemed mentors. CA Sajeev Surendran, CA Joby Joseph, CA Nirmal Ghiwala, CA Ajil James Kurian, CA Robin K. Paul, CA Ashwini Saurikar, CA Piyush Jain, CA Digan Kumar Pandya, CA Devesh Sharma, CA Alina Mariam Uttup, CA Vishal Goenka, CA Natvora, CA Vinay Rohida, Can we have a round of applause, please? 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐨𝐽. CA Amit Agarwal. CA Evi Manohar. CA Gaurav Kapoor. CA Jim Joseph. CA Jibu Chako. CA Unmesh Bhome. For all their efforts, I think they need a big round of applause. Thank you everyone. A significant, may I request you all to kindly be seated? Here. Here. A significant moment awaits us as we are about to unveil a special memento that marks the essence of a memorable occasion. This souvenir represents the collective spirit, dedication, and achievement that define our shared journey. I am delighted to invite our Vice President Ranjit Ji for unveiling this symbol of shared experience in the form of souvenir. Digital souvenir. You can just click it, sir. Thank you. It's my pleasure to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to the organizations for the unwavering support and generous contribution for today's event. I would call upon representative from our supporting organization under Platinum category to kindly come forward and be recognized for the invaluable support. May I request representative from 𝐂𝐀𝐬 International Automobile LLC. Our chairman, Jim Joseph, would be giving the memento to 𝐂𝐀𝐬 International Automobile LLC. May I request representative from Tally to kindly come forward? Anybody from Tally? Representative from PK Exchange? Purushottam Kanji Exchange? Yeah, Tally is here. May I request Jim Joseph to kindly give away the memento to Tally? Anyone from PK Exchange here? Okay, no problem. May I request your attention as we express our deep gratitude to all the distinguished guests for their presence here. 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐿 sir, I extend our sincere appreciation for your invaluable contribution in today's proceedings. I would request CA 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐬 to kindly extend a token of appreciation to 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐿 sir. We have branded all our mementos with the CA new logo. I assume we would be the first chapter to do this, sir? CA Suresh Prabhu sir has not only graced us with his distinguished presence, but has also brought with him a wealth of experience and wisdom which he had shared. May I request CA 𝐁𝐿 to kindly extend the token of appreciation to Suresh sir. We would like to thank you, Amit ji, for accepting our invitation and coming over. It was great pleasure to have you among us. Please accept the small token of appreciation from our side. May I request CA Gaurav Kapoor to kindly come forward and felicitate Amit ji. Assistant Dean, your presence was inspirational for us. Thank you for the continued support to the chapter. Requesting CA Gaurav Kapoor to kindly extend the token of appreciation to sir. Ranjit ji, your sights and presence have added immense value to our event, and we are truly honored to have you here. May I request Chairman CA 𝐁𝐿 to kindly felicitate Ranjit ji. This brings to the end of the inaugural session. I would request the distinguished guests to kindly take your seats and be comfortable as we move forward with the next proceedings of the day. We have several knowledge sharing sessions and enriching sessions lined up. May I request the MC members to kindly come forward and have a group photo.
May I request speakers and past chairpersons to please come on the dais for the picture, please.
Kindly bear with us as we make the arrangement for the next session, which is a panel discussion. Kindly bear with us as we make the arrangement for our next session, which is a panel discussion. One more announcement. ये on करने बोलो, on करने बोलो. I would like to remind you all or let you know that the souvenir would be shared on the members' WhatsApp group. It's already shared on the members' WhatsApp group. You can access a souvenir from there. And one more announcement. Request all of you to kindly be in the room because we are going to have raffle draws. Exciting prizes to be won. So please don't miss the opportunity to win iPad, Samsung Tab, and many more. We will just have a 5 minutes break. In this 5 minutes, we would arrange for the next session, which is a panel discussion. So you all can just have a 5 minutes break and come back into the room. 5 minutes. We will have raffle draws in this room. So please ensure to come back within 5 minutes. Don't miss the chance to win exciting prizes. are going to have a lucky draw. Everyone ready for the raffle draw? Yes? Excited to win exciting prizes? We have tabs to be given out. iPad, Apple, iPod, headphones, vouchers from Seapulse, and many more. Ready? Now we are going to have the raffle draw, and this raffle draw is for the early registrations. We had circulated in the WhatsApp group that the first 75 registrations would be eligible for a raffle draw. So here we are with the first raffle draw. Spinning the wheel. Let's see who is the lucky winner. Yes, number 154. Anyone? Check your tags. $154 on top. The number is written 154. Anyone with 154? Because once if the number is called, they would be disqualified if he is not present inside the room, and they will not be eligible for further raffle draws. So be careful that you are present inside the room to win the lucky draw. Yes, 154? No? Okay, let's have the spinning wheel again. The next number coming on the screen, 137. Anyone here with 137? No? They don't need a raffle draw. Yes, now next number. We are sorry that 137 will also be not qualifying for the next rounds. Anybody outside? The next number on the screen, $150. 150. Anyone? 150 here? 150, 150. No? So again, this is not going to be eligible for the next draw. The next number on the screen, #123, 1, 2, 3. Here comes CA Baburaj. Give a big round of applause for CA Baburaj. May I request CA Asta ji to kindly come forward and give the raffle draw to CA Baburaj. Asta ji is our past chairperson. He is winning a Samsung Tab. He is a lucky one to get the Samsung Tab from Muscat ICAI chapter. Congratulations, sir. Now, let's see who is the next winner for the day. First 75 registrations. Raffle draw being taken for the first 75 registrations. Number 155. 155. Here he comes. CA Manvinder Singh. May I request CA Abhishek ji to kindly give away the prize to CA Manvinder Singh. He is winning a 50 Riyal gift voucher from Sea Pearls. Congratulations, sir. With this, we are going to start with a panel discussion, and I would be requesting CA Tebi to kindly take over the Master of Ceremonies sessions from here onwards.
If knowledge is power, knowledge shared is power multiplied. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to this fabulous seminar where ICAI Muscat chapter demonstrates that CAs are indeed beyond numbers. Let's foray into the depths of knowledge as we move into the first panel discussion for the day. Oman Vision 2040 is the national reference for economic and social planning for the period 2021 to 2040, and the source of national sector strategies and 5-year development plans. It was put in place under the wise guidance of His Majesty, the late Sultan Qaboos bin Said, and carried forward by His Majesty Haytham bin Tariq. CAs being partners in nation building, today we are exploring the role of CAs in Vision 2040 in this panel discussion. This discussion shall be moderated by Mr. Nader Nasser Hamoud Al-Rawahi. I request CA Jim Joseph, apologies for the inconvenience. May I invite CA Ashish to kindly escort Mr. Nader Nasser Hamoud Al-Rawahi onto the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our eminent moderator, Mr. Nader Nasser Hamoud Al-Rawahi, who's been welcomed with a beautiful bouquet. Requesting to play the AV for our moderator.
Marketing and Investment Advisor at the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Youth, Founder and Board of Directors of OCPA. Mr. Nader has over 23 years of working experience with Big Four firms in GCC. Nearly 3 years till date with Government of Oman Ministry of Culture, Sports and Youth and ISFU, and now with the newly established Unit Oman Vision 2040 follow-up unit. Visionary leader with a proven track record of implementation of robust account business development strategies. A recognized consensus builder, well versed at forming effective alliances with C-level decision makers.
Thank you. Let me now welcome the panelists onto the dais, CA 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐨𝐧𝐝. I request CA Sangeeta to kindly escort our panelist onto the dais and welcome him with a bouquet. May I request the AV to be played, please?
CA 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐨𝐽 is a partner in the tax practice at ICAI Muscat, specializing in corporate taxation services. He has over 22 years of professional experience in Oman. He is also MENA Energy and Sustainability Tax Leader. He has handled many high-profile international tax services assignments in the MENA region. 𝐂𝐂𝐬 is responsible for developing international tax service offerings, including transfer pricing and transaction tax. He has experience in corporate income tax advisory and consulting for various industries such as oil and gas, power and utilities, banking and financial services, EPC, and real estate. He has advised foreign multinationals and worked with large oilfield services companies operating in the MENA region, and has been involved in special advisory assignments involving double tax treaties.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for our panelist. The next panelist we have is Mr. Ali Al-Asmi. I request CA Badri Subudhi to escort Mr. Ali Al-Asmi onto the dais and welcome him with a bouquet. AV, please.
Mr. Ali Al-Asmi has been affiliated with the Central Bank of Oman since 1996, holding the designations of FCCA and MBA. His tenure within CBO encompasses diverse roles across various departments, notably serving as the inaugural Omani Chief Accountant in the organization. Prior to his current position, Mr. Al-Asmi contributed his expertise to SCB as Manager Finance. In his present capacity, he assumes the role of General Manager within the Investment and Treasury Directorate at CBO. Beyond his responsibilities at the Central Bank, Mr. Al-Asmi extends his knowledge as a part-time lecturer in accounting and financial management at CBFS. Furthermore, his instructional experience extends to teaching accounting at XQU.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our eminent panelist, Mr. Ali Al-Asmi. Now we have Mr. Fatih Al-Balushi as the next panelist. May I request CA Abhishek Vaishya to kindly accompany Mr. Fatih Al-Balushi onto the dais and welcome him with the bouquet. AV, please.
Fatih Al-Balushi is a seasoned professional with 19 plus years in oil and gas, petrochemicals, manufacturing, mining industries with well-faceted and groomed executive experience. Holding the role of Chief Financial Officer at Oman Cement Company, SAOG, the publicly listed company who is leader in cement manufacturing and production in the Sultanate. Fatiq has worked with MNCs like Oman LNG LLC and Oman Oil Group of companies, delivered award-winning projects and led and participated various integration and M&As. Fatiq's top 4 areas of interests include autonomous leadership, disruptive technologies, circular economy, and ESG. Graduated from Sultan Qaboos University with a BSc degree in economics and finance and holds MBA in finance from Leicester University and executive certificates from IMD, Switzerland and 𝐶ED Business School, Oxford University, UK.
Put your hands together for Mr. Fatiq Al-Balushi. As we move into the panel discussion on the role of CAs in Vision 2040, I request our esteemed moderator, Mr. Nader Nasser Hamoud Al-Rawahi, to take over the proceedings. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I think this session will have, it will be in 2 time zones. So I can say good morning, and we will end the session by saying good afternoon. Yes, first of all, thank you. I really thank ICAI Muscat chapter, and I extend the welcome to all other chapters in the region. So congratulations to Oman in welcoming you in this day. A round of applause to every one of you who made it. I also thank Oman Chamber of Commerce by always being a partner with ICAI chapter and all the efforts that has been done by ex-past chairman and presidents of ICAI and the current board. I also would like to give a round of applause to them all. And not finally, but most important, I hope that this session today will be enlightening. And as the ex-minister, I don't know his full name, I think Mr. Suresh Prabhu, by saying marvelous and significant words on thinking beyond numbers. And that will bring us into today's session. And I welcome on your behalf the 3 bright future leaders in the profession that will help us to achieve Oman Vision 2040. First, I would like to welcome my friend and ex-colleague 𝐂𝐀𝐬 and also my colleague in the Association of Oman Certified Chartered Accountants, Ali Al-Asmi. And not to forget Fatiq. I see him always, and this is the 2nd time me and Fatiq are having a panel discussion, and I always see him in conferences outside Oman. So by saying that, today's topic is very important, and as we have heard from both His Excellency Suresh Prabhu and His Excellency Faisal Al-Rawas, the long and renewable ties and friendship between Oman and India are keep on achieving great milestones. And to do that, I was very happy to hear today that there will be a jointly document signed by both governments, by His Majesty and the Prime Minister Modi, that shows that how significant importance that the 2 countries has in common, and also how to achieve both countries' vision. And to be honest, and I will quote my friend and colleague, His Excellency Sheikh Faisal Al-Rawas, what he said, if an economy should understand, the backbone of any economy is chartered accountants. And that's critical for any successful business. And also, in Oman Vision, we have main 4 pillars as you can all know, or you can find it in the web. The four main pillars are people and society, economic development, and the third pillar is governance and institutional performance, and the last main pillar is sustainable environment. If we see and understand in these four main pillars, the role of chartered accountants will be in all these four main pillars. To that, I would like to ask the main participants here, 𝐂𝐀𝐬, Ali, and Fatik. From your perspective, to achieve Oman Vision 2040, what do you think is the main role for the professional accountancy personnel in achieving Oman 2040? 𝐂𝐀𝐬?
A very good morning to everyone in the room. It is an absolute delight and pleasure to be here in front of all of you to share some of the points around the contribution of chartered accountants in development of this economy. While I was preparing for this panel, I stumbled upon two very important financial numbers. I know the theme today is beyond numbers, but I think it is very difficult to keep a chartered accountant away from numbers. So I want to share two very important ones. So, the GDP growth of Oman from 1975 to 1995, we're talking about that 20-year horizon, was 7.5%. Because you can imagine, we hardly had any infrastructure back in 70s. And then from there, when you start tracking, the accelerated growth was witnessed in the country. From 95 to 2020, we had a growth of 3.5%, right? And in the 2040 vision document, we have got a GDP growth target of 5%. This is after having delivered 7%, 3.5%, and now we have got a growth target of 5%. And exactly what was mentioned in the first session, that if the economy is growing at this rapid pace, then the need for chartered accountants and the need for professionally qualified people is also going to grow at that same rapid pace. So there is a huge opportunity for all of us to contribute towards this growth. There was another index which I've been tracking, which is the Economic Diversification Index. And this is an index which tracks the role of prominent sectors within the economy. And we have heavily relied on oil and gas for a very long period of time. But the index becomes, so you get a higher score in the index if other sectors are also contributing towards the growth. So all the 6 GCC countries have been tracked. And over the last about 40 years, the maximum progress achieved by any country among the 6 countries is Oman. So we've had the highest economic diversification index, the change from 1980 to 2020. And that kind of speaks volumes that no longer is the economy just focusing on one sector. And there is room for all of us in all the sectors to kind of work on. One quick point which I want to leave behind, and that is, that we as chartered accountants are, I often say that we are in the business of trust. And that was also mentioned by our, His Excellency CA Suresh Prabhu, where he mentioned that, trust is extremely important, that is much beyond numbers. So, our contribution, of course, starts with auditing, where we examine and certify financial information. But then taxation as well, something that I have been living and breathing, which helps companies comply and navigate through complex taxation systems. Financial planning, risk management, business advisory, and of course compliance and regulation. So I think we have a much bigger diversified role to play. And one of the main pillars, which is also sustainable development, and sustainable environment. This is a new development, and I think there is a session later on in the day on ESG and sustainability. This is something which is very dear to me, and I've been leading that for EY across MENA. I think this is a massive new opportunity for all of us to contribute towards, where sustainability, ESG, is going to play a big part. And we would be expected to certify some of those numbers which companies are going to report to the consumers, to the investors, to the regulators, on what are they doing to contribute towards preserving the climate and protecting the world. So I think we have a very deep role to play to achieve the Vision 2040.
Excellent. Thank you for your inputs. And what do you believe personally is the role of professionals? Ali, I would extend also this question to yourself also. In your point of view, what do you feel is the role of future, what is the current role of chartered accountants in achieving Oman 2040? Ali?
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, Mr. Nader. You can hear me? Yeah. As my colleague mentioned, just to add, accountants today are completely diverging from if we look 10 years back. They just used to prepare the financial statements and they looked like accounting-related guys. Today, without accountants in any organization, I'm telling you, more than 90% of that organization will have a big challenge and maybe will lead to a failure. Accountants today is part of the strategic of any of the organization. They are required not only from the cost perspective, but also advisory part relating to different development. If it is relating to resource, human resource, or financial, or IT, or artificial intelligence, or fraud, whatever, you will find an accountant is part of it. And Vision 2040 has also touched on human empowerment, especially for women empowerment in Oman, as well as Omanis empowerment and knowledge enhancement. And to do that without a proper cooperation between all the organizations, including the financial sectors and also other sectors, we will not achieve much. And we have seen a lot of rules came up, a lot of directives came up from the government to push the move of implementing Vision 2040. So not only that, there is also a feedback and monitoring, which these things we didn't touch before, actually. And everyone is responsible today and is questionable also what they have done to help the Vision 2040 to be achieved. Everyone in relation to his parts. If, for example, I'm from Central Bank, we have our own roles to make sure that we fulfill those roles, which is going to support not only the banks sector, but also the SMEs as well as the corporates. And we have to ensure the financial stability in the market. We have to ensure the capability of the financial institutions on providing the financing to SMEs as well as the big corporates to be able to implement different projects which is going to help to achieve the 2040 vision. We have seen Duqm ports, we have seen airports being developed in Salalah, in Sohar, as well in Sharqiya, and everyone is required to contribute, depends on his relating sector. So that's what I can say. Taban, risks always is there, challenges always are there as well. However, nothing cannot be managed. And the life is dynamic. Every day we see new challenges, we see new changes, we sense new tests, even from customers, from clients, new demands. So unless we move with those changes and we align ourselves towards those changes, Otherwise, we'll be running in the same cycle. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Ali. And really, I echo your voice, and also to touch upon what CA ex-Minister Suresh Prabhu said, that accountants and professionals are the backbone, and they should be achieving a lot. And they are responsible not only for the numbers, that's the theme today, beyond numbers, but they are also responsible. So believing in that you are responsible, it's very important. Coming now to Fatik, a chartered accountant also, what do you believe, Fatik, is the role of a chartered accountant and professional auditors in achieving Oman Vision 2040?
Thank you, Nasser. I think my colleagues have already put a nice, solid stance for continuing from that points on the pillars as you have already articulated, and whatever the team has already contributed to the statement that the professionalism should be quite held, not just responsible, not just accountable, but also within a framework of dressed ethics, which would need to be quite delivering all commitment in a right, timely manner. The professional cadres being quite, CAs being whatsoever responsible to deliver the assigned scope of work or requirement, they would need to be quite working around one concept, that I should be quite disseminating the right information at the right time in a transparent manner to all decision makers. And this is what I believe it needs to be quite Harsens going forward. Yes, once it comes to translating, putting the numbers on the book and presenting it to the decision makers, that's everyone can put it. But the numbers doesn't speak by themselves unless the decision maker get enlightened. So even for Vision 2040, maybe there need an alignment in a specific pillars, either once it comes to the human capital side, for the development of this cadre in the Omani content. The CAs or the ICAI holds a very significant role to contribute to the development of this specific profession. And one part I've seen it with my all years of experience with those people whom we associated with, they have been in transit, and even before they leave the place or the country, sending this knowledge to the young fellows. This is one important side of the knowledge that transfer, and also the institutional commitment. Like what we see it now, either from the chapter in Muscat or from the main body in India and all around the GCCs, the commitment to fly, to attend such kind of engagements, enriching these discussions collaboratively to add to each other's piece of knowledge and support. Additionally, if you look into the perspective of technology integration, the governments and all countries around the globe, developed or to be developed, they are looking into how to use technology efficiently. Now, whatever used to be scripted on papers could be quite tabulated over the gadgets, over the sheets, and sending it virtually. Whatever used to be quite lectured over here could be quite broadcasted and sent to all those audience attending virtually. Among which, to enhancing the professional practice, and I'm speaking about whatever I witnessed over the recent few years of whatever we call it misrepresentation on the fields of accountancies and financial statements, that accuracies and misleading, even they are, sorry to say, some of them holding good years of experience and good titles, they are taking the whole companies into a drain. And the good governance and the compliance in place would always help to hasten and protect the investors and attract international ones as well. This is very important to have a very solid regulatory compliance and adapted to that. Among which I've started with a statement that collaboration is very important, either being from government side, either being from the institution side, being quite a body, a college, and universities, either a charter body or like the CAs, either the FCAs, the practitioners who have experience to enrich, and then connecting to the business. If the business comes to be quite demanding a requirement, because we are serving an industry based, so we need to do this backward integration of developing the curriculum to suit the industries, rather than I have an overflow of, let's say, I'm not speaking about accountants, let's say, an engineers, or limited resources who are, limited resources who are not yet capable to serve the requirement, and later on leaving things in the dangling air. So these are some pains that could be quite brought to improve on the contribution to Vision 2040. You are the facets and we are the catalyst to help each other to deliver this vision and going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to be honest, you have touched a very, very critical point on two things. First, the contribution from giants, I call them like giants, ICAI Muscat chapter, ICAI India, and around the GCC and around the world, since you guys are one of the biggest chartered accountants body in the world now today, as the chairman, deputy vice chairman mentioned. And that's very important. How can you guys contribute to the country that you are in? And to be honest, Fatek, as today we have seen, and I was part of the team with Oman Chamber of Commerce, alongside with the Oman Indian Chartered Accountancy Chapter, the CFO program. So this is a voluntary exercise that has been proposed by the ICAI to develop young Omanis across all sectors. And we launched the first session in Salalah, then we did one in Muscat, and now we will do it in Sohar. But you have mentioned that is the contribution towards how can we, as the government of Oman and the private sector, get the help of ICAI chapter to develop the human capital in Oman and the professionals forward. And you have also touched, that will lead me to my second question. You have touched that the government should have strong regulations and all these things to make sure the practice fulfill its duty. Before that will be a question. I will highlight it to Ali in particular. But now I want to ask you, Fatek, what do you think? Because now one of the main theme of Oman Vision 2040 is government and private sector are in a good partnership. What do you think, as Fatek, that the government should do more to help the profession to achieve 2040? What do you think that the government should facilitate, enable to the practice?
I think the government has already put a quite significant leap towards this, specifically under His Majesty's directions. You've seen that, first of all, putting the institution to bring the leadership are already put through the Royal Academy, if you see it. Investing in all those major, I would call it holding under the government, wherever the directions to put those cadres either to the CEOs programs, to leadership programs, to chief levels, even whenever it comes under development, and have a clear career path. Translating this not just to the government, private held entity, but to the public sector itself, setting the KPIs for the development of each of those team members. Yes, we are in a very starting juvenile stage in the public sector, but to make it quite accountable, the feedback of the customers on rendered services would always be quite collated and assessed, and later on it contributes to the IJADA system. So this system has already been put in place. However, to complement the story, to make it quite more of fit to purpose and fit to the... Hopefully it was not me. Yeah. Yeah. So the other point to make it quite workable and fit for the progress, because we are, as you may started, Ali, stating that we are in a dynamic world. We never stand solid. We need to always update. Learning from other people's best successful stories, collaborating with those people to bring them to start from wherever they stopped, rather than we start and do the trial and errors. That's very important. Also cultivating this culture of continuous personal developments, that you own it from your own self, from the educational grassroots systems in the schools, being quite primary, kindergarten to the whatever they graduate, and matching the outfit for the industry's requirement would always help into devising better matching curriculum. Because yes, you are devising a specific curriculum for a specific industries, but if you have not paved the people with the initial tools, it will take long. The success in India, as in the CAs, you've seen it, we see it also in the IT sector. What have they done massively? How they have taken the commitment over a few years, they change whatsoever used to be driven by the Western sphere or China's to move to India in the IT support, technology advancement, support itself. So there is nothing impossible if you have the zeal for it. So these are a few content of the recipes of success toward that.
Yes, just check. Thank you very much, Fatik. Ali, I will ask you the same question, you and 𝐂𝐀𝐬. What do you think that the government should do to enable chartered accountants and profession to achieve the Vision 2040?
Okay, thank you, Nader, again. To be honest, I don't know, is it to enable chartered accountants or to enable everyone who has the role to contribute? And that's, I think, the question I'm going to look into, because as chartered accountant is part of the community as anyone else. It's very, very important as government, if we look into it, they need to facilitate. You know, because why I'm going to start this way maybe, we are not alone on this world. We are trying to develop, others also trying to develop. So the competition remains, if not at the same standard, maybe it's even higher. So it's not only developing at the right time and at the right cost, because it's going to impact on the outcome and the pricing of the outcome. So we have to be very careful. The government has to be very careful, building the infrastructure and keeping in mind Oman, especially as a geographical area full of mountains and part of desert, and this one, the cost is very high. How we can align that cost by facilitating other services or other facilities where it's going to attract the foreign investors, not only the local investors, to come to Oman, and all the infrastructure supporting that investments. So it is not one part, actually. If we come to see it, it's a wide area, from transportation to IT to relation between the other organizations. If I go to commercial Ministry of Commerce, I want my license, and I get challenges in municipality, then I'm not done anything. Even if I improve one part like Ministry of Commerce, but I don't improve in municipality, then I am still nowhere. So the development to achieve what we want to achieve has to be done at a wider area, at all parts. Government role to push that part by providing all the infrastructure required, first of all, and we have seen that started. The ports almost ready, airports has been developed, payment system in the country, and now there is a new payment system connected with the GCC area, and another one will come with the Middle East area. So that infrastructure, some of them already completed and available, being developed by different government organizations, and some of them are coming in the pipelines. So I think the government is doing their part, okay, but still we are just started, and hopefully we are going to achieve what we want to be, where we want to be. And the very important is that, as my colleague, maybe Fatih here says, the feedback is required to continue, followed by the government to see if they have really delivered what's supposed to be delivered. Understand? I think that's part Nader. Okay, thanks.
Hello. Yeah, so, a few of the points that I want to kind of highlight is, audit firms, all of them. I'm not talking about the big four, tier 2, tier 3. I'm talking about all audit firms. I think the audit firms should be allowed to run internship programs, which, I mean, all of us who have been trained in, in India, we've all done our articleships, and there was a 3-year mandatory articleship that we had to complete. I know ACCA requires a certain level of training. The boys and girls who are doing CAs in the country are required articleship to be completed. I think the colleges who are encouraging children to take up auditing and accounting as a profession should introduce a system like what we have seen in the US, which is a co-op system, where you don't finish your program in 3 years, you do it in 4 years. You have mandatory 1 year of practical training to be completed. So the audit firms should be allowed to have articleship as an offering to the students, because that helps train the young minds while they are actually in the study programs. Of course, we do have a challenge of finding talented youth in the country. There is now an increased number of children who are taking up accounting and auditing as a profession. But again, I think the colleges can play a big part if they start offering those educational programs. Like, for example, taxation. Now, tax is, we know, has become an important element in the economy. I mean, today tax is contributing 18% of the government's revenue in the 2024 budget. If you see, we are talking about 1.3 billion Omani riyals of taxes to be collected. Now, we want more tax professionals to come out of the educational systems. That can only happen if colleges start offering taxation as a subject of specialization. So things like that, I think that needs to be addressed. Also, we've noticed that there is a lack of kind of commitment from both parties towards training what needs to be achieved, because there is a lack of format. So if we do end up having a body which is like the Chartered Accountants of Oman, like the way you have got Chartered Accountants of India, then that body can actually provide a platform, a format, which is very clear for both the parties to actually understand what needs to be achieved in that articleship or in that training, so that there is no ambiguity, and once a student enrolls into that program, they know that they will be trained into these ABC areas, right? So I think that will be very helpful. I think one of the requests to the government would be that when we do offer these kind of trainings and articleships to students, those numbers and Omani nationals whom we train should be counted towards the Omanization percentage. Because today the biggest challenge is when people go and look for bringing on experts in the country, the first challenge is that, have you met your localization percentage? Now, localization percentage, if we look at it just in pure numbers, it becomes very challenging, because you recruit people and then they take the experience and then they leave also very quickly. So having articles and trainees who join to be counted towards the Omanization percentage will encourage audit firms to invest more in training them. So I think if we can look into that, it will be very helpful. And one of the message to the government would be, I know now that you are involved with the Vision 2040, one of the message will be, don't bring personal income tax very soon in the country.
Okay, Fatik.
I think, Kesh, you put a proper perspective on this specific ICV content. This could be quite locked into the development of the even, what do you call it, job seekers, not just a fresher, not even the last year, because it could be industrial exposure. Also, I've seen even a real life case wherever even Ministry of Higher Education earlier been supporting sending students for industrial year of experience, but later on maybe the feedback was not quite right from across other continents, then they just took it back. Now I think maybe need to be quite re-study again and just bring it in a proper alignment for a consideration for the future. One thing which Ali and Al-Kesh has touched base on, which I missed out to highlight, for the government to look into how they can move away from the old bureaucracies, the red tape, and the disablers or blockers, I would call it, to cultivate an environment that attract anyone to do the business, attract the people to be quite happy to be quite going for a quest of education by themselves, and also incentivizing the organization, being private, being semi-public, to get rewarded if they achieve a specific, let's say, not just organization level, not just professional level, but also chartered level. The charter level is also a content within the country. If you are now currently in this ABC's company, another year or 2 years you are into another company, you will pass this and radiate whatever years of experience and knowledge to that other organization. And I've seen also one big task, not to the government only, but to the multinational organizations, being quite audit firm or whatever, because the blend of the culture and those kind of well-established practice are enriched. So if you get to be quite associated from the graduation level to the charter level with them, and then you go to serve any industries, you will be proven that this is the right investment, I need to do it. And this is mainly to also work, once it comes to reviewing the bureaucracy, is mainly on the processes, bringing overall review for the lean enhancement, bringing lean process, efficient process will help the system overall, either in the education, in the charter developments, and even the organization to bring the right cost. What I've seen also the government has done recently, which is under His Majesty's direction and Vision 2040, bringing this kind of decentralized approach of power and governance to the governorate, which is a federal system, which is very practical and fit to purpose. But the only thing we need to equip those governors and the bodies with the right people to make the decision on the right time, while they have been given the power of authorization to take decisions. This is in collective.
Very much, and all these lovely suggestions that the government should do is well noted, and I think together with the ICAI chapter Muscat, we will work with you, Jim, closely in your team to summarize this and send it to the right channels to activate it. But I would like to emphasize that the government is currently doing a lot of things, and due to time, as you know, all audit firms and auditors and profession like to look at the numbers. So someone just gave me a number that you have 5 minutes. So we will do a suspense accounts and we will add another 2 minutes. So what I want to emphasize is I like what you're saying about the internship. You know, that's very important, the articles that will groom the future accountants in the profession. And also, Ali, what you've said, there's a lot of things there, but we need to just tighten and screwing and all this, tightening the bullets. And Fatik also, I like your inputs on how the ICV factor and what the government should unleash and remove the bureaucracy and the bottlenecks, which is happening now. I'm not trying to say this because I'm in the government, but there's a lot of things. But there's one thing that misperception I felt in the room, an ambiguity. There is an Omani Association of Chartered Accountants, Oman CPA. Okay, I know it is not active, it is not old like ICAI chapter Oman, and it is not huge in numbers as ICAI chapter India. But we are there. It was established 2016. Myself and Ali also were part of the founders. And currently we are in the board, and I'm the board member and secretary to the board. Ali is also board member, and me and Ali also are in the same technical committee, and we are working closely with Jim and his team. So we have an Omani Association of Chartered Accountants, and we are working towards, we just floated a tenders recently, and we have invited our partners, our friends, and our colleagues from India chapter, Main in India, to help us in drafting a new law for regulating the whole profession in Oman. And we have invited also ACCA and also ICAW. So we are working towards that, and Mr. Ray Davis here is always giving us a lot of hints and like a maestro and advisor to the government. By saying this, I know we are lacking time, and I have a lot of, believe me, I have 3 questions for each, but because time is not in our favor, and now we have reached afternoon, so I can say good afternoon again to you. I will ask one final, and make it quick, please. What is your recommendation that both the Indian chapter and the government should work on in a writing, what do you call this, a recommendation to be passed to the right officials in the government? Alkesh?
You know, I think our profession is changing so rapidly, and particularly, you know, with the introduction of AI and machine learning, which is now taking over, and you know, in our profession as well. So you know, we no longer do audits through humans; we are doing it through computers and you know, having software. So one of the recommendation would be that you know, make the Chartered Accountants law or body also include an AI and machine learning as an important subject, because that is what is going to remain in the near future. So equipping our you know, young generation students to learn that in a formal way will help in the long run.
Ali?
Thank you, Nader. Again, just a quick one. I think we need to focus into fintech. Now, everyone talks about chartered accounts and CA and so on, but the world moving into financial technology and automation and artificial intelligence. So whatever we say, we have to align towards that moving and addressing it to the government if we can help them on planning for the coming future.
Fatek?
It's mainly alignment to the Vision 2040 once it comes to the country. Development of the human capital, making the environment very fruitful and attractive for the profession to come, and retention, as most, I think I quote unquote CA Suresh whenever I say Oman is a very peaceful place, and the vice chair also try to be a catalyst wherever it is as a government, whenever there is a blockade, to remove it. Expeditious support to foster whatsoever proposals, alignment if there is anything which is not fit, to be coming almost with a steering power, rather than waiting for people to quite be authorized or reaching the same body again. Decentralizing approach is one part of success for the committee or the bodies working on this formulation.
Thank you very much. And before we close the session, I would like to thank you all for listening to our deep discussions. And I'm sorry, I'm extremely sorry, due to time, we will not be able to have any questions for 2 main reasons. One reason is we took more time. Is it okay, Jim, or we have to have questions? Is it okay, I mean? So any questions you can ask Jim and his team. They will answer you anytime. Online questions, yeah? This is one. And the second thing is I take this opportunity because to invite all my colleagues at the ICAI chapter and the extended group in the GCC and also in India. We will be having a very big conference, Oman Chartered Accountant Profession. It's a small one, not like you guys, but we are having international conference on the 29th and 30th of this month. under the honorable guest, His Highness بالعرب bin 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐨𝐧𝐝. And we invite you all to attend. I will send the details and registration to Jim and his team so they can pass it to the wider group. And before that, I would like to thank the three musketeers, 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐨𝐽, Ali Al-Asmi, and finally, but not the last, Fatek Al-Baluchi. And also thanking you all for having lovely people like you hearing us out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was certainly an engaging session, enlightening us on the opportunities for CAs to go beyond numbers by playing pivotal roles in the Vision 2040 of the Sultanate of Oman. I request the panelists and the moderators to be kindly seated. Yes. But we have time to give a token of our appreciation. Be careful. Let's give a loud round of applause in appreciation of our moderator and the panelists. As a token of our gratitude and appreciation, we would like to present mementos to our distinguished moderator and the panelists. May I invite CA Asta Rangan, past chairperson of the ICAI Muscat chapter, to present a memento to CA 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐨𝐽. Thank you. May I invite CA Umesh Kumar, past chairperson of ICAI Muscat chapter, to present a memento, Mr. Ali Al-Asmi. May I invite CA Jayesh Kansara, past vice chairperson, to present a memento to Mr. Fatek Al-Baluchi. Thank you. I'd like to request CA Unmesh Bhome, Secretary ICAI Muscat chapter, to present a memento to Mr. Nader Nasser Hamoud Al-Rawahi. Thank you. A loud round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. I request all the management committee members of ICAI Muscat chapter to come on to the dais for a group photo. Say cheese. Maybe that will give a better smile. Thank you. May I request that the moderator and the panelists be escorted off the dais kindly. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the close of the panel discussion. While the panelists and the moderator are escorted off the dais, let me announce that we have another raffle draw upcoming, and this raffle draw is sponsored by Invest Advice. May I request the spin wheel to be played? And there is no restriction that this is for the first 75 registrations. This is for all of us. Spin wheel, please. We have 4 gifts. There you go. $207. 207. 207. Thank you, sir. Yeah. May I request 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐨𝐽 to present the gift to Mr. Hisham Hamoud, and he's from NBO. Congratulations. Thank you. Spin wheel, please, again for the second lucky winner. And these gifts are sponsored by Invest Advice. 174. 174. Mr. 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐧𝐝 from Dhofar Insurance Company. May I request CA Badri to present the gift to Mr. 𝐂𝐀𝐬. So that's a gift from Invest Advice. Thank you, congratulations. Spin wheel, please, for the third winner. $121. Rajesh. May I request CA Sangeeta Suresh to give the gift. Congratulations, Mr. Rajesh. The fourth and the last of this category, the spin wheel, please. $138. Where is number 138? Oh, yeah. Mr. Yash Kumar Patel. May I request CA Abhishek to kindly present the gift to Mr. Yash. Many congratulations. Oh, we've already verified. Great. Thank you so much. So that brings us to the close of our morning session. Now we'll be breaking for the lunch, and I request all of you to assemble at the earliest. Maybe we can have, what, 45 minutes, sir? Let's have a very short break as we are running out of time. Yeah, let's assemble back in 45 minutes. After that, we will again begin the afternoon session with yet another raffle draw. Let me inform you that the lunch is in lower level in kitchen 7. There's a lift in the lobby. If you go, take the lift one level down in kitchen 7. Enjoy your lunch. See you after the session, lunch.
afternoon. Good afternoon. Please settle down. We will be starting the program soon. Hello. Hello. Yeah. May I request all of you to settle down at your places? Please settle down. We are about to start the program, already running late by half an hour. We would like to match up the timing. We don't want to make you leave the place today before 5:30. Now we are closing the door for raffle draw. Those who are inside only, their numbers, if they come, they will get the raffles.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we move into the afternoon session of this remarkable event hosted by ICAI Muscat chapter, the momentum of knowledge sharing and collaboration continues to build. Myself, 𝐂𝐀𝐬 will be hosting the upcoming events. Get ready for an engaging lineup of sessions that delve deeper into the intricacies of our profession. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for an exciting segment of our event, the raffle draw. Get ready for a chance to win fabulous prizes and add an extra layer of excitement to our gathering. I now request to spin the wheel. I request everyone to be seated, please. Please spin the wheel. Cross your fingers as we announce the name of the winner who will be taking home this incredible JBL Bluetooth headphones. Number 82. Number 82, can we have number 82 here? And the winner of the raffle draw contest is Mr. Mahesh. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a loud round of applause? I would now request Mr. Mubin Khan, past chairperson of ICAI Muscat chapter, to do the honors. One more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have already announced, sir. So let's move on to the next raffle draw, guys. Let the wheel spin. Can we have 131 here? 131. Yes, ma'am, please. I would now request CA 𝐭𝐀𝐬 to hand over the prize. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. So this person is about to experience top-notch sound quality, comfort, wireless connectivity, anytime, anywhere. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We would like to thank our supporters for the event held today and also requesting Premier Brain Executive to please be on stage. I would request Jim Joseph, Chairperson of the Muscat chapter, to do the honors. We would like to felicitate Premier Brains for the support they have extended to the event. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause once again. Thank you, sirs. Moving on to another intriguing session by CA Chetan Dalal. I request CA Jim Joseph, Chairperson of the Muscat chapter, to kindly escort our next speaker, CA Chetan Dalal, onto the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our eminent speaker, CA Chetan Dalal. As a token of our appreciation for the inspiration you bring to this gathering today, we would like to present a bouquet. May I request CA Jim Joseph to present a bouquet to our speaker, CA Chetan Dalal. Welcome you, sir. Requesting to play the AV for CA Chetan Dalal.
CA Chetan Dalal, a seasoned professional, holds the title of Fellow Chartered Accountant, Certified Fraud Examiner, Certified Internal Auditor, and Certified Information and Systems Auditor. With over 38 years of audit experience, he is a pioneer in forensic accounting and fraud investigations in India. Notable accomplishments include authoring the first audiovisual book on forensic accounting and introducing the theory of inverse logic. Serving as a global investigation specialist, Dalal has been a key figure on the board of the India chapter of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners since 2009. His experience extends to internal audit, fraud detection, and investigations with a focus on insurance claims and whistleblower complaints. Dalal conducted courses for the ICAI IT Committee and provided training on fraud detection and investigation. Beyond India, he has conducted workshops and training programs globally, earning recognition for his scholastic achievements and specializations. His author publications cover various aspects of auditing, fraud detection, and internal audit guidelines, showcasing his significant contributions to the field.
CA Chetan Dalal delves into intricate forensic audit scenarios, offering insightful analysis and practical solutions. Through compelling case studies, Dalal provides a nuanced exploration of the complexities involved in forensic auditing, showcasing advanced methodologies for uncovering financial irregularities and ensuring the highest standards of investigative excellence. We have CA Chetan Dalal to speak on the topic, Forensic Audits, Advanced Case Studies. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you very much. It's a
privilege and a pleasure to be here amongst all of you. And the first thought that comes to my mind is that all of you are pretty bold to come here for an after lunch session, after such a lunch session, to listen to a person like me, and that too on some wrongdoers and criminals. But I really appreciate this. Thank you. Thank you all very much, and really glad to be here. I know they read my profile and quite a few things, but the real proof of the pudding is always in the eating. So we will see after 45 minutes how many of you are still around over here. But what I've told or requested the organizers is to lock the doors. So if anybody wants, they can go now. Otherwise, you'll be stuck over here. But all in all, thank you, Muscat. Thank you, OCCI, and thank you all for giving me this opportunity to present a few thoughts based on my experiences. So we are going to talk about certain things, but for that, give me a second, please. Could you help me with the slide changer, please? Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. So in all my sessions, wherever I go, one of the things I always urge all delegates to do is to think differently. If we want to be successful in life, stagnating never leads you to success. If you think innovatively, if you think differently, you will be able to see the results or the fruits of whatever you do very fast. And this is the real variety, is the spice of life, friends. So I think this is one of the things that I take as a platform when I make my presentation. So here also what I'm going to show you is a variety of different approaches, or to the extent, of course, time permits, but different ways of going about not only investigations, I would say, in whatever you may do. So yeah, one thing very important is that whatever I show here by way of cases, pictures, any clips, this, that, please take them only as academic purposes. Like, I'm sure anybody who's seen any English or even other films, there is that thing in the beginning, okay, any resemblance to any character, nature, this, that is purely coincidental and nothing relates to an actual fraud. So there are these disclaimers. Now, of course, there are some additional disclaimers that we have to put. Cigarette smoking is harmful to health. And when making this presentation, no birds or animals have been harmed. But I do not know how you people will be at the end of 45 minutes. So that is a chance that you people are taking, okay? Now, there are two options I give you, friends, to do today's session. One option is, and I know this is an after-lunch session, but still I'm giving it to you, is to do it in a manner where I'll give you so much theory about fraud investigation, everything relating to forensics, crime, fraud, and all that. I can give you 100 slides also. So that will be one option that I'll give you. But you'll eat, think, sleep, only fraud after that. And the other one is to have a little bit of fun, test, entertainment, a little humor, a little wit, and in the process, a little bit about forensic accounting. So which of the two sessions would you prefer? Second session, right? So this is what I am saying. This is your first lesson in fraud investigation. There is no first session. There is no theory in fraud investigation. But if I had said that, then the organizers would have said that, who has got this Mr. Chetan Dalal if he doesn't know anything? Now I can rightly say, you guys have all told me that you want to have fun and frolic in this, so this entire session will be based on fun. All right, folks? So because of that, what I think is, I will be the CEO of this session. Is that okay? Due respect to the others over here. Please confirm if it is okay. Ma'am, what is the meaning of CEO? Yeah, there is a slight modification in that. She has very correctly said that the normal understanding of a CEO is a chief executive officer. I call it a chief entertainment officer, okay? So I want to make sure whether you learn forensics or not, you should go out with a little bit of amusement and smile at the end of it. Accepted? Okay, great. Thank you. So now in this, the agenda for me, to the extent, of course, I'll cover because we've got better speakers coming up. I don't want to deprive time for them. So we will say, I'll just give you a little brief onto what kind of fraud takes place. Just a few pictures here and there to bring you into the world, a window to the world of fraud, if I can say so. Then I want to show you, this is on a slightly serious note, a couple of research tools. And the emphasis is on the word research. The tools are not important. They will keep changing. As life goes on, as intelligence, as technology grows, evolution is a part of life. But what is important is our ability to adapt. Even Charles Darwin has said that it is not the... Is that a hint for me for something? Is all this? Okay. Beyond numbers. Okay. So it seems that it is not the strongest species or the fittest species which survives in the long run, nor is it the most intelligent. It is that species which adapts. We as professionals, as chartered accountants, we have to adapt to the changing environment around us. And that is where, friends, you will find all success. Then I'm going to use a small little document like a will. Everybody's heard of what a will is, right? We'll use that as a test case and we'll play it in the class. I'll show you a document on the screen and we'll give about 5 to 6 minutes to everybody to tell me what are the fallacies or fabrications or falsifications in that. And that person or the first 2 people who get the maximum number of fallacies, the ICAI will give a prize to them. Am I right, ICAI? If not, I'll give them, don't worry. But we'll make sure that the prize is given. And if there is time, we'll talk about some case studies. I have a very interesting case, a case called the case of the magic dust. But it's a slightly long case. I don't think I'll be able to fit it into this particular session. But it is like a teaser for you to invite me again. Correct? So please keep that in mind. All right? Okay. So now, first, I just want to bring you into this world of fraud. I'm just going to very quickly show you not just documents, certainly exhibits, which you may use either as auditors, either as businessmen, either as people in operations, wherever. This is what you come across. This is what we all come across in our lives. So I'll just run through them very rapidly. This is a simple screenshot, which I'm sure many of you may have come across. It's a kind of a screenshot of any ERP. This is from a SAP system, but in most ERP systems, you'll get something like this. So this is one. Then this is now a new kind of thing. What happens is in some companies now, there are different new kinds of expenses. Like in one very big company in Bangalore where I'd gone, they had a huge amount of expenditure for grass cutting. Can you imagine grass cutting? Because they had 400 acres of land and they had to make sure that because they needed that land for various kind of exercises, the grass had to be cut on a regular basis. So for grass cutting, except a vendor's invoice, what could be the evidence? They were giving evidence like this, pictures of grass which were there before and pictures of grass which were cut afterwards. So this was your evidence. So this is a visual kind of evidence that you have. Then this is a boarding pass. Everybody knows. Now this is the kind of boarding pass that is used as a claim for travel expenditure. So this is one expense. Then this is a simple Excel analysis report. Now in these kind of reports, you will be surprised that a simple Excel sheet can be manipulated in such a way that you will feel, you take the arithmetic total, you take the computation from all angles, but inside Excel is working differently. What you're seeing is a different thing. So this is a different kind of fraud which happens in today's world. Similarly, this is a simple picture. Now you may think anybody can have a picture like this. It's called a JPG file or a PNG file. You have these kind of files. I'm sure you're all familiar with that. Now this kind of a file also can be connected with a fraud. Then these are pictures. Like it's just a picture which I've taken from a folder called Pic. This is my family photos which are all there. So nowadays pictures are also there on a computer. Am I right? This is also a very big database that you can have. This is a will. Now this is a kind of document which when you look at the document, see the document is slightly torn, it has got jagged edges, it has the typical typewritten font and all that, so you feel that this is a very authentic document. We are going to have a test about this document very soon, but this is one document which I wanted to show you as well. This is a typical clip in case of a fire insurance claim which was taken from a CCTV camera. This is a kind of a comparison report of 2 years' performance in a company. Again, this is taken on an Excel spreadsheet. This is a bank balance. I'm sure all of you know, particularly after the Satyam case, everybody is very, very particular about bank confirmation statements, right? And this is a cash receipt. Nowadays, of course, it's not so applicable, but it's a kind of thing that sometimes somebody could come across. Now, all these exhibits that I showed you in a very quick span of time, I'm sure all of them looked very innocent. I mean, they look completely commonplace, something that any of you could come across anywhere, right? But the fact remains is that all of them, each and every one, were connected with either they were forged, or either they were falsified, either they had been altered, or either they had been connected with some kind of a fraud or wrongdoing. Now, friends, I gave you a picture of this merely to give you an idea that in today's world, people who are able to perform or conduct fraudulent operations or fraudulent exercises, they are far more intelligent than many of us or all of us together. You know, like a person with a simple briefcase and a pen can rob much more than 10 terrorists with 10 bombs, because their capabilities are such, because they are using their intellectual capability to deceive somebody else. Whereas any other wrongdoer, whether it's a dacoit, robber, terrorist, they depend on a tangible weapon. Somebody needs a sword, somebody needs a knife, somebody needs a bomb, somebody needs something else. But here, these people need only intellectual capability. So this is one of the biggest reasons why frauds run into not only millions, but billions of dollars. Now, just for your academic thing, just to give you an idea for those of you who are interested, normally what does forensic audit comprise of? It has 3 ingredients in that. One ingredient is some knowledge about accounting. Second ingredient is some knowledge about auditing. And third ingredient is some knowledge about investigating. When you mix all these 3 together, you get what is known as forensic accounting. Now, this investigating may sound a sophisticated word, but in reality, investigating is nothing but application of common sense. When this is done and mixed with the first 2, you get a wonderful concoction which is called a forensic audit. Now, in order to become a good forensic audit, my experience is that there are 2 traits which all of us need to develop. One trait is what we call distrusting the obvious. So that means we should learn to be always suspicious or skeptical. That is why, they say good forensic auditors will not become good spouses. You see, they will never be able to survive. By the way, I have survived with my wife for 40 years, so I'm not a good forensic auditor. So you can please keep that in mind, all right? So distrusting the obvious, in most auditing standards across the world, there is this term which is called as professional skepticism. All of you have heard of it. So it is nothing but a little more accentuated or emphasized form of distrusting. And the second thing is 3D vision. When we say 3D vision means we should try to collect information not from a single source, but from multiple sources which should corroborate the information for you to get a 3D view. See, like for example, why do we ask for a bank confirmation statement? Because that you already may have a bank statement, a running bank statement for the entire year, but a bank confirmation again from the bank further confirms this. So you are getting a multiple layer of convincing yourself that the truth is what the truth is. So these are the 2 things. And our mind does tend to get clouded. I just show you with the help of some examples. Now, if you see the top part of this stone, you will find that this stone on the top appears to be darker than the bottom one. But actually, it is just your eyes which are playing tricks. Like if you put some obstruction in the middle, you will be able to see that both are actually the same color, which I've tried to do this way. Like suppose you put a finger here. I'm sorry. Can you notice that the 2 colors are the same? This is nothing but the mind. Our mind gets very, very clouded. There is a difference between what you see and what you think you see. Peter Drucker has also said that what you perceive is not what you see. What you perceive is what you think you see. Take another case, which is a very common example I gave across. Like if you look at this, friends, your mind, and you can tell me honestly, truthfully, your minds will tell you that the lines are slanting in some direction or the other. But actually it is not so, and that is because the black color clouds your judgment. The moment you remove the black color, you will find, do you find that the lines have become straighter? Because that distraction is taken away. So now you find that your mind can see the thing clearly. So the black color, and in reality, in terms of how the mind functions, this black color symbolizes negative traits. Like you have emotions like anger, hatred, jealousy. All these tend to clog your judgment. That is why, sometimes you cannot think correctly when you're in a very agitated state of mind. So if you try to be calm and cool, your ability to think clearly is very important. And this is very important in the world of forensics. Now, I just want to give you very quickly an example, because this is there also on the internet. This fraud, this scam is still being investigated. I just want to give you an idea of how distrusting the obvious really takes place. Now, this originally, when this company was formed, these were the truths that were given, that they had some fantastic senior level directors, employees, and the best of people to manage the company. They had inventories of steel which was running into millions of dollars. This was an irrigation dam project, so it was a very big project where lots of steel was required. Then it had high-tech subsidiaries who were providing support services. And they purchased steel. Their purchases of steel also ran into big amounts of millions of dollars, and they had sophisticated machines which were being used. Now, when you get a picture of this, you feel that, no, there must be something really supernatural, something fantastic in this company. But when the investigation was done, I'll just show you what were the realities. Like, maids and sweepers were the actual directors of these companies. The people who were running the company, some of them didn't know how to write or read English or the language in which it was supposed to be done. Second, inventories, the storage capacity at the place where they had this particular dam was less than 10% of the quantum that they were showing in their annual balance sheets. So, this, friends, and for those of you who are in the world of audit also, please keep this in mind. We do a lot of audit checks on the rates, quantities, bin cards, and things that you have in the inventory module of SAP. But many cases do not think physically whether that much inventory can really be stored or not. It is always very important to map the actual physical inventories, even with the physical cubic feet or the volumetric capacity of the places where they are to be kept. You'll very, very often find something is wrong. Another example is like when you have production in a year, you should also compare if there are any specific installed capacities of the machines, whether it matches or it is within that. These are some very simple things, but this is what we call the tests of impossibility. We should see whether these things fall into the correct numbers. Then these high-tech subsidiaries were box companies. There were hardly any transactions except for movement of funds as conduit companies. So these were all monies, and laundering of funds was done through these companies. Then, this is the laughing riot. The bills, when we examine the lorry receipts or the vehicle receipts which came, we have a way of checking whether these could be lorries, this could be two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and all that. So 90% of the steel was delivered on two-wheelers. Can you imagine? It's a joke, friends. It's just not possible. This is what was happening. All these were false bills. And lastly, a forensic audit of the purchases showed that many of the serial numbers of those machines which were purchased were exactly congruent, exactly the same, which meant that they were duplicate bills or duplicate purchases. It turned out to be a scam which was almost of $1 billion. Now, let me quickly go to some research tools that we have. Okay, these are very interesting, and friends, here, as I said, don't worry about which tool we are talking about. Think, okay, if something like this is done in today's world, even for AI, even for ChatGPT and all these kind of applications, wherever you have, you may be able to find out tools which may be able to help you to understand the data and maybe to find if there is some wrongdoing in that better. Like, say, for example, in India, they refer to antecedent checks as KYC checks. I don't know, what are they referred to as over here? Like, say, if you go to a bank and you want to open so everybody's familiar with the word KYC, correct? So KYC checks are very important because it enables a bank to know whether this person is a genuine person or whether he's a money launderer. So that is why it is very important that you get a lot of data for KYC. Is that correct? Now, in that data, you normally have two kinds of data. One kind of data is the actual text or numeric data, where You have his name, you have his passport number, you have his address, you have his cell number, you have his antecedents, whatever all. So you have that data, which as eminent auditors, all of you can check. You may have audit software, you may have different ways, tools of checking that. But the second part of the data is visual data. Like if I go and open an account as Chetan Dalal, I have to also give 2 recent pictures of mine along with that, right? Now, if I also go with some fake documents and I open an account as Jai Chehra, for example, now everything can be different in the 2 accounts, but my face will still be the same, right? So one of the tools that we thought that we should find out is there a way to find out duplicate passport number, duplicate PAN number, or duplicate address, telephone? All this is possible using audit software. But what about the face? There we did some research. What did we do? Research means in today's world, the internet is the best medium. We just went and we started asking questions on the internet. Okay? Is there any tool which can help us to find out whether there is a possibility of any duplicate picture? Like if a bank has got 5,000 savings account, for example, it's possible, maybe 10,000 also. So you will have a folder where you'll have downloaded or scanned pictures of those 5,000 account holders. Am I right? Now, I don't think any of us really spend the time to see whether any of those photographs could be duplicated, right? But now, with this tool, what we did was we went to the net, we found that there was a tool. You remember I had shown you this picture in the initial stages. Now, this kind of a folder, so this, I will say there are some 70 photographs which I collected and put in one folder called PIC. This is a folder which contains this. This is just for our understanding over here. Now, if you want to find out if there is any duplicate manually, it's not easy. It will take you hours to find out, even from just 70 photographs. So if there are 4,000 accounts, to find duplicate faces, is it easy? No. So we said, let's see if there is some way to find that. Okay, so what we did was, we did a search on the internet, and we found that there was a tool. I'll just read out the name in case you're not able to read. Oh, God. It's not working, I'm sorry. Just backside 3 slides, please. Bas, that's it. Now here it is written, Visual Similarity Duplicate Image Finder. So this was the name of the application. For a very small fee, I think it was just something quite ordinary, we were able to get the licensed version of this tool. And this tool provides a very simple way of finding whether there could be duplicates. So what we did was, we downloaded this, we installed it, and we opened it. So this is the first view that you get of this particular tool when you open it. It looks like an Excel sheet itself, okay? Then, when you go through and find out what are the different kinds of things, it provides you an option to interface your folder containing photographs with this. So here, if you see, on the right-hand side, I have put an arrow there. Can you see that? That is that PIC folder. If you remember just a few minutes ago, I showed you that folder which had PIC. There were some 70 photographs in that. So it has to be told, this application has to be told, please look in the PIC folder. So when you look into it, then the thing is very simple. If this chair is in the way, I'll just slightly remove it. Can you see a green arrow here? If you can you see this green arrow? That's it, that's your solution. All that you have to tell the application, you start the scan. Your work is done. The scan will do the needful, and in a matter of seconds, I'm saying in a matter of seconds, you'll get something like this, you'll get all the results. So wherever there is a duplicate, it will also provide you with those images. Like see over here, can you see that there are 3 faces here? I'm sorry, it's getting stuck here. I'll just remove this chair, if it's okay. Can you see the 3 different pictures, all of you? Now, just look at this, friends. All the 3 pictures are not exactly the same. If you look at them, one has a slightly bluish background, one has something else, one has a slightly long face, because they were taken at 3 different places and at 3 different backgrounds. But this particular application was even able to find out closely resembling images. That is why over here, if you saw, I have not asked for 100% resemblance. I have asked for similarity of 60%. See over here, if you see, I have asked for 60%. I could have asked for 80%, I could have asked for 90%. But you should ask for 60% because, you know, when two different photographs are taken at different times, there are bound to be differences. You will never get a 100% match. So if you do this, you know. So in this kind of a thing, by the way, it doesn't mean that there is fraud. Sometimes there can be twin sisters, sometimes there can be very closely resembling people also. But what this program does give you is a handle to inquire directly into those cases where there is suspicion of fraud. So these kind of advanced techniques must be tried, must be attempted. And you may or may not succeed, doesn't matter. But when you try something, you learn from it. So these kind of techniques must be used. Now, let's take the case of an air travel case. Okay. Supposing in this, you have a boarding pass. Simple boarding pass. Now, we normally accept this boarding pass at face value. We say this is fine, so this guy must have traveled. But if you notice, the boarding pass also has this barcode. Can you see the barcode? Now, this barcode can easily be checked by us by downloading an application on your mobile. So when you do that, you have an application, very simple. You have this kind of an application, you install it. See, this option of installing will be given. So once you do it, when you do it, you install it, you'll get an icon like this on your phone. Once you have that, then you scan this barcode using this particular program. And once you do this, friends, it will give you the correct details which can be matched. Now here, as you can see, the details, the name given is Thambi Mitesh, whereas the name on the boarding pass was that of Bhatki Mahesh. So you can find out if somebody has been doctoring, altering, or doing something wrong with it. It's a very simple thing. And in most phones, these kind of applications are a cinch. You don't need to even pay a single single real or dollar to really get these kind of applications. But here again, friends, I'm not selling you any specific application. I'm only urging you to, once a week, do some research. Just sit down on the computer and whatever your work tells you to do something. Is it possible to check this? Is it possible to audit this thing in this way? Is it possible to do this? You never know. You may come across something, some tool, some technique, some method, some experience which can help you. And in today's evolving world, unless you do this adapting, friends, you will stagnate at a particular level. It's just a suggestion, but I tell you, if you keep this small little thing in mind, it will help you phenomenally. Now this is something which is quite, this is a very unusual kind of a fraud. This is what we call steganography. Now what you see here in front is a very nice picture. It's a very good picture. It's a PNG file or a JPG file that you may have. But there are tools that are available in the internet which can enable you to hide data within this. Like say, for example, if you use that tool, you can hide an actual Excel sheet into it. So if you want to sell data, if you want to smuggle data, this becomes a very simple way. And you know, friends, the enormity of this steganography is so much that the magnitude I can't explain. You can insert in a simple file like this, a spreadsheet, a Word document, a PDF file, an audio file, a video file, and virtually any other kind of file. The size doesn't matter. Yes, the size goes up in this, but the fact is you can hide and you can smuggle. So this is one of the frauds which is a very, very unfortunate thing in today's world, but it is there. This is something that I just thought I'll give you some visibility for. Now, forensic tests, we have to use things like tests of reasonableness and tests of impossibility. So here, friends, do I have at least 15 minutes more? How much time do I have? How much time do we have, friends? Can I take this last case study if that is okay with you? Okay. So there are two, whenever you are looking at a very important document, and I'm talking about only very important, like it could be a title deed, it could be a will, it could be some important contract, it could be some very important email, whatever. But if there is something where some decision making has to be done, then you apply two tests. If you want, even if you are just an auditor or if you are a forensic auditor, because you want to rely on that piece of evidence. For that, you have to apply test of impossibility and test of reasonableness. Like if I say, what is impossibility? We already spoke about some things a little earlier, but if stocks are of a certain quantum, they cannot be more than what can be physically stored over there. So that is what we call the test of impossibility. And test of absurdity is that yes, it is possible. Like you can say that my warehouse capacity is, let's say, 500 cubic feet. But if they have actually filled up full 500 cubic feet, it is possible, but there will have to be places to move. There would be aisles, gangways. You'll have to have some space at top. So that reasonableness or absurdity, as we say, that it doesn't pass that test. So you have to look at data from 2 points of view: impossibility and something which does not make sense. So for this, I'm going to give you one small test, because I know you're all experts here. Now, if I'm showing, this is a will. Now, without reading the contents, is there something which tells you that this document is false? And it's an open test for everybody. Anybody who comes up first with the answer, we will give a prize. Okay, 1 minute. So well, let's do one thing. Do you know the answer? Okay, sir. You're there. You're also there. Do one thing. Just write down the answer, because there are 2, 3 people. We want to make sure somebody gets the prize for this. Just write down. Yes, sir. Please write your answer and give it to me. Please don't say anything. Huh? Just without reading the contents also, is there something that makes you feel that this document is false? So those who have written, please give me. And one more question on this. How do you think this document has been written? What instrument has been used? That is another thing that I'd like to know. Yes, sir. Thank you. Oh, just give me one page. No? This one, first page is. Have you put your name? Oh, sorry. Please put your names, otherwise the prize will go to me again. Okay. What is, okay, yes, sir. Okay. Okay, can somebody just, can you just collect all and keep them for me? Just collect everybody. Okay. Mukeshji, you can help me in this? Have you also participated? No? Then you can help me. So you are eligible. Okay, so I've got a very nice colleague, Mukesh, who's going to collect all the answers. But friends, first thing is, anybody would like to say, what is, you want to participate? But you are a big time guy. You can't get a prize for this. Yes, sir. I'll give you a chance. I'll give Jay, of course, he's the next prominent speaker, but I can't give him the thing to disclose all my tricks up here. So you'll have to wait for some time. Okay. Now, from those people who have submitted the papers, just raise your hands, please. Okay. Now, from these people, can you tell me which instrument has been used? You can all say together also, but I would like to know which instrument has been used to prepare this document. Typewriter. Palace. Sorry, I didn't understand. What instrument has been used? Typewriter. Okay. So most people are saying it's a typewriter. Okay, now tell me how many people of you have a query in the signature because I'll verify it forensically from the papers that you submitted. So tell me. So you say, what do you say about the signature? Okay, good. Any other query? But why? How can you say it? Give me one reason. Achha, from visible perception. Okay. Yes, sir? No, we are not looking at the content, only by looking at this. So the signature, okay, I'll ask you a question. Tell me how many of you have answered correctly. The signature is done in red-colored felt pen, which did not exist in 1958. It came into existence only in 1956. So who has written this? You have written. What's your name, sir? So Mukesh ji, जरा देखिए confirm कीजिए उन्होंने लिखा है कि नहीं. You'll get negative marks if it is not there. Anybody else? You have written that, sir? What's your name? Mukesh. Shailendra and Mukesh. 2 people. Anybody else? Mukesh ji, आप मुझे इतना help कीजिए. Those 3 people who have said. Mukesh Darji. Signature in color आपने लिखा है. Where is? Who is Mukesh Darji? But you have just written signature in color. That does not make. You should say that this did not exist at that time. Okay. I have one more test. So we will decide on a prize. Mukesh will give the prize. And if he's anybody's friend, then he will give a prize to that person. I can't help that now. Okay. Now I'll give you, friends, I'll give you about 4 minutes because I am myself running out of time. You people have to tell me how many fallacies you can. Do you, before that, sorry, you wanted to say something? नहीं बोलो नहीं શું બોલું તું એ પણ છે પણ અત્યારના if I but sign in red date is missing. But again it's like what that gentleman has written. Acha, that is no, that is not my query. My thing is about test of impossibility or not. But anyway, anybody else? Who is the third person? What is it? Seems new. Okay. But I think we should give a consolation prize. What we'll do is between the 3 of you, just give your names to Mukesh ji. We'll have one consolation prize for you for having participated and done this. Barabar na, Prabhuji? Now comes the more, more difficult test. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. You got it correct? That I'm coming to. I'm coming to that. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay, now I'm giving you this for about 4 minutes. How many other anomalies, and when I say anomalies, I don't want grammar mistakes and full stops and comma and all that not there. I want any test of falsification, which is either impossibility or absurdity. So if anybody can find out, okay, let's have some volunteers, okay? Sir, why don't you come in the front? Please come in the front. Please come, please come. So we'll now decide amongst this. So please come. One, sir, you also come. 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 We'll give everybody a chance. So we'll have, yeah. So give me 4 people. 1, you're ready? 2, 3, 4, and that gentleman. Okay. I think that is enough because right now this is okay. Sir, please come, all of you. Okay, now each of these people will give a chance to find out what are the anomalies? Sir, I think now we are full up. Abhi, but seats sold out. Okay. Okay. So you are from the back? Yeah. Okay, then you stand here. Okay. Okay. So now what we are going to ask them is what are the falsifications? And the person who gives the maximum number of falsifications will get a prize. All of you are okay with that? Huh? So the correct way, see, the real forensic auditor is sitting over here. He said that if one talks, other 5 people will listen. So ideally the other 5 should go out, but we don't have time for all that, unfortunately. Can we do one thing? Can we have a draw as to who should speak from amongst you? So, okay, I can give a, Jay, you can, huh? Yeah, give a check. So we'll have that. So that person will be given a chance. But again, time jata hai. Okay. Okay, so all of you stand here. I'll keep my eyes closed and put my hand on one of you. Please stand over here. Please all stand here. Okay. Please stand. Right on, please come. Okay. Shailendra ji, wait, will come. I think one of... Okay. I think it's going to be very difficult because I know where each one is standing. So somebody will have to give... ठीक है, I'll give a raffle to all. Okay, yeah. But anyway, huh? नहीं, अभी ठीक है, टाइम नहीं है, ये इसके लिए थोड़ा टाइम चाहिए otherwise. Okay, please get back to your seats. But thank a big round of applause to all those people that they came here and they were willing to do that. Okay, so let me just quickly, you have a look at that, okay? So now let us go to the solutions. What are the solutions? See, one is, of course, February 29, 58 was not a leap year. Everybody agrees? Okay. Then, Bangladesh, somebody you said, right? Yeah. This was formed only in 71, so this could not have been there. Then, Hotel Al Bustan, this came in 1985. Is that correct? So this also could not have been there at that time, right? Okay, then the euro, somebody said about euro, no? Who said that? Very good. So euros came in January 1999. So this was not there. Then fax was invented in 85, 86. So this did not exist at that time, okay? Then World Trade Towers, April 1973. Before that, they were not in existence, okay? Then emails were absent. In those days, there were no emails, there were no Gmails, nothing like that. So this was an impossibility, okay? Then Mashriq Bank. Earlier, it was called Bank of Oman. See, Mashriq Bank, which was a name which was given much later, okay? Then Al Alam Place is the residence or was the residence of King of Oman, correct? So that it cannot, the official address cannot be that. So this is also again the test of absurdity or reasonableness, okay? Now, I'm sorry, it's, as Jay has very correctly pointed out, this is actually, if it were a typewriter, as you all said, then you cannot have justification on the right-hand side. For any of you who has operated a manual typewriter, you can justify it on one side, where you can have the carriage coming back on a certain column, but you cannot justify the right side. So this was not possible. And even in this slide it is not possible, but I'll show you. This will is in a font which is bigger than the font of the typewriter's other letters. In typewriters that time, they didn't have these. So these are the different ways in which we call the tests of impossibility or tests of absurdity. If we have that, if you are able to use this technique, it takes maybe a few days to getting used to it. But once you start doing this, you will be in a position to spot anomalies, falsifications, something unusual in documents very fast. And friends, that is one of the most, I would say, important ingredients. It will remain an advanced part of forensics all throughout its existence. So friends, I want to say a big thank you. I think I come towards the end of my session. I have probably overstated, for which I apologize to my next speakers. But just a final message that, in this world, friends, if you want to really succeed, if you want to do well or good in life, it is very important to think correctly. Like when we all went to school, colleges and all that, we were taught English, science, literature, chemistry, physics, but nowhere was it taught how to actually think correctly. What is important is to be able to think correctly. In that, it has been said by a very well-known person in India that think carefully, because your thoughts can become deeds. Deeds can become actions. Actions can become habit. Habit can become character, and character will shape your destiny. So friends, if you are able to think correctly, the world is there with you. If you start thinking negatively, it will not be good. It will help you to become better people than what you are, and it is the duty of all of us over here to strive to make this world a better place to live in. So it is with this, friends, that I take your leave with a real gratitude to you, and honestly, I'm overwhelmed by the hospitality that everybody has shown over here. I'm overwhelmed by your participation. I love you all, bless you all, and I thank you very, very much. And before I go, let us have a raffle for the prize, because everybody participated well. So everybody must have a chance to get the prize. Am I right? So can I have a raffle for that? Can somebody help me, please? So who will come to give away the prize? Somebody? Anybody here? Or Ms. Fathia, she's representing the ACF, so Ms. Fathia will give the prize away. So how do you do the raffle here? Is there an application? So, yeah. Hey, just give that. Thank you. Ma'am, this is the book that you will be giving them, okay? Yeah, please, ma'am.
Let's spin the wheel. Number 38. Oh. Can we hear it for number 38, please? Once more.
All the very best. Thank you all. Thank you. But we'll have, ma'am, one more prize to be given. Okay, so this is the, yeah. Okay. So one more round, please, if you can spin it.
Let's have the spinning wheel again. Who is that lucky winner? Number 117.
Yes, come.
Yes,
come,
sir,
come.
please come on to the stage.
Sir, congratulations, well deserved. All the best. Please come. All the best to you. Okay, folks, thank you so much.
Thank
All
you,
the
sir.
best. Thank you.
Thank you, sirs. That was indeed a fun session. Appreciate all these active participating members who took part in it. Sir, your expertise and knowledge on the subject have left us with immense knowledge and inspiration. Thank you, sir. I invite you all to join me in expressing our appreciation with a loud round of applause once again for CA Chetan Dalal. Thank you, audience. As a token of our gratitude and appreciation, we would like to present a memento to our esteemed speaker, CA Chetan Dalal. May I invite CA Ramanand Prabhu, past chairperson, ICAI Muscat chapter, to do the honors. Can we hear it for CA Chetan Dalal? Thank you, sirs. Over to CA Tebby for the next session.
Hello, everyone. Muscat ICAI chapter appreciates their unwavering support from many organizations for this event in the form of platinum and gold support, 𝐂𝐀𝐬 International Automobile LLC, Tally, Purushottam Kanji Exchange, silver support, Deloitte, Dhofar Insurance Company SAOG, bronze support, Abutimam, Granthrompton, Crow, National Detergent Company, SAOG, STS, Premier Brains, Jindal, AJMS Global, Al Jazeera Steel. Thank you all the organizations who have come forward to support this event. Now, may I call upon Rishi from Premier Brains, because we would have a raffle draw. Rishi and Sanjay from Premier Brains to kindly come forward. Premier Brains are going to sponsor a raffle draw. Apple Watch. So let's see who the lucky winner is for Apple Watch. Can we have the spinning wheel? No spinning wheel? Ah, card. Okay. request all of you to kindly drop your visiting cards to the bowl which Badriji is bringing along. Ensure that you all have put your visiting cards. Don't miss the chance to win an Apple Watch. There's a chance to win Apple Watch, sponsored by Premier Brains. It's a great excitement in the hall. Let's see who the lucky winner is. CA Ashish is going to take Ashish is about to take the lucky winner for Apple Watch. Oh! Congratulations, Gaurav. I would like to remind all of you that we have some eco-friendly gifts for all the members who have attended the seminar. So make sure you collect them after the event.
Good afternoon once again. Time for yet another raffle draw. The lucky charm is still going on. May we have the spin wheel? There you go. Let's see who's going to win a JBL Bluetooth speaker. 179. Who's 179? Yes. May I request CA Sthanamurthy, Chairperson of Bahrain Chapter, on the stage to give away the raffle draw prize. Your good name, please, sir? CA Rohan, many congratulations. Give a loud round of applause. Thank you. Let's move on to yet another interesting session. We have with us CA V. Pattabhiram as the distinguished speaker for this session. I request CA Sangeeta Suresh, the treasurer of Muscat chapter of ICAI, to kindly escort the speaker onto the dais and welcome him with a bouquet. AV, please.
Is a practicing chartered accountant, a qualified cost accountant and company secretary. Founder partner of Yoganand and Ram LLP, a public accounting firm, he has taught over 76,000 CA students, written books cutting across genres, and spoken at various conferences. He is into valuation and growth strategies. Last year, 4 of his books were published. His book, Tech Phoenix, written with T.N. Manoharan, has been nominated for 4 awards and is now in the running for the Kalinga Lit Fest Book Prize. The Nook India in 2047, The Amazing Story of a Modern Nation, was well received. His latest book is a professional guide to ChatGPT, co-authored with Dungar Chunjain. In 2023, Rotary bestowed on him the Lifetime of Professional Excellence Award.
Thank you. Artificial intelligence and ChatGPT have started getting into our DNA as we progress. Simulation of human intelligence processes by machines is no less than a revolution. It's important that we capitalize on the ChatGPT and AI tools in the accounting profession and that we stay abreast with the speed of advancement in this area. We have with us a very eminent speaker to speak on the subject today. May I request C.A.V. Patabaram to take over the proceedings. The stage is yours, sir.
Is it audible? Audible in the last row? No. Yeah, that's fine. Is it working?
Hello, 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 test, hello.
Hello, hello.
Is it audible now? Wonderful, thank you. ChatGPT is by far the single most important application that has come across in the last 30 years. And trust me when I tell you that this is going to be the killer application of the 21st century. Good afternoon to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here in Muscat. I was here in a similar conference 5 years ago when I think I spoke on happiness in the digital era. And I don't think at that particular point in time, I fathomed that something like ChatGPT, which is absolutely exciting, would come around. Across the next 35, 40 minutes, I'll try to talk to you about the magical power of technology. I'll put out a few prompts here. I originally thought I can play the prompt live, but in hindsight, I felt that I'll put out the prompts here. And in a third and concluding part, I'll try to tell you how prompts ought to be written and walk you through a couple of other AI tools that are extremely useful for professional accountants and corporate accountants like you and I. I'll first begin with trying to tell you about a little bit of history, because I told you that ChatGPT is by far the topmost application in the last 30 years. And if we go back to 1995 or around that time, when the internet became first commercially viable and available to private users like you and I,
I think the world around us completely changed. Many of you here and I, who have lived on both parts of the internet divide, the pre-internet and the post-internet era, know how wonderful a product or how wonderful this internet is. It really, truly, and totally made the world such a tiny place. Around about the same time, if I remember right, maybe in 1996 or 97, came the electronic mail. And we must all thank Sabir Bhatia from our very own place, who ensured that Hotmail and by default email became constantly available free for all users. Today, for example, if the mail is available free of cost, the man we must thank is Sabir Bhatia. And people of my generation who grew up creating pen friends in the US, in England, in Sweden, we're all fascinated the moment email came in. You could respond in no time with people. But I think what was far, far more important was the search engine, Google, where you could ask it any question and it would give you answers. I still remember a story which I've often told, and therefore I think I'll tell you that story as well. When I was in school, and in our school, each class had only 25 students. A very surcharged environment we had in our classes. One day we had this doubt as to which is the capital of the United States of America. 22 of the 25 of us, that included me, knew that New York is the capital of the US. There were two people who thought Washington, D.C. was the capital. And there's one fellow who said, I don't care which is the capital, how does it matter to me? And then we said, okay, let our geography teacher come today, we'll ask her. And that day the geography teacher was absent, and instead the arts teacher came, the one who does drawing, who teaches us drawing. So we all asked him, which is the capital of the US? And he said, Washington, D.C. is the capital of the US. 22 of 25 of us burst laughing. I went back home that evening and told my father, Appa, here is a teacher, an arts teacher, who does not even know which is the capital of the US. No wonder he's not teaching physics, chemistry. No wonder he's a dud, he teaches art. Now my father is a person who, when you ask him, which is the capital of which city, or where is Oman, for example, he'd say, look at the atlas. Or if you ask him what is the pronunciation for a word, or what is the spelling for a word, he'll say, look at the English dictionary. So he told me, look at the atlas. So I looked at the atlas, and to my great shock, I found that Washington, D.C. was in fact the capital of the US. Why am I telling you this story? I'm telling you this story primarily because at that particular point in time, it took 12 hours for me to find out which is the capital of the US. Google changed all that. More importantly, when I used to teach chartered accounting students, during the course of the last 10 years, I had told that you can carry mobile into the classroom. I must have been one of the very, very few teachers who did that, because I knew that if I trust them not to misuse the mobile, they will not misuse the trust that I have. So I made it very clear that if you have questions that are Googleable, inside the class, Google. For example, just to continue with the old example, if you wanted to know which is the capital of the US, don't ask me, Google. But there are questions that are not Googleable. For example, you want to know why Washington, D.C. is the capital, not New York. Why New Delhi is the capital, not Mumbai. Then you ask me. So in other words, the entire spectrum of life in the world changed thanks to Google. And then, of course, came social media. Orkut came early. Facebook really transformed whom we thought we had lost once we left school. And then, of course, came the Google map, which has dramatically changed our understanding of which locality is where. Why did I give you all these 5? I've named all these 5 because, notwithstanding the fact that each one of them is outstanding and remarkable, if you were to ask me to vote, I will vote for ChatGPT. I'll say this is the killer application of the 21st century, and I'll also very quickly tell you why before I move to the next one. I've been speaking in India for the last 4 years on the future of work, and most often I've been telling people that one profession that is never going to go away, very unlikely to go away, is the profession of writers. That no technology can do something as creative as writing. And 1 year ago when I was introduced to ChatGPT, And the way that it wrote, no, it was unbelievable. It's, in my view, its greatest skill is writing, but it's unbelievable skill is writing, but there are many, many other things that it also does, which I'll very quickly walk you through. I want to close part one. I said I have 3 parts. I want to close part one with this point. In the early stage of my professional career, my partner and I used to write programs, computer programs. My partner was the guy who used to write. I used to be the functional expert, the domain expert, who would tell him what needs to be added, what needs to be subtracted. And then when he did all the work, I used to ask myself, hey, look, what he writes looks so very complicated. How wonderful it would be if we can all write in simple English. And what I thought 25 years ago as to why that can't be there is today available to us in 2023 start, even right now, ChatGPT, where you don't have to know anything. And you just jump into it. Before I now go to part 2, where I'll walk you through some prompts, anybody here who has not used ChatGPT? 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, okay, all right. This evening, when you go back home, please begin with ChatGPT. Ask it whatever you like, and it'll give you an answer. I'm serious when I say ask it whatever you like, it'll give you an answer, or at least it'll say, I can't give you an answer, okay? That said, let me move to part 2, which is where I'll tell you what ChatGPT can do. Can we move to the next one? This is how the ChatGPT structure looks like, because most of you have used it. I'll skip that. And for those of you who have not used it, down in that box, let it stay. Down in that box, you can put out your question, or you can put out your instruction, and it'll give you the answers. I'll move on to the next one, where I'll try very quickly tell you what are the 5 things ChatGPT can do. And the 5 that I'm talking about is just an example. I've created an acronym WATCH. W there stands for writing. And I put writing up front because I do a lot of writing. It can generate ideas for you. Tomorrow you want to write a piece on green finance. You may not know anything about green finance. You just have to go to ChatGPT down there and say, I want to write on green finance. Give me an outline. It'll give you 10 points on which you can write. It can generate ideas. It can provide you with writing support. Once you have put out your first point, you can ask ChatGPT to write that. And then you go and modify. Ultimately, no writer worth his salt wants to plagiarize. So, but this is therefore like what a third-year intern in office or one of those young accountants in office will do first drafts for you. ChatGPT is that, and it does a remarkable job. You can do a lot of research with that. Any topic you pick up. In fact, when I first wanted to write, it can do advisory, travel event, planning, etc. I still remember 6 months back, I spoke in Mangalore on why big companies fail. And when I wrote there on when I was to speak on why big companies fail, because that was the first time that I was speaking on the topic, I asked ChatGPT, please, gave it a background and said, please now tell me what I should speak. It was amazing. It said, speak on 5 points. It said, inject humor. It said, provide facts. And it said, provide videos. I told ChatGPT, now please tell me what are the 5 things. It gave me 5. It then gave examples. It talked about the example of Blockbuster. And it talked about the example of Enron. So I told it, look, the audience that I'm going to speak to will prefer Indian examples. Can you give Indian examples? It replaced that with Kingfisher. So it's just a question of how you engage with it, what you ask it. You want to fine-tune it, you ask it. And that was the first time when I actually went and asked it, told it, I'm going to be in Bangalore. I want to see the place. I'm going one day ahead. Please prepare an itinerary for me. Oh, remarkable itinerary. The jobs of travel agents are gone. Believe me, the job of travel agent is gone because it gave me a wonderful itinerary. I said, I don't want to see too many temples. Seeing one temple is enough. Show me places where there are old architecture, etc. It reworked. Then I asked it, is the sequence correct? That means, am I from place A going to place Z and coming back to place B? It said, no, this is fine. And then I shared it with one of my friends in Mangalore, and I said, this is where I want to go. And he called me up and said, who prepared this for you? I said, I prepared it. He said, no, you could not have prepared it because you would not know all these places. I said, no, honest, trust me, I prepared it. He was on the verge of giving up when I told him ChatGPT is what has prepared me. And he said, this is almost as authentic as it can get. Of course, you can always change what you want, but otherwise this is almost as authentic as what it can get. So travel advice, event planning, for today's event, you could do planning out of that. To me, what is also exciting is that it can prepare lesson plans. I'll very quickly tell you a story. There's a friend of mine who worked extensively out here in the Middle East. He works in the area of information security. And for a long time, he has been wanting to write a book. Or a long time, I've been pushing him to write a book on information security. He's never got down to doing that. So one bright morning, 7 months ago, I said, you give me your PPT on CISSP, that's the course he was handling. You give me that, I will write. He said, how can you write? I said, why are you worried? You give me the first set of PPT, first lesson, I will write. Obviously, I know nothing about CISSP. I hardly know what its expansion is. So I picked up PPT by PPT, put it on, first PPT, I put it on ChatGPT and said, elaborate on it. It gave a wonderful elaboration. Then I said, I said, I come from a finance background. These examples are all related to IT. Give me finance examples. It gave, then like a typical student, I told it, I don't understand this language. This is too hard. I am a graduate. So I went and told it, I am a graduate. Please write it in the language that graduates understand. It's simplified. At the end of 3 days, today uses it extensively to prepare his proposals, to convert PPTs into lectures and all that. So this is a remarkable tool. It's not just lesson plan, it does content generation, that's what I said. It also prepares beautiful MCQs. So at the end of the chapter, I said, give me 20 questions with answers. It gave 20 questions with answers. Because I did not know the answers, I could not trust ChatGPT, as I will tell you a little while from now, that you can't trust it wholly. I sent it out to him and said, modify if this is wrong. He said 20 out of 20, all of them are right. He only said that the quality of questions are a little lower. Next day, I sent him questions of a higher quality because I told ChatGPT, create questions that professionals will write, that what should I say, CISSP professionals will take. And it created a lovely set of questions. If you are not using ChatGPT extensively, you're actually making a serious mistake. There are many people who say, this is going to kill your creativity, this is going to kill your intelligence, this is going to kill this is going to kill that. It might kill. It's exactly the same thing my mother told us 35 years ago, said, don't watch television because television is the idiot box. Today, television is the epicenter of everything. It's that I should write. And he will take at least 6 hours to respond. These guys are very busy. 6 hours later, he will say, okay, let me think. Next morning, he'll give me. So 24 hours. Today, nothing. You don't have to know VLOOKUP. You don't have to know HLOOKUP. You don't have to know XLOOKUP. You don't have to know nothing. All that you need to know is what is for simplicity. Let us say I have listed out the names of people. Okay? I've listed out 20 people's name. And I want the third letter of the first name to be picked up as the initial. Don't ask me why. I just want to pick up the third letter of the name as the initial. For example, Chetan Dalal, I want to write that as T. Chetan Dalal. Okay? Ashish Subedar, I want to write that as Ashish Subedar. Now, I don't know how to do that. So I go to ChatGPT. I tell it, in the first column, I've got the first name. In the second column, I have got the second name. Now, the third letter of the first name is the initial of this guy. Comes out with the initial along with the two names. It does tuck, 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 and then gives me a command or a string or whatever you call that in Excel. I have to just copy and paste. The outcome is there. So today, it has become useful. Excel tutorials, Excel classes, etc. have, to that extent, lowered down because ChatGPT tells you what to do. Okay? Life hacks. So many of you must have heard about this. Okay, somebody sits in USA, somebody sits here in Dubai, somebody sits in Sweden. There are 4 or 5 people I've worked for the last 15 years. none of whom I have even met physically. Today, I actually don't need 5 people. Today, with ChatGPT, I only need 2 guys, 2 people to work. What earlier took me, let us say, 12 months to do, today takes me only 4 months. What do I do in the other 8 months? I can do more work. I can do 3 times my work. Or I can say 4 months work is good, 8 months let me travel around the world. Let me come to Muscat, let me go to Dubai, let me go to England, which is exactly what I'm planning to do across the next 1 year. So this is remarkable. Now that I've told you all this, very quickly, let me put out some of the prompts. Can you move to the next? Work direct out there. But still, just imagine how beautiful prompt responses have come even 1 year ago. So it's an audit program. This is talking about prepare audit program for tangible assets of a management. Second one, this was a checklist for the scope of audit in terms of what details are to be prepared. I said, prepare an audit checklist to check the tangible asset register. It gave a complete listing. Today, how to improve that is you'll have to, under the Indian law, you will possibly say, help me check the tangible asset register, apply CARO, then you can possibly say, look at what happens under the income tax law, look at what happens under multiple other laws. The more instructions you give, the better answers would come. That's a completely wonderful checklist. In fact, 6 months ago, I spoke at Kolkata. There was a panel discussion in which seated to my right was a gentleman who comes from a pretty large firm. So in the panel discussion, the moderator asked me, he said, all right, we understand all this, but as accountant and auditor, what is it that you like most in ChatGPT? I'm generally reasonably diplomatic, but that day I think something overcame me and I turned to the right and said, look, this gentleman who is sitting here, he comes from, I can name, he comes from one of the big 4 companies, ex-big 4. This gentleman who sits to our right, all these years they used to take great pride in the fact that they had the best checklists, best audit programs, and small firms or medium firms like yours and mine were no match for that. Today, congratulations to ChatGPT, all of us can write as great audit programs as anybody else. Maybe we may not have the depth of knowledge, the experience, but this one is remarkably good. Today, all checklists are first drafted by ChatGPT. Somebody senior then looks at it, modifies them for changes to be made. I'll tell you why changes are required. I'll tell you a little while later. We'll go to the third one. Look at this. This is absolutely outstanding. We just said generate a risk control matrix for tangible assets. Today, we will write the prompt much better. The moment, and there is no addition, deletion made here. The moment I said generate a risk control matrix for tangible assets, it gave a sample. It said what is the risk, what is the control, who is responsible. Today, if I were to write, or anybody in my office were to write, I'll tell them you must indicate that, put it out in 3 columns, risk, control, ownership, etc. That time we did nothing. That's where it is. All that we have done is edited for too much of fluff there. So risk control matrix, registers are done. I go to the 4th one. Let us go back, sorry. Yeah. This continues, IFC controls check for tangible assets. Today you just have to know what needs to be done, that's about all. Or today you only have to know what you want. And then this little one tells you or gives you almost everything. And it gives you at the kind of pace and speed that's absolutely unimaginable. As somebody said, this is like Aladdin's lamp. Ask it and it gives you. I move on. Can we move to the 4th one? Yeah. Writing is, according to me, it's most important thing. In fact, GPT 4.0 does some of the things that Chetan Dalal spoke about. I'll also tell you that. Maybe I'll not be able to show you examples at this particular point in time. The CARO report comes out well. You can just put out points on internal audit. You can just say this was the observation that we had. Now you put out what is the implication. You put out who is responsible. You put out maybe the management response, and you put out what action we should take, and it does that. Okay? Let's move to the fifth one. Yeah, one second. It's prepared the CARO report with placeholders. You just have to go modify that. Go forward. Internal audit report on tangible fixed assets. We have not even done the audit. There is the report. That means it is not even a checklist. It puts out what are the possible things that are there. I'm not saying do that. I'm only trying to say how powerful it is. How powerful it is. Okay? It has given recommendations, everything done. No, move on. When it comes to, I've already told you about public speaking, about writing. You just have to put out the points. You have to also indicate what tone you want. I'll give you an example. I taught strategic financial management. Okay? So one day I was sitting there and told it. This is an example in an altered context of tone. I told it, I want to know what is the Sharpe ratio. For those of you who don't know, Sharpe ratio is a ratio of risk to return of investments, mutual fund investment or any investment, so that you can know how well the fund has performed. It gave me a wonderful answer. It gave me a wonderful thing. Then I said, no, I'm not this, but I told it, I'm a PhD in finance. This is looking very elementary. So can you write it for a PhD in finance? I wrote something wonderful. It put out the formula, it gave the derivation, it said why the formula is the way it has come. The best part is the third one. I then went and told it, no, tomorrow I have to talk to my nephew, and my nephew has started investing wants to invest in the stock market. That guy is 11 years old. Now, how do I explain the Sharpe ratio? Amazing. And I said, please give examples of how I should explain. It gave some amazing example about chocolates, ice cream, and tea, coffee, and told me how I should talk to them. In other words, what I'm now trying to tell you is that ChatGPT is a great help for public speakers. It's a great help for teachers. It's a great help for writers. It's a great help for auditors like you and I. It's a great help for anyone who's a corporate accountant. And importantly, it can write in the language that you want. Which is the longest or one of the biggest international accounting standards? IFRS 9? Okay. You copy-paste IFRS 9 there and say, please give me a summary of it. It'll give you a wonderful summary. It'll give you a wonderful summary. And today there are tools where you can upload a PDF and then ask questions. So you create an office policy, administrative policy or whatever policy, upload the policy and don't put any FAQs. Anybody wants any question, writes there, and it gives the answer, picks up from the PDF, puts out the answer, and writes within bracket which is the paragraph number, which is the line number. Okay, it's so good. Can we move? Yeah. I'm now going to tell you how we should actually get down to this business of writing prompts. I've created an acronym called SLICE, S-L-I-C-E. This is not the best way. There are many clues that you can get, but I thought I'll talk to you about these 5. First is specify. You have to be very specific with the prompt that you put. Can you go forward? Still forward? Yeah. For example, if you say, tell me about revenue recognition in accounting, that according to me is a bad prompt. A good prompt is one which gives more details, which is more specific. You want revenue recognition under which standard? Okay? Because otherwise it has to go around, look at every standard, look at Indian standard, look at US GAAP, look at IFRS. Now if you say, please explain IFRS 15 revenue recognition standard and its specific implication in the telecom sector, it gives you a that much more wonderful answer. So the prompt has to be specific. But the one that I liked the best is the second one, the next one. Oftentimes in the early days when we used to put out questions relating to tax or relating to investment or relating to medicine, it would give an answer and in the end it would say, nevertheless, please go and consult a company secretary if it was relating to secretarial. Or it would say, nevertheless, go consult a doctor. Or if it is tax, it would say, nevertheless, go consult a chartered accountant. Now, if you say, like this. Instead of saying discuss tax planning strategies for a medium-sized technology company, if you say act as a tax expert. And so act as a tax expert is listing down the role. And then the rest of them are more specific. Okay, the way that I put out the first one. In this case, it does not end up by saying, go consult a chartered accountant. In this case, it gives you answers that are far, far more accurate and far, far more elegant. Okay? The third one is instruction. You need to tell ChatGPT what to do. Just, for example, don't say talk about the importance of audits in business. I don't think you will ever tell your intern or someone in your office, talk about the importance of audits in business. You would give them more instruction. You would tell them what you want, what is in your mind, okay? Like that, if you put out here, for example, provide a detailed explanation of the role and significance. We are not talking about audits. We are specifying, do that of internal audit or external audit in ensuring financial transparency and integrity, blah, blah, blah. The answers are much better. In other words, please engage with ChatGPT the way that you would like to engage with an individual. Don't think that it's a machine and it will throw out everything. Then comes C. You can lay down constraints. For example, you can, if you tell it, explain the process of budgeting and forecasting in business, or if you ask it what are the advantages of budgeting and forecasting, it will throw out some 20 items. You can instead say, list for me the 3 most important reasons for carrying out budgeting. It gives you, it simplifies your job, gives you a much better answer. For people who are doing writing, you could say, give me the answer in 125 words, it'll give you the answer in 125 words. So lay down constraints. Specific, listing roles, instruct, lay down constraints. Last one is among the best, examples. That means you can tell ChatGPT to give you example, or you can give ChatGPT example and in order to make it understand better. Okay? That's point one. Or the other way is that you can tell it also to give example. Don't say discuss risk management in financial context. Go ahead and give examples to illustrate how companies, you can improve on it. You can say how Omanese companies have successfully identified, assessed and mitigated financial risk. The more detail you give, the more instructions you give, the more examples you give, the more constraints you lay, your answers are going to be phenomenally good. Okay? I said I'll give you five points. I'm now going to add 3 more. This is something that I discovered only 1 week ago. It's called putting out temperature or setting temperature. You can tell ChatGPT set a temperature of 0.9. Or you can say set a temperature of 0.5. Or set a temperature of 0.2. Or you can say set low temperature, medium temperature, high temperature. Depending upon the temperature that you set, the answers are more creative. The answers are more, sometimes they are more philosophical. And they are more, in another case, they are more formal. So setting temperature gives you different types of answers. Important thing, this is very, very interesting. Once you have written a prompt, you can actually go and tell ChatGPT, have you understood this? Just like you would tell one of your office interns to do something and then ask him, have you understood it? Or tell me what you have understood it. You can say that. You can say, tell me what you have understood, and it will give that. Then you can also say that, is this prompt okay for you, or do you want to improve? If you want to improve, improve it. So it gives an improved prompt to you. And all of this, ladies and gentlemen, please believe me, you don't have to read anywhere. All of this comes by what you attempt there, okay? For example, I once wrote a prompt and I myself didn't understand it too well. So I just casually said, have you understood it? And it said, I have understood, this is what you meant, is this correct? I said, this is correct, then it gave. And once I said, this is good, correct, but if you want, you modify it further, it made a bigger prompt. That was when I realized and understood that it requires instructions, okay? And sorry, just go back. You don't have to take its answer wholeheartedly. You can ask it to revise. Like I told you in that example of creating a lesson, I said, I am not a professional IT guy, so make it simpler for me. I'm a graduate. So you can revise, you can iterate. And according to me, the best thing is to not feed everything into one prompt. Give it a prompt, based on the response, give it another prompt, based on the response, give it a third prompt, etc. Okay? We'll go to the next one. These are the limitations. ChatGPT makes assumptions. ChatGPT bluffs, and I'll tell you how, and therefore you have to cross-check. Now, I have never understood Income Tax Act, although I gave you a couple of examples here on income tax, because my office guys had prepared this. They all understand tax reasonably, so I've used it. Otherwise, I don't understand income tax. The only thing that I have been familiar with is something, I don't know what it is. It's under the Indian tax law, it's called section 143(2). Whatever it means, I don't know. Every third year, the IT department sends me that. So I went to ChatGPT and said, what is the landmark judgment in India on 143(2)? It gave me a judgment. And it said 2019. And it said Ashutosh Banerjee versus the state of West Bengal. Now, I am a nobody in tax, but I felt that this section has been for so many years. Why would a landmark judgment come in 2019? Why can't there be a landmark judgment elsewhere? So I then did the second best thing. I asked Professor Google, what is this judgment? Professor Google could not find anything. Then it gave some references. I went and checked that reference. There is no such case. Then I told ChatGPT that, look, there is no such case. You know what it told me? The good thing about ChatGPT is very honest. It said, I made up this case. It actually said, I made up this case. I thought you wanted a case to understand, so I made up this case. So, like Chetan Dalal said earlier, you must also have a sense of skepticism. If you think that answer is wrong, then you must look at it. Okay? There is a saying, I think, which says, if something looks too good to be true, then in fact it is too good to be true. Exact same thing here. This can at best be a good first choice, otherwise you have to be careful. I'll now move on. I'll move to the last leg. I'm skipping this. I'll move to the last leg. These are other AI tools that we can use. Grammarly is around town for the last 10 years. It does great work with your writing. It does wonderful grammar. Quillbot is something that modifies it, modifies what you have written. For example, if you have asked ChatGPT to do a writing, and then you copy paste and put it into Quillbot, Quillbot will rephrase it. Because what happened was, when ChatGPT came and I saw it write wonderfully well, I was naturally worried. I said, look, ChatGPT is possibly also picking up what I might have written. Tomorrow when I put out an article and somebody does a ChatGPT and that's picked up from there, and then he says that I have copied, okay, what do I do? Within 7 days of the introduction of ChatGPT, there came a product called 𝐶𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐬. If you put out what you have written, put it into 𝐶𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐬 will tell you how much percentage of what has been written is possibly written by AI, okay? So Quillbot is another useful tool. Chat PDF is what I told you earlier. I now really will move to the last parts. Yeah. This is the most troublesome part. Earlier, all of us were very happy with technology happening because technology used to automate routine jobs. 30 years ago, people said computerization is good because it will elevate accountants to do more productive work. Wonderful. But today, the trouble with ChatGPT is that it's now coming after high-paid jobs. It does remarkable analysis. Because we don't have the time, I'm not talking about that, but it can do extraordinary, not extraordinary, it can do reasonably good financial analysis. It can do ratios, it can interpret ratios in ways that you would never have thought, okay? It's coming after high-paid jobs, and while everybody philosophically says, yeah, new jobs will come, something will come, and the best examples they give of that is that 10 years ago, who thought there will be an Ola? Who thought there will be the other one, Uber job? Today there is Ola, there is Uber, new jobs will come up. But as the World Economic Forum put it out very correctly, its World Economic Forum report put it out very correctly, it said that 60% of today's jobs are going to disappear in the space of the next 5 years. Then it said another thing. It said while 60% of the jobs are going to disappear, new jobs will come up. and then came the sting in the tail. It said, while new jobs are going to come up, we do not know what those new jobs are going to be. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, all that I would suggest is that ChatGPT might be coming for our jobs, but it does not matter. It is good. Because if you use it as the right tool and use it as the right way, it will reduce your 70-hour-a-week work to maybe 24 hours a week work. And what you do in the balance 46 hours is a matter of your choice. Thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Thank you, sir. We were truly enriched by the possibilities of ChatGPT and AI tools in the accounting profession. Ladies and gentlemen, give a loud round of applause in appreciation of the wonderful session that we just witnessed. As a token of our gratitude and appreciation, we would like to present a memento to our eminent speaker. I invite 𝐶𝐻𝐿 Papawani to do the honors. A loud round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. May I request that the speaker be escorted off the dais? With this, we conclude this session, and let me invite CA Kirti to take over the proceedings further.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the exciting moment of this event. Today, we invite you to witness the fusion of performance and luxury, from the sleek contours to the state-of-the-art technology. Each model is a testament to the pursuit of automobile excellence. We have a brand new BMW 520 and BMW X5 displayed outside. Calling upon Mr. Mohit Kapoor, representative of 𝐂𝐀𝐬 International Automobiles, to come up on stage. And they are the sponsors for the BMW 520 and BMW X5. For any further details, you may contact Mr. Mohit Kapoor. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. So, why don't we have some fun right now? Let's do another raffle, guys. Can we have the wheel now? Please spin the wheel. Kudos to number 148. Yes, madam, please come. 148. And the winner of our raffle draw contest is Ms. Afshan Patel. Please give a loud round of applause, guys. And thank you, Mohit, sir. Moving on to the next raffle draw. Please spin the wheel. I think that is me. Kudos to number 100.
Congratulations to Keerthi.
Let's see who's the lucky one for the third raffle draw. Let the wheel be spun. $117. Can we hear out for 117? Please come, sir. Okay, can we go on for the next round? Please spin the wheel again. A loud round of applause, guys. Where's the energy? Come on. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mohit, sir. Thank you, audience. Moving to another interesting session by 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐧𝐝. I request CA Ashish Subedar, Chairperson CBE of the Muscat chapter, to kindly escort our next speaker, 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐽, onto the dais. I now request CA Ashish Subedar to extend a floral welcome to 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐽. Requesting to play the AV for 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐽. Thank you, sir.
𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐽, a distinguished professional, boasts a multitude of degrees including BCom, LLB, FCA and more. With a rich academic background, he has pursued advanced management courses in Italy, Germany, US, UK and China. Active in ICAI since 1995, he served as a chairman, Surat branch in 2005 and vice chairman, WIRC in 2012. A 3-term member of the Central Council, he chaired over 30 national and international committees. Beyond finance, he held significant roles like president of the Rotary Club and member of Civil Defence, Government of Gujarat. Recognized for his outstanding contributions, he received awards such as Legend of Surat, Star of Surat and Youth Icon. His holistic approach is reflected in diverse interests including piano, drums, photography, trekking and achievements in painting, singing, elocution, drama and martial arts. A state-level winner, he represented India at prestigious educational forums worldwide.
Chartered accountants are quite good at technical skills. They are multifaceted and can handle tax, law, audit, etc. with ease. But at times, they are lopsided and do not invest time into management skills, including persuasive communication, delegation, team building, etc. The topic, network, net worth, net practice, aims at focusing on such skill sets so as to elevate them to their corporates and practices. We have 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐽 to give us more information on the topic, network, net worth, and net practice. The stage is all yours, sir.
A very good evening to all of you. First of all, let me thank the Muscat chapter, particularly Jim and Gaurav and Ashish and all. Why this topic, first of all? So, a few months back, I was called in Mumbai to speak on one particular topic. And I was very specifically told, don't talk on technical topic, right? Being a representative of the profession, you should speak more on the macros of the profession. I said, okay, I'll be speaking on this. And in Mumbai, it went well. And I think last 2 months back in Doha, I was called and I had given some 4 or 5 topics. You may take up any topics and they selected this one. And I believe that in Doha also it went well, and at that time, that was the day when Jim and all others were present there, and they said that you have to book your January slot for our Muscat chapter. I said, well and good. So maybe that's why I repeated the same topic. Well, network, net worth, net practice. Hollywood, no, of course, I'm not going to speak something on Hollywood. But there was a time I completed my chartered accountancy. I did my CMA and CS and some other qualifications. And those days, I was so enthusiastic. I used to read Chartered Accountant Journal, Management Accountant Journal, everything I used to read because I want to amaze that knowledge. And as it said, knowledge is power and all these things. So that is what we have heard. And I was like that. I was like that. Then I went for strategic management at Italy and thereafter international business at US. On the very first day in US, when I went to the college, the dean, who also was of Indian origin, he asked me, "You are from?" I said, "Sir, Surat." "Oh, wonderful. You are from the city of diamond." "Yes, sir." "And what are you doing?" So I said, "I'm a chartered accountant." "Oh, wonderful." He made two statements. He made two statements, and that changed my perception. Very important statement. The first statement he made at that point of time was, "You Indians are very intelligent." I was happy. I was quite happy. And the second statement, "So you cannot make money." What? It seems contradictory. It seems contradictory. You Indians are too intelligent. Maybe you chartered accountants are too intelligent, and that's why you don't make money. So I'll put it this way. When I discuss it in various branches of India, say for instance I'm talking at Ahmedabad branch, I would say, "Tell me friends, whenever you make the list of 100 richest persons in Ahmedabad, how many chartered accountants are there? Unless out of the 100 richest persons, 10 are chartered accountants, I think we are doing something wrong with our profession." That does not mean I'm talking about greed. But if we really have that knowledge, are we converting it into commercial success? That's a question. So that was the time in US. So I was in UCLA, Los Angeles. So I just put up Hollywood. That was the only purpose. And you know what happens? We keep on reading so many things like knowledge is power. And of course I do agree. But many times, we professionals, in the name of knowledge, collect too much of data. And we believe it is knowledge. So that is one question. Similarly, you must have heard about it. Ultimately, quality wins. Yes or no? Yes. So there is a very beautiful book, Differentiate or Die, by Jack Trout. On the very first page, boldly has written, ultimately quality wins. Agreed? And you will say yes. And on the second page, it is written, it's a bullshit. Now, seemingly, you might find it contradictory, but let us understand one thing. We chartered accountants, the way we have studied, we have looked at the world in one particular fashion. Now, honestly speaking, I don't know whether denims, whether Levi's is better or Killer is better or whatever is better, you know. But I am addicted to one particular brand. Similarly, I don't understand whether Nike is better or Adidas is better, but I am probably addicted to one. Maybe we are not sure whether BMW is better or some other car is better, but maybe we are addicted to something. So quality matters. But for business world, one very crucial thing, and why only business? In our personal life also, one very crucial thing is perception. Perception is something very important. Otherwise, just imagine, you came from India, you are settled now in Oman, but the dressing that we are doing is something like UK. We could have dressed up with our local dressings and that was perfectly fine. But somehow, the perception has been created. Otherwise, tell me what was the importance of this tie? Nothing. Nothing, but more costlier than shirt. So let us understand why I'm taking up this topic. Firstly, we chartered accountants think very logically. Very logically. And business is not something which only runs on logic. Of course, a businessman has to be rational, logical, but customer is never logical. He is emotional. He is, he has his own perceptions. Unless we understand that, how can we be 360-degree consultants? Of course, sitting here at Muscat, you are providing different type of services. But when I'm going as a speaker in various branches of India, and when I ask chartered accountants, what are you doing? I think most of them, they would say income tax. Most of them, they would say audit, generally. Fine. So what happens? Then the question arises, are you doing something which is peripheral to the business, or are you doing something which is core to the business? Please do understand. I'm from Surat, and what happens, when 4 chartered accountants get together, they will start. Client does not understand anything. Even small things client does not understand. But the chartered accountants don't understand that management principle says that client should not understand. He should not look into all these things. For him, all these things are peripheral. He is looking only at the nucleus. So what I'm trying to say is, if I'm providing my consultancy mostly on the peripheral items, then probably as a practitioner, I'm not getting the fees which I would get because I'm not creating that value. And if in the corporates, once again, I'm more on the peripheral areas, then think about it, whether I'll be elevated to a certain, to the level which I desire. So that was one particular theme. Honestly speaking, I was a speaker on income tax once upon a time. I used to speak on that. And as sir was talking about section 143(2) and all, there was a time when, this knowledge is power. So I remembered each and every sections of income tax and subsections and everything. And I felt I'm quite knowledgeable. But when I came into region, as a regional council member, it was around, I think, 2008 or something. I thought about it as the representative of the profession. I worked in the region and then in the central council for 3 terms. I worked for 9 years. Then I had a question. As a representative of this particular profession, if I talk about only technical topics on statutory audit, or all these things are important, of course, but if I talk about it, I think I'm not engaging with my members and my students. As a representative, I must ensure that I interact with my members on the macros of the profession, on what is happening globally, and how to grow. Probably, most of our, if you are into practice, or if you are a consultant, 2 important things are there. Number 1, how to get the work, Chetan bhai. And number 2, how to do it. And what is more important? How to get the work. That is what we believe, how to do it. Believe me, it is always like that. How to get the work, they are always placed at the higher level. And how to do will always be at the bottom level. Right? This is what generally happens. Just have a look at it. Who knows how to cook? The cook, of course. Is he the owner of the restaurant? So let us understand, there comes the issue. I repeat, whatever I say, please don't take something very literally. I only want to add another perspective to our profession. This is a profession of tremendous knowledge. And knowledge in so many fields. When it comes to logic, when it comes to analysis, when it comes to complicated things, this is a wonderful profession, but that is one side. It is something like coming from India, I can give an example of cricket only, because that is what the game we play, and probably you also might be following. So it is something like, you are a very good batting side, but on the bowling side, probably the things are not happening. So what I understood is, when it comes to technical skills, we have so many programs. See, here, it might be different. I do remember, a few years back, I was invited in Dubai by the Dubai chapter on the International Brand Summit. And I was so very happy that in our profession, somebody is talking about brand summit. Otherwise, we feel that it's something alien. So, if I only talk on audit, if I talk only on certain, say, areas, then I don't have the 360-degree view. Now, the question is, why a chartered accountant should only aim at becoming the CFO and why not CEO? That is one question that we have to ask. So, that's why this is the topic, net practice and all these things. What I'm trying to say is, we chartered accountants have tremendous potential, but probably we are missing out a few things. Maybe out of 100, if 90 is on our side, the remaining 10 we require working on. That vision, the strategy, right? And having a 360-degree understanding of the business. Unless and until we do that, we are confining ourselves only to a small part of a particular corporate, if we are in corporate, or as a consultant, we are looking at a particular small aspect. Probably, see, once again I'm telling, here the situation might be very different, but if you come back to India and if you look at the practitioners, then the fees, what they are charging is something I believe is very low. So why is it so? That is something one has to think about. Anyway, so what is happening? It's going in one direction only. The previous one? Fine. So knowledge is power. Agreed. But now tell me one thing. Of course, this is no way an advertisement. But tell me one thing. Who has more knowledge? An Indian restaurant? Patabi sir? A particular restaurant in India, you will have everything, idli and upma and pongal and this. Against that, probably McDonald's has only a few things. But across the globe, who is selling more? So if it was knowledge only, then probably this particular restaurant might have more branches. So let us understand, knowledge is very, very, very crucial, but that is only one aspect. That is only one aspect. Chetan Dalal, he was talking about three-dimensional. So the world is three-dimensional, knowledge is only one dimension. An important one, but if you work too much on that, at the exclusion of something else, then I repeat, you know what is happening? We are not growing to the extent we should. That is the point I wanted to make. So, moving further, this is of course also on a lighter note. Maybe just imagine that Pattabi sir has only 2 pairs of clothes at his place and I have 50. Who will be well dressed? Of course he, because I have collected so much of clothing, but that is not of use to me. So many times what happens, before acquiring knowledge, I repeat, here the things might be different. I am from Surat, and when I interact, sir, in Surat with some chartered accountants, what will happen? They will ask, this year what certification program did you do? And somebody will say, I did valuation. Next I'm going to do insolvency professional. And thereafter, oh, you are going to just collect information or data and on. When are you going to execute? That's the question. So if you just keep on collecting certain pieces of information, right, which might not be that useful to you, it is something like this dressing, right, which is not useful to me. So one very crucial thing is what to know and what not to know, and particularly in this with mobile era and social media and all these things, what to see and what not to see, that's a very big thing. So many times we are compared with management professionals. Well, I'm very much biased towards chartered accountants. You can understand. I've been a representative of this particular profession from 95 onwards. I was first time elected in 95 and every 3 years re-elected. It was 2022 when I retired as a council member. It was compulsory retirement as per the requirements. But when we compare management profession, once again, I am talking from an Indian perspective that people discuss management profession versus chartered accountant profession. We have too much of knowledge. Probably they don't understand this, that, why. But the question is, who is in the front and who is in the back? That's a question. And why is it so? We have to ask question. So only on a lighter note, one fine day, a person was going in a hot air balloon and because of too much of wind, the balloon landed at some place which he could not make out. So he just asked the passerby, sir, can you tell me where have I landed? And that passerby said, sir, you are at 23.7 latitude and 49.8 longitude. That is exactly 11.7 kilometers from the city of so-and-so with the population of 4.3 millions, which is the 3rd largest city of this particular country, the country with the capital so-and-so, blah, 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 blah. And that person was sure. You seem to be a chartered accountant. Well, how did you make out? Because you gave me all the very, very precise information which is not useful to me. And the other person asked, you seem to be a management consultant. Well, yes. Why? Because till you are in air, you understand everything. When you come to ground, you don't understand any ground realities. So please do understand, this is no comment on any profession. But what I'm trying to say is, do we not require a combination? Do we not require a good combination? While we have acquired so much of technical skills, some few persuasive communication, certain skills, team building skills, we have not worked on that. Tell me, without understanding that, see what happens. I was just discussing with the young chartered accountants last week, and at that point of time, I told that now that you become chartered accountant, please ensure that when you go to corporates, because now you are going to do that, don't start doing this. I was a rank holder. I cleared in first attempt. I am so great. I did that. I was a school topper. I'll do that. You'll never grow. You'll never grow. It's very, very crucial. Become a team member. Forget what you are. Try to understand the viewpoint of your colleagues. More importantly, your superior. And in future, how to deal with your subordinates. If you will focus on that aspect, you will grow much more rather than just talking about the technical things. I repeat, technical things are quite important, but probably that elevation skills, Ashish ji, we have never been taught how to get elevated in a corporate or how to, expand our practice. Probably that is one particular thing which we must invest into, right? That's the point I wanted to make out. So the topic was network. Actually, this topic, 3 of the ICAI presidents told me that wherever you are going, at least talk about it. Networking was not that very successful in chartered accountancy, at least with ICAI. So the then president, ICAI, in 2019, he called me and he said that, I want you to chair the networking group. We have been trying for the last decade, but no guidelines are coming up. At least I want that you come up with some guidelines. I said, sir, I'm sure. He said, you first start with domestic guidelines. International guidelines, you will immediately start. It will never get completed during your tenure will be over. So start with the domestic guidelines. We have been trying for last decade. And I said, sir, I'm sure about it. By the end of this year, whatever the case may be, I'll come with the guidelines. So networking. So we are talking about it. Why is it so? Here, you might be with corporates, I assume. But think about it. When I'm talking to chartered accountants across various cities of India, their imagination is one particular office with 2 employees, proprietors. So you can understand the importance of that thing. So he told me, wherever you go, at least ensure that you spend some time on networking. So the question arises, whether you want to sing solo or want to go with opera. Well, both the things are right. There is nothing right or wrong. But you have to think about it from what I can do, or what knowledge I have, or getting together with people and creating something better. Question. That is something what we require learning. So while we were looking into it, networking. Now, wherever I go for a networking session, actually my president, ICAI, had given me the target that because the networking guideline has come up, you have to go to 50 branches in India and speak on networking. I said, sir, that is too much. Speaking on the same topic every day is something very difficult. At least I would prefer variety. They said, nothing doing, you have to go and do that. So I found out the way. I took some 2-3 online sessions and added all the branches into that. But when we start with networking, then people have a theme. Patabi sir, theme, people have a theme. Networking means, artificially you just meet people, you exchange cards and all these things. These are essential. I don't say these are not essential. But just, meeting like that, it does. So here, by networking, now I'll take another side of very, very important human side. He is a great sage from India. And he was asked, how do you treat others? How do you treat others? And he gave a wonderful answer. Very wonderful. You can try out with your ChatGPT. How do you treat others? And the answer was, there are no others. There are no others. And that is true networking. When I'm meeting Patabi sir for the first time, but I'm sure about it, or after our 2 days meeting, neither I'm going to forget him, nor I'm going to allow him to forget me. I'm very sure about it. So what happens? One very crucial thing is, what we do is, either I'll keep on telling, I'm from Gujarat, then he will feel, I'm not from Gujarat. Right? Please do understand, when I'm talking to him, I must genuinely believe I'm like him. Otherwise, we come with so much of baggage. I am from India, I am from this, I am from that, I am from corporate, you are from this, you are from that. No. Believe me, when I'm in Oman with you, I very genuinely feel, very genuinely, I am amongst you. I don't come as a council member at any point of time. I always gone as a friend and talk to people one-to-one like that. So networking, there are so many things in management. You know, you will learn how to network. So 3 aspects are there. How to network, management angle. Then networking guidelines of ICAI, of course, that's another angle. But the most crucial thing, human angle, that you have to invest into yourself, right? That is only possible with this beautiful thing. There are no others. There are no others. Last week, I was in Ahmedabad. International conference was there. There is one international conference every year. So it was in Ahmedabad last week. Glopec was there near Ahmedabad. Some of you participated in that. After that international conference, so they told me that you give me some topic. I said, you may take any of the topics I have spoken in the last few months. You already have the list of my topics. No, we want something global. I said, okay, now, one of the things is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Yeah, that is good because that is the theme of India for this particular year. So I said, okay, let it be Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So that has come. If I genuinely believe, very genuinely, not only by words, but I very genuinely believe, if I'm coming here, I'm very much amongst you. If I very genuinely believe this way, then only that thing happens. So that is the first and foremost thing about networking. So anyway, this was, where did I put? Now, what stops chartered accountants from networking? So on that also we met so many people, and there are 2 very crucial things. Attachment with name. We forgot that old thing, what Shakespeare said, what is there in name. Somehow we are very much linked with our name. If my form is there as a chartered accountant and my name should always be there, that is one major issue for which is stopping us from networking. Another is fear of loss of identity. I don't know what is the reason. These are the 2 major reasons why people are not coming. And why I'm talking networking here? I have a very specific reason here. You know what? We have wonderful advantages. I have genuinely observed a person who had birth in a particular city and continued in that city. He might be matured, but the person who had birth and some schooling in one city, then he came to some other city, right, quite far off, he has seen 2 different cultures. There are very good chances he has more maturity in terms of management, in terms of culture, in terms of all other things. Now think about it. People sitting here, it might be so that you are born in some particular small town in Kerala maybe, and you studied in maybe Kochi or Chennai, maybe. Then you worked, your first job maybe was in Mumbai, and therefrom you came to Oman. Just can you imagine? You have seen different parts of the world, and you have great exposure. Now, let me add one dimension. Honestly speaking, after listening to certain management consultants, the first thing I did was surrendering my certificate of practice as a chartered accountant. I am not recommending it. I am not recommending it, but this is what I did. I surrendered my COP in 2001. I said, I am not going to continue with this. And I had another reason. Why I'm telling you is, we chartered accountants talk a lot about knowledge and all these things is important, but we never talk about wealth creation. And when I'm talking about wealth creation, once again, it is not about greed. Pattabi sir very rightly said some few very beautiful things. If the work you can do in 70 hours, you can do in 24 hours, what about the rest 46 hours? Either you can do more work, or like him, he would prefer to travel to maybe Muscat or Dubai or England, as he said. So the question is, are we chartered accountants investing in our lifestyle also? Here, things might be different, and I hope so. When I say so, because see, mostly I keep on traveling to various branches of ICAI in India, and the same story is there. A chartered, horrible situation, GST deadline, every month deadline, then income tax deadlines, and whatsoever. You know, every 15 days, there is some deadline. What are you doing? Means you are continuously at your office till 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. What are you doing? Do you have a lifestyle? So that's why I took up the topic like this to see to it. Now, another question that arises is, while I became a chartered accountant, at that point of time, in Surat, if you are a chartered accountant, you are to be into practice only. If you are into industry, then no. It was like a stepson. Industry chartered accountants are not chartered accountants. Those days, I am talking 3 decades back. That was the scene. Today, if you look at it, situation has changed 60% or even more than that chartered accountants in the industry. But I have still one more question. One more question. And that is what I discussed when I went to region. When I went to region, my chairman asked me, what is your vision? And I said, sir, so many things are required to be done. But one very crucial thing that I have is, why chartered accountants are not turning up into entrepreneurship? This is one very crucial thing that we have to think about. And you can be wonderful entrepreneurs. You have seen the global business, right? Born in some city, worked in another city, staying now in some other country. You can be the best entrepreneurs. So the question is, once again, Jim, if you go to some good management school, B school, and you ask 50 students, final students, what are you going to do after completing your management? One would say, I'll be starting an international business school. Another would say, I'll start an NBFC. I'll work first for it with NBFC and then start my own. Another would say, I'll start a chain of restaurant. Another would say something else. Now, if you go to chartered accountants, final year batch, maybe MCS, whatever batch, and you start asking what you're going to do, then you will get only 2 answers. Practice, industry. Practice, industry, industry, practice. And then you ask, what practice? That I don't know. What industry? That I don't know. If you look at it, then that chartered account, it is something like, I'm going to a restaurant and the waiter is asking me, sir, what would you prefer? No, I don't have any choice. You bring whatever it is. So it is something like, I have completed my chartered accountancy now. I go to Mumbai and appear for campus. And at that time, if ICICI Bank picks me up, then I'm into banking. If some other company, FMCG company, then I'm into FMCG. If one automobile company will take, I'm into this. Means I am a choiceless person. Here, mostly all of you are very senior, and of course you have already seen much better than what I have. But to the youngsters, I say, what is it? Am I a choiceless creature? Where is the vision? And one question is, who stops chartered accountant from becoming an entrepreneur? And actually, the president created one very important committee, Chartered Accountants into Entrepreneurship and Public Service. And fortunately, the charge was given to me, and I found out that more than 1,000 chartered accountants are into IAS, IPS, and IRS and like that. I came to know that Chief Justice Gujarat High Court was a chartered accountant. Chief Justice Rajasthan High Court was a chartered accountant. Justice Kerala High Court was a chartered accountant. And DGP Hyderabad was a chartered accountant. DGP Guwahati was a chartered accountant. So I came to know that around 1,000 chartered accountants in public service. Similarly, I interacted with so many chartered accountants who were entrepreneurs. And when I looked at it, I think chartered accountants make fantastic entrepreneurs. That does not mean from tomorrow onwards somebody has to straight away jump into something. I'm just putting up a question that we have so many skills, so many knowledge areas that we have worked on. But what is that? Why are we not visualizing ourselves as entrepreneurs, creating something? And particularly yesterday, when we are sitting together, Jim and all, then we are talking about that Oman has so many possibilities. And it's very open, very flexible, right? In years to come, it has to develop. Then the question is, why are you not being a part of that vision? Why is it so that I must work for somebody else only? I repeat, it is not something that one should not practice or one should not be into industry. Even in industries today, in US, there is a concept of entrepreneurial employee, right? That's a very wonderful concept. So the question is, can we visualize? Can we elevate ourselves? That was the thought process. Well, next one, please. Yeah. Now, I'm going to talk something about the mindset. The first image is that of A.R. Rahman. Well, do you want, say, A.R. Rahman has made 5,000 beautiful songs. Do you want him to still compose the songs or stop? Continue or stop? Continue. Okay. this gentleman, Virat Kohli, say he's doing wonderfully well in cricket. Do you want him to continue scoring or stop? Continue. You never say how greedy you are. You already have 10,000 runs. Why do you want more runs? Stop it. You don't tell A.R. Rahman. You don't tell Prabhu Deva. You already danced in more than 2,000 songs. You have stopped. You don't tell Mani Ratnam. We have already given 200 hits. Why do you want to continue with films? Stop. But, I hope it does not happen here. But on the streets in India, even chartered accountants say, why Ambani? Now after Mukesh Ambani and all, don't they understand they have made so much of money? Why are they still making money? You did not ask the same thing to Virat Kohli. Why are you still making so much of runs? You did not ask why you are making so much of songs or something like that. So please understand, does not Ambani know very well that this money is sufficient for him? I think he must be having sense, of course. For sure, probably much more than what I must be having, right? But if for Virat Kohli, cricket was his craze, for Ambani it is entrepreneurship. So here comes our mindset. If you go into the mindset, then in our mindset, we have been at times wrongly taught about satisfaction. Wrongly taught about satisfaction. Jab avat santosh dhana, sab dhana dhuri saman. Satisfaction. Well, should a person be satisfied? The answer is yes. But should he be complacent? The answer is no. What is the difference? Now the thing is, in the name of satisfaction, mostly we are complacent. Satisfaction is when, I'll tell you one thing. I don't have a desire to get married to Aishwarya Rai or Sushmita Sen or Priyanka Chopra or whoever the new heroines are there. I am satisfied. When I make this statement, it's a bullshit. The reason is, are they proposing me? I know I am not going to get them, and then I say I am satisfied. If you look at a CA final pass out, right? He has just passed out with 400 or 405 marks. And I would say, I don't require more than 400 marks. Who is giving you? This is complacence. Satisfaction is when Aishwarya Rai is calling me, Sushmita Sen is messaging me, and they all are after me, kindly get married to me. And then I said, no, I'm still satisfied with my existing wife. So there is a difference. So I used to sometime ask my mother. My mother always said, be satisfied, be satisfied. So I asked her, you are earning 2 lakh rupees. If instead of that, annually, if you make 5 lakhs, would you be interested? What do you think is the answer? The answer is yes. But she knows very well, she does not have the thought process how to reach from 2 lakhs to 5 lakhs. That's why this is a weakness which you are trying to put up in very good clothing. Satisfaction. Satisfaction is where you are going to get 5 lakhs and still you don't want it. So this is one particular thing I think we chartered accountants have to look into, whether we are satisfied or we are complacent. You are in the middle level of some corporate. Are you actually satisfied or are you complacent? Probably, because unless you realize that particular thing, you will not put in efforts to elevate your position in corporates or maybe in terms of practice, expanding your horizons. So, this is jumbling, fine. So, this takes me to the next one. Networking, networthing. Why are we not talking about net worth? Why are we not talking? We are talking about, AI, and we are talking about chat GPT, and we are talking about income tax, and we are talking about so and so. Interestingly, I have been a speaker in the last 2 months at some 7-8 forums where AI was the topic. And whoever comes with AI, today, Patabi sir spoke very well, but otherwise on AI, whoever speaker comes up, some very senior person in some big company, he will come with a very long face and he will say, this will kill your employment. This will do that. If you don't understand AI, you will be on roads. Your employment will be gone. This, that. And the actual fact is, in Surat, when I look at a diamond merchant, he has not even gone for 3rd standard in school. He is not bothered about all these things. He knows his management aptitude. He knows very well, whatever the case has been, he has reached up to a level. Fortunately, in my city, I'm from a smaller city compared to Mumbai and all, but in my city, the diamond merchants who have never gone to schools, they have their private jets. That is not common in India at least. That might be common in Dubai or Abu Dhabi or I don't know where. But at least it is not common in India having private jets. They have not heard about IAI. Why we chartered accountants or other professionals make too much of hue and cry? I don't say AI is not going to change the shape of the business or life. I don't say it is not important. I don't say we should not learn it. But then, as if everything is going to change. My point is, are we going to sail? Are we going to use something, right, and grow? Are we visualizing? So, the first gentleman, can you make out who is he? Vikram Sarabhai, right. Now, while I was in school, I learned this beautifully and it touched me. It was like, in this world, yeah, 5-10 minutes, whenever you'll say, I'll stop. I learned about it. In this world, there are very few people who are blessed with Lakshmi, finance, money. And we all want it, of course, without any doubt. Very few with Saraswati, knowledge, right? That also you want. But there are very, very rare species who have been blessed by both Lakshmi as well as Saraswati. And Vikram Sarabhai was one amongst them. And I made it a point at that point of time, boss, I want both. And that is what I'm asking. Chartered accountants should work on knowledge, attitude, skills and everything. But along with that, if we are not talking about personal wealth creation, then where are we? Where are we? Why are we not talking about wealth creation? Why should not I aim at becoming one of the top, the richest persons in my city? Very fortunately, in the recent years, a very young chartered accountant, trained by me, he has hired me. He started with a particular venture in finance, right, a stock market, and recently he paid 75 crores as advance tax for 3 months. Now you can just understand a very young chartered accountant who dared to look beyond some few things, right? Now 75 crores from Indian perspective, you can surely make out what exactly it is. When it is advance tax, it is 30%, and that is for 3 months. So that means annually it might be into 4. And from that you can easily make out what is the calculation. A young chartered accountant is hiring me. He is telling me, you join us. Join us. So the point is, there are possibilities. There are possibilities. Probably we are not working on that. Probably we are just putting more of our time in operational things and not focusing on the strategic aspects of our business or profession or our life. Well, the second one, Charlie Chaplin. Can anybody forget Charlie Chaplin? There might be so many other people, but he will always be remembered. Yes or no? The reason, what is the reason? Differentiation. While I was young, and when I looked at Rajnikant's movie, I said, what nonsense? How can it be something like this? How can it be like this? The way he wear goggles, very difficult. And what not? I thought he's a fool. When I grew up, I understood I am the fool. Rajnikant. Now please do understand. One very crucial thing about management is differentiate or die. Why is it so that certain professionals are not easily elevated, or in practice they have undercutting or they have lower fees? The answer is because their products are not differentiated. At times, I listen to some chartered accountants say that these big firms, we do much better work than them, but they charge it very high, this. But these are all, sorry, these are all bullshits. The reason is that differentiation. If you become homogeneous, it's a market, perfect competition, and you learned it, you never run out of it. You will never earn extraordinary out of that. So, Charlie Chaplin, he was an example of differentiation. When Rajnikant came into film, he could understand his limitations. And that is one thing that we have to learn from him. By the way, I have read one particular book written in Tamil. I don't understand Tamil, but of course, he has written English along with that. 50 dialogues of Rajnikant and the management lessons coming out of it. It has been written by a chartered accountant. Maybe without ChatGPT. So Rajnikant understood his limitations. That I am not a great dancer like maybe somebody else. And maybe I am not a bodybuilder. Maybe like somebody else, I don't know who are the heroes and whom you must be watching at.
I might not be delivering dialogues like this, but I'll do something which other actors will not do. And at that point of time, what he used to do, others would not imagine also. Today, I think in virtually every alternate South movie, everybody is doing such type of jugglery. But he differentiated himself. He understood his weakness and made a strategy accordingly. So then the question is, are we working on that? And the third one, Albert Einstein. He made a statement that compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. If you are not using it, you'll never become rich. You'll never accumulate wealth. Now the question is, am I compounding? Let us understand I'm into real estate. Whatever I earn, I do reinvest into business. I'd once again reinvest. And because it is into the process of reinvestment, I'm growing exponentially. I'm a doctor. I'm earning very well. Can I reinvest into hospitals? No, I have my limitations. If I become an entrepreneur doctor, yes. If I become merely a doctor, same applies to it if I become an entrepreneur chartered accountant and if I remain only a chartered accountant. Please understand, unless I reinvest, how do I grow? That's a very big question. I just keep on getting technical knowledge. What about the growth aspect? That's the question I have to ask the eighth wonder of the world. Let me put it in a very simple way. And once again, no, it is not about the break or something. And now the question is, McDonald's, why it becomes rich and why is it so the Pani Puri wala on the roadside of in India, he does not get rich. The margin is there in Pani Puri also. The margin is there in McDonald's also. But in McDonald's, whatever he earns, he reinvests. Pani Puri wala does not reinvest. Please understand. So that means whatever we are earning, either we have to reinvest into real estate or stock market, or if you are a businessman in your own stock, if that is not happening, then probably whatever you are earning, you are not getting the exponential effect and you will never be a wealth accumulator. Please understand. And when I say wealth accumulator, my purpose is that I would agree with Patabi sir. I learned it a few years back from some good businessmen that every year you should have 100 free days, doing nothing, just enjoying. And therefrom, every year 100 days I don't go to my office, I don't use my mobile, I just go for trekking to Himalayas, I go to Europe, I do like this. So when will I have this lifestyle? If I don't think in that particular direction of wealth. I think one more slide and I'll pick it up. So net practice, I'll just, well, we do understand that this is, in nutshell, what the profession is. You have to create value. The more and more value you create for your corporates, your clients, and at the same time, you should be in a good position to convey that this is the value you created. Many times we fail on that. We fail on that, and that's why you don't get, yes, client satisfaction, all these things are there. I think on fees management, we chartered accountants have to globally improve if we are into practice. And we have to look at it, whether we are looked at this as a cost center or profit center. For the want of time, I'm not going to the details of that. I'll just skip most of the things. And I'll just quickly. So the time is, you are the right people. You are actually the global people. A chartered accountant born in Surat, practicing Surat, he has not seen beyond Surat. What about you? You have seen global things. Who can have a better vision? You, genuinely you. The only thing is that we have not probably thought in that direction. Once we start thinking in that direction, see, the world is the same, but how we perceive is different. On a lighter note, it is said that in India, when two couples meet, wives look at each other's jewelry and husbands look at each other's wives. So the same things are there, but what you look at. So the point is that if my focus is on operations, day-to-day work, then I am always going to be entangled in that. I'll never create a vision and I'll never reach a particular place which I actually deserve. But if I take out some time, I develop a vision and I work on that, initially it will be difficult because I'm not used to. I've been trained as a chartered accountant mostly to do operational things. But if I break it, it will be difficult in the initial time. But over a period of time, it will exponentially cut. And I'm sure about it. We can have a very good wealth creation. And by virtue of that, a beautiful lifestyle. When we are, Yesterday, sitting together, we were discussing about it. There might be certain countries which might have done this, that, but life in Oman is very good. That is what we are discussing. So ultimately, it's about lifestyle. It is about lifestyle. And we want a life with financial freedom, with physical fitness and all these things. And that's why I chose this topic. I once again thank Muscat chapter for this wonderful opportunity, Jim, for booking me well in advance, immediately. And such a wonderful hospitality here at Team Muscat. And you being such a wonderful audience at this point of time, still listening to me. Thank you very much.
That was such an enthralling session, sir. The depth of knowledge and the engaging presentation have undoubtedly enriched our understanding of network, net worth, net practice. Thank you, sir. We have a question for CA 𝐁𝐞𝐬 from one of our members, CA Mubin Khan. Please hand over the mic to CA Mubin Khan.
Actually, it's not a question. I just want to, we are meeting after 6 years. So we met first time in 2017 in ICAI headquarters. So you may not remember, I remember. When you said that you will not let Mr. Pattabhi Raman to forget you, and this chapter owes a thanks to you. So I am past chairman of the chapter. So what happened in 2017, we took a delegation of Omani businessmen and government officials to Delhi. And these people, I wanted to take them to the Delhi head office, and they were struggling for transportation. I made a call to ICAI head office. Within 30 minutes, there was not a small bus, full bus that was there where we were staying. We went to head office and you were there. I don't remember who else said what, but I remember one thing that you said after everything was done with this delegation, and this delegation included people like Mr. Sulaiman Harthi now, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Oman Arab Bank. When we entered ICAI headquarters, there were banners. I did not expect that there will be banners welcoming all the delegates. Then we went, you were there, and after we finished. And I remember what you said when everything was done. Mubin, is this what you guys expected? That I remember. So after 6 years, I want to thank you. I want to definitely there were people who were taking care of that. So it's not a question, it is an opportunity, and I want all the chapter members to thank Mr. J, what he did, because that was, after that, it was the most successful event which we held for the first time, where this Oman-India investor meet. And I really want to thank you for whatever you did, Mr. J. So big thanks from all the members. And I made sure that I attend your session, and I wanted you to remind what you did for us. Thank you, sir.
CA Mubin Khan, I think that was such a heartfelt thank you note. I invite CA Mubin Khan, past chairperson, ICAI Muscat chapter, to hand over a memento to CA 𝐁𝐶𝐬. Audience, can we hear it for CA 𝐁𝐶𝐬? Thank you, sirs. Over to CA Tebby for the next session.
All right, so we're getting into yet another interesting raffle draw session. This time, we're going to have another 2 interesting prizes. So may I have the spin wheel, please? Yes, there you go. Number 6. I would have just about to move on. All right. So we have CA Badri here. I should double verify this, right? May I invite CA Rabindranath Gonsalves, the chairperson of Kuwait chapter of ICAI, onto the dais to give away the gift. We are going for one more raffle draw. Can I have the spin wheel, please? Number 53. Number 53. Number 53 is not there. Can I have the spin wheel again? Sorry? All members are there on the wheel, but members are not here. Yeah, let's have the spin wheel. Number 40. Can I have the tally representative on the stage? Yeah, so we get, so that's that as a set of airports from tally. Yeah, number 40. Yeah, so CA Sanjay Mistry, I happen to hear that he is one amongst the luckiest chartered accountants here who keeps winning every now and then in the raffle draws that we conduct. Many congratulations. Yeah, can we have a photograph of the management committee members? All the MC members are requested to be on the dais for a group photo. Let's move on to yet another interesting panel discussion. Environmental, social, and governance, ESG, is a framework used to assess an organization's business practices and performance on various sustainability and ethical issues. While sustainability, ethics, and corporate governance are generally considered to be non-financial performance indicators, the role of an ESG program is to ensure accountability and the implementation of systems and processes to manage a company's impact, such as its carbon footprint and how it treats employees, etc. Today, we embark on the implementation of ESG in Oman's business landscape in this panel discussion. This discussion shall be moderated by CA Nat Vora. May I request CA Ashish Subedar, the CPA Chair of Muscat Chapter, to kindly escort CA Nat Vora onto the dais. CA Ashish. Welcome, sir. May I request that he welcomed with a flower bouquet. May I have the AV, please?
CA Nat Vora. Nat Vora is a highly qualified finance professional with ACA India and CPA Ontario certifications, bringing over 35 years of experience to his current role as the Chief Financial Officer at Solar Vadi LLC. His distinguished career includes key positions such as Group CFO at OHI, Group CFO at Gulf Energy SAOC, and Finance Director at Oman Methanol LLC, Bell Canada Corporation, and Walmart Canada. Notably, Vora has a proven track record of turning troubled companies into profitable ventures, evident in his recent success. He has achieved significant milestones in orchestrating multi-million-dollar deals through proactive negotiations with private equity investors, PE funds, and major regional banks for M&A deals and funding agreements. Vora's expertise spans across a wide range of financial services encompassing benchmarking studies, strategic planning, internal controls, SWOT analysis, gap procedures, and investor relations. His achievements also include the successful completion of due diligence and documentation for listing Gulf Energy SAOC on NASDAQ, a groundbreaking accomplishment for an indigenous startup within a remarkably short period of 12 years. Throughout his professional journey, Nat Vora has consistently
in Israel, the young people, the Arabs, have decided we're not going to Starbucks. At least their revenues have just disappeared, yeah? So it shows you kind of how that when people move nowadays in kind of social media and whatever circles, it can have a big impact. So if a company is not addressing the ESG, at some point it could be a big issue for you. You know, when you look at the ESG, it started about 1987. The United Nations came out with 17 sustainable goals. Nobody cared. It's only in the last 5 years when we've seen fires in Canada, flooding and storms in US and Australia, that the rich economies are catching on. And you know, and if you live in Canada now, or kind of if you live in California on a hill with a nice view, you can't get insurance. Nobody will insure you because your house is going to burn down. So that's made people wake up, and there's a lot of people look at it different ways. You speak to a lot of people in the Middle East, and they actually think it's just a political game by the US to take the world away from oil, take the kind of the power away from the Middle East. Who knows what it is, yeah? You know, we're all kind of accountants, statisticians, we see the news and you take your own opinions. I look at the charts and see where the red lines for temperature and climate change is, and I believe it. You make your own decisions, but again, as a kind of senior manager and owner of a company, you've got to care about what your customers' perceptions are, not what just your owners, yeah? The other thing, you know, we talked about the question there, as Nat kind of introduced, you know, your impact on the environment. When you look at ESG, it's actually both sides, and we have what's a term called double materiality, which is the impact that you have on the environment and the impact that the environment has on you. And coming from a kind of banking, finance, and risk management perspective, that's where the banks are looking at, saying, how's the climate change going to affect my bank? You know, take for an example, Bank Muscat, they lend to houses that are built in wadis. They lend to houses that's built in Al Mouj. Over the next 10 years, those houses could disappear if the oceans rise, if we get more cyclones. So they're going to look at that from that side, you know, their money, where they're invested, could their shareholders be at fault, yeah? Typically with climate change on the risk management, you look at two sides. One is the physical side, how is the changing climate going to impact you? And the other one is the transition risk. We know the world is changing, behaviors are changing. If you don't kind of embrace that, then you could be in trouble. You take kind of like a petrol station. Maybe in 5 years' time, if everybody's driving electric cars, petrol stations will be history. So you want to be careful where you're investing now. I will leave it there and we'll kind of move on to some others, but all I'm saying is on the climate side, it's very much the risk, not just what you're putting into the environment, but the risk of the climate change on you. And also on the flip side, opportunities. The world is changing, demands are changing. Maybe your companies can meet that demand that's coming to you.
Thanks, Carl. I'm going to go to Mr. Haitham here. Haitham, we've recently had MSX implement this ESG reporting as a mandatory requirement from the next year. Do you think investors use ESG factors in their decision making? And what was the rationale for MSX to introduce the ESG reporting for the listed companies in Oman?
First of all, I will say that being human being, that we do have that care of environment, care of our societies, and governance has started for a very long time. It is there. It is where we build the next phase of seeing companies into investing into our communities as well. That's where the S side as well, and raising the diversity, equality between the employees. Then it goes to the next level of environment and whether we care or not on the environment. For us as MSX, we have 110 companies listed in the exchange. And during the last 3 years where we had our roadshows visiting global asset managers, one of the hot topics was ESG. Do you have disclosures of ESG? The last 2 IPOs as well that hit the market, it was mandatory to cover the ESGs to enroll the investors from outside this region to come to Oman. So I can say that whether we believe or not on ESG, it is something really affects. It's one of the filters that hits investors. And for us, we want to tick the box and make sure that most of the requirement of our investors are complied with. So we work closely with GCC to create a unified ESG matrix. We don't want to bring something new dedicated for us. We want something harmonized that will allow companies in the region using the same standards. And we have announced that. We didn't create our own. We used the GCC unified matrix. Then we created our guidelines to help the companies. We are beyond the other GCC markets where they started their ESG journey before us, and to make sure that we catch up. So we thought the first year, 2024, will be a voluntary disclosure. Then 2025 will be a mandatory disclosures. But it's good to mention that along with the IPOs that happened in the last 2 years, they are all, they disclosed their ESG practices in the prospectus. We do have companies in Oman who disclose annually, but we just launched our ESG platform in msx.om, our website, our portal, and we combined ESG disclosures with the financial disclosures as well. So they are all in the same platform. And from 2024 onward, we will see more companies getting engaged using you to make sure that they have the right disclosures.
So Avinash, do you see that there is a connection between ESG and financial performance? And how do you think adopting ESG would affect a company's performance?
I'm audible basically. So let me start you from the practical point of view. ESG is an important part, and Oman leaders have identified that it is essential to have ESG as a part of a strategy, otherwise they will fall behind. Let me tell you, we are also Omani company, 𝐁𝐞𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐬, and we have basically formed here a ESG. You must have had green steel. So what is green steel basically? It's a part of ESG wherein you are manufacturing your steel using hydrogen, and the carbon emission, CO2, will go beyond 30% what you produce as of now. Suppose in the worldwide, I can tell you steel is the most carbon producing industry. In the worldwide, it is 2.32 carbon emitted per ton of steel. And Jindal Shadid is emitting 0.78 using DRI with natural gas. So now the thing is, if we can produce so much, Oman is going ahead with this, and when we go to green steel, it will reduce further 30%. Then you say, what is the use of ESG? Why will we invest so much, and what is the forward-looking for ESG? Let me tell you, in the Europe 2030, the vision of it should be net zero emission. Now you will say net zero emissions. So as a finance guy, you will say, what is the benefit? Let me tell you, premium for green steel is $200 per ton. So even if you are producing by 25, 27 green steel, you will get additional $200 premium on steel, which is a much, much big aspect, and we have started investing in that. Now, where is this green steel being used? It will be used in the manufacturing of cars, white goods, and all those. So will people be paying premium on getting this ESG compliant or zero emission steel? Yes, as of now, we have done some MOUs, and we are moving fast ahead with the world. So basically, in our Dukum and all, we have already started investing in billions. And we see ESG as one of the aspects which is required to be followed by the worldwide. And Europeans, as you know, they have norms by 2030, it has to be zero emission. So if you are not moving along with the world by maybe next 5 to 10 years, your product will become redundant, or you may say less premium or something, you will be lacking behind. So be with the ESG things in your particular industry. In steel, anyway, we are following the same. But in your industry, what are the ESG norms? What are going to happen? How to report this? How to make it culturally viable? This has to be taken care. So it's environment, you have to take care, social, corporate governance, all those have to be earmarked. And we have seen these benefits even recently started in our industry. So there is immense benefit in this. And ESG compliant, I think Oman leaders have already identified that, and they have started in the thinking in this line. Already, I think Muscat Stock Exchange had issued the guidelines for ESG compliance, so we are well ahead. And those who fall behind will be the last, but if you start thinking in ESG line and start reporting this in, I think by 25, it will be compulsory for some industries also. So we have to start reporting ESG. There's a batch, functional and non-functional, how to make reporting or how to make it multi, because ESG rules are very different for different countries. So there are some complexities, but still we start thinking on those lines, and if we see the benefit, we will be much ahead of the time, and we will reap the benefit of this ESG compliant industry or ESG compliant company, whatever. And already we have started this, being one of the examples of our industry.
Great, great. Carl.
Let me elaborate on the value of adopting ESG practice as well. It's not just a reporting, it's a way of creating values. When we talk about the social, or let's say when we go to the environment values and social values, now we are moving from CSR to CSV, so the corporate social values that really create value to the companies. So they find a niche market using the environment needs to create value to the companies. This is one. Second thing is there will be incentives from government toward net zero, and those incentives will hit the companies if they hit their targets in terms of carbon emissions and toward net zero. So that will be beneficial to the companies in terms of reliefs, in terms of waivers of fees, and so on. And one of the most important things that happens in stock markets, not stock markets, securities markets mainly, is the carbon credits that can be issued for companies who are hitting their targets, and those carbon credits will be created for those companies where they can sell it on those voluntary carbon credit markets. So itself creates a value to companies who are really adapting those standards and making sure that they benefit. It's not just a matter of reporting, it's a matter of creating that value.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys. One of the things, of course, that will affect corporate performance is over a period of time, the carbon credit market will get more evolved, and companies that are positive on the carbon credit side will be able to sell those carbon credits in terms of IREX, things like that, and do that. Carl, what would your advice be to a company in Oman that is looking to start its sustainability journey? And what do you think would be the challenges that they'd have to overcome to go through that?
Okay, just following up what the two either side of me said, very much their focus was on the kind of the positives and the opportunities. Jindal Steel saying how they can kind of come to new markets, increase their pricing. When you look at, say, the climate change sustainability, it's very much there's risks on one side and there's opportunities, yeah? And when you look at this, and again, it comes down to this double materiality, etc. The first thing you need to do as you start this journey, the first thing is understand your stakeholders. Who actually cares about what you do? So we're talking about shareholders. They actually just want to make more money. So whatever you do, whether you take the opportunities, reduce the risk, as long as you make more money, you tick their box. When you go to the investors, if you're borrowing dollars from overseas, you've got a lot of funds in the US and in Europe who are willing to lend lower cost funding to those companies who tick the green box, and we call that sustainable financing, green financing. You've got your employees, as I say, the younger generation are going to work for companies where they do tick the E, S, and G boxes, and if you don't, they don't want to work for you. On the next side, we've got the customers and your suppliers. As Jindal mentioned here, their customers are actually willing to pay more for green steel. So we're ticking all those boxes, yeah? And the last one, not to ignore, is regulators. You know, you may be here, you may be a bank. The CBO, they don't want a bank to fail because they've done something crazy and because of climate change, their lending book disappears. So they will have regulations. You could be into the power industry, the water industry, where the kind of regulator is saying you need to start hitting these targets. You know, we've seen in Oman in the last few years, a couple of power stations disappeared because in Oman, with the 2040 vision and the idea to get net zero, the government, the regulator realized some of the older power stations, they're just too inefficient, too dirty. They don't need all that electricity, so they've been scaled out and it's going towards the new ones, yeah? So the first stage, you say, is really the stakeholder analysis, working out who your stakeholders are, what do they care about. The next piece comes to the materiality analysis and then working from there. And again, coming from my risk management side, I'll give you a couple of examples. Nobody is kind of insulated from this. It's going to hit you all, whether it's the physical side, as I say, lending to houses in kind of storm areas. Take a power station. A power station may be built next to the sea. And again, because of, you know, with climate change, rising oceans, etc., maybe it's susceptible to flooding. So you need to build kind of bigger perimeter walls to protect you. On the other side, on the power station, you've got the regulators saying, actually, if you don't clean things up, you're going to be finished, yeah? But typically there it means being clean for the rest of your concession period, yeah? If you look at, say, I see the, you know, Europa Car there, you think, what's it got to do with them, yeah? You know, they have a big fleet of cars, and Europa Car make the money from two sources. One is from renting cars. The other one is because they buy so many cars, they get such a discount that they can sell them at a profit. There's going to be some point when people don't want to buy petrol cars. So Europa Car is sat with this kind of dilemma now. When do they switch over from petrol to electric? Because if they wait too late, when they try and sell their cars in 3 or 5 years' time, there'll be no buyers. So there's a lot of things in your business. You need to identify what these risks are and start managing them now before it's too late, yeah? Because if you don't, somebody else, your competitors, if they're a bit sharper, they're going to do this and you're going to be at a disadvantage.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. That was good. Haitham, my question is, this is a first step that you've started with only the GRI standards. Do we expect to see that MSX will start involving other frameworks of reporting in terms of, you know, the SASB reporting and things like that? And how can companies ensure that they stay ahead of the game on this?
So we are working closely with the government in terms of adopting the ESG. So maybe we are the first, let's say, runners in Oman into this field where we issued our ESG guidelines. And mentioned that it is part of GCC Unified ESG Matrix. So we are not creating something extra. We don't want to create cost. We wanted an easy transition. And we understand there are some other reporting standards, GRI, and the Sustainability Financial Accounting Board, and the other, as well the task force of the climate financial effects, that all will hit the companies in their reporting. So we don't want to create extra load. We believe that all the SSE, which is sustainable of stock exchanges, so we are part of the UN SSE initiatives. What we want is to make sure that whatever has been issued currently is adopted in Oman. We don't want to create extra burden on the companies. There are some cultural issues related to diversity and inclusion, for example, on the S part that doesn't fit the Islamic culture. Those the only things that I believe will be a burden on companies to adopt. The remaining will be the same. It will be a clear, smooth, following the same standard that is there in the GCC. And the one in GCC has almost the same matrix that has been issued by the SSE initiative. So there will be no extra on this. But what we want to do is to help the companies on the E side, because calculation of emission will have different standards, different way of getting the numbers. So what we are working with is the recently we have heard about Oman Sustainability Center. When that comes into picture, there will be a standard way of calculating the emissions and all the environment-related standards. And what they want to do is through direct source of information, they will have their own systems, and they will be ready as well to evaluate and attest the carbon credits issued in Oman. So there will be internationally recognized center, and that's where we want to head. So there will be no extra. We don't want to create an extra. We want just to adapt whatever is there, be harmonized with the international practices, and use the right source of information to help the companies disclose. And it's good to mention that because we, in Muscat Stock Exchange, we are not just listing the publicly listed companies. We do have the closed joint stock companies listed with us. Over 300 companies are listed with us. So even those can utilize the framework. OIA themselves, they have 160 companies, and they are with us in this journey. So we expect OIA companies as well to use the same platform, and then it will be up to the government if they want those information to be public. One of the main targets of us having a platform is the benchmarking, because when we have 460 companies disclosing their information, then we will have a good source of benchmarking. And creating the targets for the next year, and then even for the government for their net zero journey, they can use this information as a big data to put benchmarks, incentivize the companies that really create the value, and believe it or not, if you're not creating the value, then it will be an expensive thing. That if you don't adapt the ESG and really hit your benchmark, but then when we reach the 2050 net zero, if you are not complying, then you will pay for the carbon credits you have to purchase to offset whatever cost you created to the environment.
Thank you. So Avinash, you mentioned that you guys have already started off on your sustainability journey. Can you give me a couple of examples of areas that you've actually made changes to be more sustainable? And what were some specific challenges that you faced while doing this, and how did you deal with them?
Let me tell you, Jinder Shadid has been the pioneer basically in leading, articulating and advocating the ESG compliant or sustainability or growth. Recently, we have started some carbon capturing in our steel plant. Basically, it's with the US company, and we have started capturing the carbon from the fuel gas, whatever we have is one of the project, and that gas will be again be utilized for, if we take out from the fuel gas carbon, that will be utilized for emission of algae project, or this will be beneficial for the environment as a whole. Other projects what we have started, instead of using the natural gas or carbon emission or CO2, we'll be using hydrogen. Now again, that is a very preliminary stage and it has been approved, and instead of gas, suppose whatever is there, if you start using hydrogen, so that will be net zero emission by 2030. So that is also on the cards and it has already been started. Now, let me tell you, all the banks or all the institutions are very fond of this ESG, and they have allotted a particular fund for this project. So even if you start with this project, you will be getting the funding very easily, because green or something you can ESG compliant is a must for all the banks and all the lenders. Some portion has to be evaluated for that and something they will have to lend. You will get the concessional interest rate or not, that is a secondary aspect, but for sure you will have the project funding. Now to evaluate and make the ESG in your annual reports, or what are its impacts or what are its regulation, that is a bit confusing as of now. So there is no unified ESG regulations or growth or sustainability regulations which is all along the world. There are various rules and regulations, and then there are multiple channels which hidden into. Now there is ESG, again if you say how to get the impact on the financial is a bit tricky, because it is all future oriented. Right now you will have the cost, but going forward it will yield the benefits. So two things are there. First is how the ESG will be reported in the financial, since both financial and non-financial things needs to be reported here in your annual reports, as well as the benefits which you have and what are the carbon credits, net zero, CO2 emission, all these things needs to be reported, and those things will be reflected in your carbon credits and going forward in the lending also. Suppose you start a project with some ESG compliant or some project where there's something green or where something, then you will see the banks have started approaching you to get this funded. This is a fact, we have already seen this, and since banks are also, all the European banks, all the worldwide banks have some quota towards it, so they will approach you, and ESG right now, which looks to you as a cost, maybe after 3-4 years down the line, or maybe 5 to 10 years, will have great impact on your business, and you have to be compliant with it. You can't be just sitting on idle and then be redundant or obsolete after 4 to 5 years, and you have to be thinkative on that basically. So we have already started working on that, and we have already started seeing the results also. It's too early, it's because it's in the project stage. So my advice to you all is, in your area or in your field, see whatever ESG compliance or sustainability or growth, whatever you can do it. And even I can tell you, recently we have done the sustainability and this in our company, and we got it certified by a third party that we are way below the carbon emission. Suppose the world standard is 2.32, we are on the basis of 0.78 CO2 per tons of steel, which is way below the world standard. And going forward in the green steel, it will be 0.03, 0.04, which is way forward. It is in 2030 or 2040's vision. And we have already started aligning to those visions, and those things have already started reflecting
Avinash,
in our...
just to, most of that is a little technical for our guys, so, and I'm mindful of the time. I just want to put it out there. One of the things that was a major concern at COP28 was the fact that is the talent availability in this particular field available or growing at the same rate as the market is growing? And the clear answer was no. while sustainability requirements and all are growing at the rate of about 25%, new talent and skilling, upskilling is only happening at 9%. So my question as an open forum to all three of you is, what do you think you as an individual or your company or as an authority can and will do to make sure that we bridge the gap, at least if not close it?
I'll take that first. And he said, what am I going to do? I'll actually throw it out to everybody there. It's going to be, what are you going to do? As I say, the skills to actually do ESG, it's not there. I've been kind of looking at it for the last year or so, and every week the amount of stuff I learn is just amazing, yeah? I say it's kind of, if you're going to produce some kind of ESG report, etc., you need to know all the GRI, TCFD and that. And I say anybody who tries to do it now, it was like asking somebody to produce a set of financial statements when they've never read IFRS. You can use common sense, but it'll be useless. It won't be certified, yeah? And a lot of people I see now, we're all dabbling, and that's what it is. And I speak with my colleagues in Spain who have been doing it for 20 years. And it's enlightening every time I speak with them. Every time I think there's one answer, they give me 5. And it's my God, and it makes me almost scared just how much I don't know. You know, 1 hour ago, you learned about ChatGPT, and you got told, actually, if you don't start using this when you get back, in 3 or 4 years' time, you're not going to have jobs as accountants because everybody who uses it is going to take over. I would say, in addition to your ChatGPT, start studying about ESG. The MSX have come out with their guidelines, so if you're an SEOG company, you've got to start reporting kind of by this time next year. Who do you think it's going to fall on? It's going to fall on finance. You know, you guys, you already produced the MAS. As soon as the CEO wants more information, it's straight to finance. You'll build a spreadsheet, you'll collect the data. And
just like everything else, Carl, anything that nobody else can do ends up getting done by finance, right?
And why has it come to you? Because finance individuals, we're used to collecting data from various places. We're used to auditing it, make sure it's credible, yeah? You know, you may have a property valuation. You don't go and do the property valuation, but you go to a property company, you'll get the valuation, you'll look at the inputs, and you're knowledgeable enough to say, that's reasonable. I've just started doing an ESG assignment for a power company. I've got no idea, but we go to the commercial department and they show me they've got all these statistics that they've been given to the regulator for the last 5 years.
Thanks, Carl.
So all that data's there, it's there. So I'd just say, get yourself experience, because in one way or other, it's going to fall on your shoulders.
Yeah. Haitham? Again, mindful of time, please. Yeah. Sorry, I don't want to keep looking at the watch.
So the importance of ESG is a topic that for the last 2.5 years that I keep hearing in all conferences, in all my roadshows. I have been there in UK, US, Dubai, meeting asset managers, and it's one of the major topics. Yeah. And in the exchange, we understand this is a totally new thing. And as you mentioned, it will lay on the finance side to disclose and prepare everything. But we believe it's very important. It's a hype topic, and we are in that uptrend curve. Yeah. So there will be always a shortage. In the exchange, we have created, instead of having an ESG section, we called it sustainable investment.
Yes, absolutely.
It used to be ESG, but we have linked sustainable investment that has a section of ESG and a section of IR, the investor relations. Because we believe disclosures are part of the investor relations duties. So therefore, we kept both of those topics in one place. Trying to push more workshops, trying to create those educational links, but there will be shortage as whatever happens in the world, whenever new technologies happen, AI, blockchain, it's all with the same journey that we have to take together.
Thank you. Avinash, about a minute or two.
Basically, when I say ESG, there is the talent availability is not there as of now. There are much more things are required. Even we see the dearth of the talent is required, the regulations, the things, the outcomes, everything needs to be reported, and there are no definitive guidelines as such, wherein you measure the input and output within this annual report, and everything may be quantified. So it's a complex situation as of now. So as the time evolves, we'll again have more context to it, more in terms of financials to it once the time involves and we know the things.
Thank you. You know, I wanted to frame these questions around the fact every single entity wherever I've gone, the finance guy, especially the CFO and the financial controller, have asked me one question: why should I do it? Will it save me money? It's not mandatory. Should I do it? The answer is here. MSX has already taken a first step. Whether it's mandatory or not, ESG is a paradigm shift, and it's going to become a systemic change which all of us need to adapt to. If it's not the regulatory authorities, it's going to be your clients, your stakeholders, future investors, banks. All of these are going to require you to be in conformity to the ESG standards. Just to give you an example, I was talking to a gentleman from BlackRock. We all know BlackRock almost owns most of the world, right? I asked them, and they said, if we have an investment proposal from a company that has not even started on their ESG journey, that's where the paper goes. If you at least made an attempt, we may consider an investment. But we are looking now more intently on those companies that have sustainability as an agenda. This is a fantastic opportunity for all the chartered accountants here who don't think they should be in sustainability. I think that's your future. That's where some of the jobs that are going to get taken away from you will be replaced if you are an expert on sustainability, and it's all about sustainability. ESG is just a part of sustainability. So think about that, and cost savings, as my friend Avinash said, will come. You will get financial benefits from it at some point of time. But you need to broaden your thinking and come to a point where you realize that it's not voluntary anymore. It is very important that we all think about it as an existential crisis and work towards making these things happen and have a good ESG culture, sustainability culture within the company. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being so patient and staying here so late.
Thank you so much. That was certainly an engaging session, enlightening us on ESG reporting and implementation in Oman's business landscape. Let's give a loud round of applause in appreciation of the moderator and the panelists. As a token of our gratitude and appreciation, we would like to present a memento to our distinguished moderator and the panelists. May I invite CA 𝐁𝐞𝐬, the chairperson of ICAI Muscat chapter, to present a memento to Mr. 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐧𝐝. May I invite CA Gaurav Kapoor, the Vice Chairperson of ICAI Muscat Chapter, to present a memento to Mr. Haytham Al-Salmi. Let me invite CA Sangeeta Suresh, the Treasurer of ICAI Muscat Chapter, to present a memento to CA Avinash Patodia. Last but not the least, may I invite CA Unmesh Bhome, Secretary of the ICAI Muscat Chapter, to present a memento to our eminent moderator, CA Nat Vora. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Thank you, everyone. May I request everyone to assemble for a group photo, if all the MCM members are available. Thank you, everyone. May I request that the moderator and the panelists be escorted off the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the close of the second panel discussion. May I hand it over to CA Kirti. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for another exhilarating session of raffle draw. Can we have the wheel spin? Can we have the wheel spin, please? Okay, so there's a technical glitch. We'll move on to the next session. Moving on to another fascinating session by 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐧𝐝. Please give a loud round of applause for 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐽. It is with immense pleasure we welcome 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐽 and I request 𝐶A Sangeeta Suresh, Treasurer, ICAI Muscat Chapter, to present a bouquet to our speaker, 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐽.
UK. In India, Saurabh was rated as a leading equity strategist in 2015, 2016 and 2017 by the Asia Money polls. Prior to setting up Marcellus, Saurabh was the CEO of Ambit Capital. Saurabh is a CFA charter holder and a SEBI registered investment advisor. In 2017, upon SEBI's invitation, he joined SEBI's mutual fund relations. Saurabh has written 5 best-selling books: Gurus of Chaos, The Unusual Billionaires, Coffee Can Investing, The Low-Risk Route to Stupendous Wealth, The Victory Project, 6 Steps to Peak Potential, and Unfiltered, the CEO and the coach, and he is a fellow of the Royal Society of Arts.
𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐽 explores the evolving dynamics of India, highlighting the future dominance of women economically and socially, the shifting control of wealth creation towards non-abroad and non-IIT, IIM educated talent, the regional disparities between southern and northern India, the positive implications of China's unraveling for India, and the formation of local mini-human-led conglomerates due to wealth consideration. These 5 trends are pivotal considerations for investors navigating the dynamic landscape of India. We have 𝐂𝐀𝐬 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐽 to elaborate on the topic, WESCO, Rise of the Indian Elite. Over to you.
For Marcellus. And if we have time, we'll discuss why being a CA in India is a superpower. Why the Indian CA has superpower. It's a very powerful skill set to have. So we're going to start by setting some context, right? You guys have had a long session. I'm sure you came nice and early. It's a beautiful venue. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I don't know what we have done to deserve to be here. You guys have got a fabulous country, beautiful country. It's our privilege to be here. Thank you for inviting us. Now, I suspect we are sitting here discussing India because of this. Right? So over the last decade, over the last 10 years, India is the only one of 2 stock markets to have created $2 trillion of wealth. Right? Only one of 2 stock markets in the world. Obviously, the United States of America has created excess of $2 trillion of wealth. But other than the United States, the only other stock market to have created $2 trillion of wealth in 10 years is the Republic of India. Now, what's even more interesting is if you look at the return profile. So these are total shareholder returns. These are returns in dollars. These are returns. Bizarre fascination with China. I never understood it when I was in college. I didn't understand it 15 years ago when I migrated to India. And I still don't understand it. What exactly is the fascination with China? Because from where I sit, no, paisa banta nahi hai, boss. Paisa banta nahi hai China mein. It's not just today. Almost over any time horizon. Thank you so much. Thank you. Over any time horizon, take the last 10, 20, 30 years, China mein paisa nahi bana hai. China simply does not create wealth. Right? China doesn't create wealth. Why doesn't it create wealth? Because if you open the cash flow statements of Chinese companies, cash flow nahi hai. No cash flow, no compounding, no fun in the stock market, right? So, amongst the world's large economies, only 2 countries matter. Only 2 countries now matter amongst the world's large economies. Those 2 countries right at the top. 60% of the wealth in the global stock market, 60% of the wealth in the global stock market in the last 10 years has come from United States and India. We call it double engine compounding in Marcellus. We call it double engine compounding, right? So we have a team which is from the United States, an American team moved to India. A team of American fund managers moved to India, joined us a couple of years ago. They are based out of Gift City, Gujarat. They run our clients' money, invested in the Western world. And then we obviously have an Indian team sitting in India, investing in India. We call it double engine compounding. 60% of the world's compounding comes from 2 countries, the United States and India. The rest of the world is a bit of a tourist destination, good place to visit. But paisa banana hai, if you want to make money, those 2 countries matter. Now, the United States matters, the US is a powerful country, everybody knows that. But why does India make money, right? So let's see if this works. If you can just move the slide forward, please. Yeah, thank you so much. So let's get into the details. Why does India make so much money, right? It's not mumbo jumbo. You guys are CAs here, which is one of the reasons I agreed to come. Speaking to CAs is a lot of fun because you don't have to explain the basics of finance. The rest of the world, other people, when I meet a lot of people, they think China ka paisa banna chahiye. Why? Because China ka GDP growth aa raha hai. Nobody explained to people GDP growth doesn't create wealth. What creates wealth is, can you build businesses which throw off cash flow? So around 3 years ago, so Marcellus is now roughly 6 years old. So first 3 years, foreigners didn't call us. We also couldn't go abroad, partly because of COVID. So 3 years ago, foreigners started calling us. So it's quite strange. They would call us from America or Europe, and they would ask us, why should we invest in India? I used to be patriotic, give them, lectures on this is the country that showed the world that you can be a democracy and be heterogeneous. Then I realized none of this patriotism works with them. Dhandabazi works with them. So we did 3 years ago, we did a very simple exercise, right? We said, take data for the last 20 years, from 2000 to 2020. Take data for the last 20 years and ask yourself a very simple question. Say that you're a long-term investor and you're allowed to invest anywhere in the world. People like you guys can invest anywhere in the world, no? So suppose you are sitting in my shoes in 2000, the year 2000, and you tell yourself, I want to invest in companies which over the next 10 years will grow their revenues minimum 10% on 62 such companies. The rest of the world, not in the picture. Right? A few, Indonesia, Korea, 10, 11, but not really serious economies. For making money, stock market wealth, only 2 EMs matter. So this is an emerging markets crunch. This is not a developed world. So America is not in the picture here. This is an emerging markets crunch. So China and India, 126, China, 162 India. Then ask yourself, how much money did the Chinese consistent compounders make, right? So between 2000 and 2022, the Chinese consistent compounders compounded at 10%, dollar terms. Remember, this is the best that China has to offer. The Chinese market gave 5%. Their best companies gave 10%, right? India's consistent compounders gave 26% dollar return. Indian market gave 13 dollar terms. India's best companies gave 26. 26%, remember, is 10x in 10 years, 100x in 20 years. So in dollar terms, आपने 100 गुना कमाया 20 साल में. Right? Now, why did this happen? Why can't the Chinese deliver in the stock market for all their wanted GDP growth? And why is it that India is the only country which can hold a candle to America in terms of long-term powerhouse compounding, right? The answer lies partly in this chart. We'll get into the details a little bit. The answer lies partly in this chart. What India has done is quite remarkable. India has created an economy, a democratic free market economy, where the strongest companies are getting stronger and stronger and stronger. So this blue line is the share of PAT. This blue line is the share of PAT that the 20 largest companies in India take home. So when my colleagues and I migrated to India, we migrated to India in 2008. We were over here. In 2008, India's 20 largest companies took home a quarter of the nation's PAT, 25%. Today, the 20 largest companies take home 70% of the nation's PAT. 20 giant companies take home 70% of the nation's PAT. The largest of them, HDFC Bank, takes home how much of the nation's PAT? How much of India's PAT comes from HDFC Bank? 13% of India's PAT is HDFC Bank alone, right? If you add up HDFC, Reliance, TCS, that will be nearly 40% of India's PAT, right? Right? So the Indian economy has become a free market economy where the strong keep getting stronger. China, for reasons I don't fully understand, and I'm not a China expert, China has done the opposite, where the strongest companies keep going down, right? Obviously, if a company keeps going down, it's not going to grow as fast as GDP growth, right? If your strongest companies are losing share, then economic growth is not helping them, no? And that's what's happened. Now, why exactly that's happened, I'm not an expert. It's a big topic, and the Chinese will have to figure this out. Now, what we can do is focus on India and figure out why India has been able to do this, where we have created an incredibly powerful economy which chugs out $2 trillion of wealth every decade. This decade will be even more. Last decade was 2 trillion. My suspicion is the current decade, India will throw off anywhere between $3 to $3.5 trillion of wealth, right? So let's move one slide forward, right? So around 1.5 years ago, we helped the Economist magazine. If you could just hit the animation, I'll try. Yeah, I think it's working. Yeah. So around 1.5 years ago, we helped the Economist magazine write this cover story. Yeah, so you can read it at your leisure. Agar aapko just go to their website, you'll find it. Where in May 2022, the Economist said, the Economist was the first major global publication to say that for many years to come, India will be the world's fastest growing large economy. There will be chota countries, Botswana ya koi chota desh hoga that might grow faster. But amongst the world's big economies, for many years to come, this country will be the world's fastest growing large economy, right? And by the way, it's not fastest growing large economy by a couple of percent. It's the world's fastest growing large economy by an order of magnitude, right? India will be able to do 7.5 for many years to come. The rest of the world will struggle to do 3 to 4%. And therefore, India will grow at double the world's rate for many years to come. Why is that? Why exactly is the country able to do this? Remember again, I'm not just talking about some wonderful future. I'm showing you the past as well. Over the last 20 years, we've been the world's fastest growing stock market amongst the big markets in the world. So past was also good. ऐसा नहीं कि past पिटा हुआ था, मैं आपको कोई सपना दिखा रहा हूँ. Right? Now let's get into why this futurology piece is true. Let's go forward. Right? I'll get into some details, but if you want to go home with one mental model, India today is at a very similar juncture. If you could hit the next bit of the slide. India today is at a very similar juncture to where America was a century ago, right? So just to give some historical context as to how great democracies evolve, 1860s America had a civil war. They killed each other. 1870s, their country was absolutely destroyed. They were so poor in 1870s that a civil servant in Washington, D.C. earned half of what a civil servant in Kolkata earned. 1870s America, right? 1880s is when America started pulling itself together. 1880s, they built a railroad linking the east and the west coast, right? 1884, remarkably, 1884, they linked up the country through railways, right? Even now, it feels quite remarkable that 1884, these people linked up the country through railways. 1900, the telephone and the telegraph arrived in America. 1908, the world's first motor car, the Model T Ford, was launched. 1930s, America built its highway network, the national highway network that we have in India. Unka 1930s mein wala, 100 saal pehle. In 50 years, America joined itself up. In 50 years, America joined itself up and went from being a third world country to the world's greatest industrial power. In 50 years. 1870s, third world country, poorer than Kolkata. 1930s, unquestionably the world's greatest industrial power, right? This is what happens when you link up, when you join up large free market economies. When you join up large countries, kya hota hai, the chota player, the regional player gets killed and national giants are born. That's exactly how America grew. Please keep hitting the animation, right? One slide back, please. Yeah. So those sorts of companies, right? Almost every company that you associate America with, if you leave aside the tech companies, leave aside Microsoft and Apple, almost everything that you know and associate America with was born in those 50 years, right? Not just these names. You can add to this Coca-Cola, Pepsi, the entire motor industry, Levi's, the entire garment industry. Everything that you associate America with came in those 50 years. Why? Because in those 50 years, they joined up America and village level companies were destroyed. So let's take 𝐂𝐀𝐬 creation. 𝐂𝐂𝐀𝐬 creation is very similar to what's happening in India today. 1870s, tomato ketchup was a regional market. Every village had its own tomato ketchup, own jam, right? Very similar to mithai in India today. So if you go to Pune, you'll get Chitle Bandhu. If you go to Kolkata, you'll get Balram Malik. If you go to Chennai, you'll get Sri Krishna sweets, right? So each part of India has its own halwai, own mithai, right? Ketchup in America in 1870s was just like that. Every part of America, apna ketchup, apna sauce. Railway roads aa gaya. Around 1900, the Heinz family said, this is great. We are the most efficient ketchup manufacturer. Let's go and consolidate the ketchup market. So they first went to Chicago. Chicago mein jab wo gaye, the local ketchup guy said, I'm not going to sell to you. I am my own Malik. I'm not going to sell to you. So over the next 10 years, the Heinz family undercut the Chicago guy, right? And 10 years later, the Chicago guy said, aap ye le lo mera business, because I can't compete with you. You are far more efficient than I am. And gradually, the Heinz family consolidated the ketchup market. They bought out the chota regional players. Today, when you go to America, only one ketchup sells, which is Heinz ka ketchup. Same thing is happening in India, but it's not going to take 50 years in India. It's going to take 20 years. Pipes, paints, tiles, think of any building material, think of any FMCG product, think of banking, think of insurance. Our whole country is consolidating into the hands of these sorts of companies. And therefore, 50 years hence, the world will see the Indian companies exactly as we see the American legends, right? This is how economic development takes place, right? Now, that's the background. Let's get into the details now, right? How exactly is it working out? The reason it's a lot of fun to live in India, the reason I migrated to India with my wife, my children were actually, one son was born abroad, daughter was born in India, was development usually works in ways that are incredibly value generative if you understand the nature of change, right? So my job in the next 20 minutes will be to tell you how India is changing. And India is changing in ways that I think are poorly understood, which is why living and working in India gives us a huge advantage. So we'll start with women. If you could just hit the next slide, right? The woman revolution is mind-blowing. So here's what's happened. Roughly 20 years ago was the first time more girls started going to primary school than boys. As a result, today, at every level of the education system, primary school, middle school, college, university, at every level of the education system, there are more girls studying than boys, right? The pass rates for girls are much higher than boys. Okay? Now, think about the shape of India's economy. 55% services, hospitality, financial services, IT. Is there any use for muscle in services? No. So women can get parity. Think about India's manufacturing. Our manufacturing is knowledge intensive. Pharmaceuticals, specialty chemicals, now increasingly semiconductors, mobile phones. Does that require any muscle? No. So what's happening is almost all the jobs that have any value in India are going to the girls. Because the girls are educated more than the boys, right? Now the result of this is mind-blowing. For the first time ever, the Reserve Bank of India's data is showing that in urban areas, women have more money in their banks than men. For the first time ever. Now, when I first saw this, I said, nahi yaar, ye hai, lekin ye distorted data hai. Why? I said, nahi, women will not have too many bank accounts. But our economist Nandita then pulled out data showing women now have more bank accounts than men in India. So थोड़ा men लोगों के लिए थोड़ा game over हो रहा है. right? Unless the men start studying, पढ़ाई लिखाई करेंगे, नहीं तो खत्म होने वाला है गेम उनके लिए. The women are taking charge. Now, my job, our job is to make money from this. So how are we making money? We are hunting down companies where the trigger puller is the woman, right? As the balance of economic muscle shifts from men to women, naturally, the items on which women spend are going to do better compared to items on which men spend, right? So we've given you some obvious examples from our portfolios. I find Nestle incredibly simple example of this, right? In a country where FMCG volume growth is struggling, Nestle year after year, decade after decade, chugs out 10% volume growth, 12% revenue growth, 15% PAT compounding, and high teens free cash flow compounding, right? If you look at Nestle's annual report, it's like a MBA case study on how to monetize affluent women, right? Example, when COVID ended and mothers had to go back to work, what did Nestle do? They launched what they said, and I'm sure they are right. They launched a version of Nan. Nan is their infant milk powder product. They put a golden ribbon around it, and they said, "Ye wala Nan, which is premium priced, has the same hormones that mother's breast milk has." And the product flew off the shelf, right? Because women are going back to work, they're earning a lot of money, they're feeling guilty, so that Nan flew off the shelf. Last year, Nestle said that we are bringing from the West, so there's a West, I'm sure you have it here as well. Nestle has a brand in the West called Gerber, Gerber. This is crushed fruit. Fruit ka puree hai, apple, banana, pear ka, in tiny glass jars, because the mother doesn't have time in the West to, ubalo the apple, crush it, feed the bacha. So Nestle puts it in glass jars and sells it for a lot of money. They launched the product in India last year. It's flown off the shelf, right? If you think about Nestle, you'll think of a boring Swiss multinational, but in India, boring is super good, right? You guys are the brightest and best CAs. If you open Nestle's cash flow statement, you'll see a river of cash washing through it. Because Nestle's return on capital is not 15%, not 20%, not 30%, not 40%, not 50%. The return on capital is 140%. Right? So Nestle is the simplest case study. We've also invested in a few more companies. I'm not going to get into the details. Agar aap logo ko details se baad mein pakdiyega mere ko. But whenever you go to India now, think of companies. There are plays on the Indian woman. The Indian woman has lots of money. Her income is going to keep growing because all the education in India is being monopolized by the girls. The boys, unfortunately, not being able to keep up. वो कुछ और कर रहे हैं, right? As a result, all the good jobs are going to the girls. And as the girls get good jobs, they're going to spend money. Notice how many of the unicorns are woman-led companies focusing on women, right? Just imagine for a moment, right? Is it possible for a man to conceptualize Nykaa? I don't think so. Is it possible for a man to conceptualize Mamaearth? Don't think so, right? And there's a lot more coming from women, right? So this is the first big theme, right? My friend wrote this book 10 years ago, right? Incredibly good book. If you can read it, he wrote this 10 years ago. And I keep, saying, "Boss, likha kaise tune? 2013 mein tune samajh kaise liya that Indian women will be one of the defining themes of the next 10 years." Let's move to the next slide. Now, next revolution in India. So, thoda sa print chota hai, so I'm going to read it out. What this dark blue bar shows you, right, is the percentage of Nifty 50 company directors, who are neither IIT educated, nor IIM educated, nor overseas educated. So what we did was, we looked at how, we created a database of all the directors of Nifty 50 companies. Sara board ka naam nikal liya. We did this for 2003, 2013, and 2023. Easy to do. You just have to get the Nifty companies' names, go to the annual reports, get the names. Okay? And what we found was incredibly interesting. We found that 2023 was the first year, FY23, was the first year in Indian history where the majority of the directors of Nifty 50 companies were neither IIT, nor IIM, nor overseas educated. They were regular Desi graduates, right? And this, in a way, is a symptom of the democratization of opportunity in our country. right? No company symbolizes this better than India's largest profit generator, right? By the way, one disclaimer, all the stocks I'm talking about, I'm invested in them through our PMS, so are my 75-year-old parents, so are our 9,000 clients, so are various arms of the government, so are European churches, British universities, our American and Canadian clients who are pension funds and universities. So big disclaimer, all of these stocks I have a vested interest. If you go to HDFC Bank's board, download their board, you'll see none of the board members of HDFC Bank are IIT, IIM or foreign educated. They have studied at a famous university called the University of Bombay. Bombay University, famous university, no? The entire HDFC Bank board are graduates of local university in Bombay, right? And increasingly, it doesn't matter which club your mom, dad belong to, how good your English is, right? Which school you studied in, and which college you went to. What matters in India is, do you have business ka dimag? Can you lead multicultural, multi-gender teams? If you're a person very obsessed कि मैं अपने जात-पात के लोगों के साथ ही काम करूँगा, मेरे ही men के साथ काम करूँगा, तो आपका नंबर आएगा नहीं इंडिया में, right? So firstly, do you have business dimag? Can you lead multicultural, multinational, multi-gender teams? And thirdly, can you use modern technology? Can you use modern technology in your factory or office to make a lot of money? You don't have to be a techie, but do you understand modern technology and can you make money from it in the office or in the factory? So I'm going to talk about a neighbor of mine, right? मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगता है story because I think it's symptomatic of how the country has changed, right? So 4 साल पहले, COVID के दौरान, हम 3 साल पहले, COVID के दौरान, we were sitting at home and my colleague said, ये वाला company, Fine Organics, हमारे screener पे आया है, good ROCEs, good cash flows. So I read their annual report. That IPO'd 4 or 5 years ago, so I read the DRHP again, DRHP as well. Now, India, mein, bizarrely in the DRHP, the promoter's home address is given. Don't ask me why, but one of those things in life. India, mein, DRHP, mein, promoter's home address is given. So I saw the home address of the promoter, and I realized that it's not very far away from where I live. And it was COVID, so I realized he also wouldn't be going very far, I wouldn't be going very far. So I reached out to him and he went for a walk. And I realized that this company dominates, indeed, I would say dominates, utterly dominates many aspects of the Indian FMCG industries. For example, whenever you have a Coca-Cola in India, the black color comes solely from these guys. And they have a patent on that black color in Coca-Cola. When you open a bottle like the bottle I'm drinking water from, the slip adhesive in the cap is monopolized by them. Right? When you have biscuits in India, आप Parle biscuit खाओ, Britannia खाओ, कोई भी biscuit खाओ, the emulsifier which holds the biscuit together, 80% market share belongs to them. Right? And again, I looked at their bios, no fancy universities. Most of the senior staff in this 50-year-old company come from a college in Sion called UD City. Right? UD City ke alumni hai, 72 they created the company, 25 to 30% ROC, utter dominance in huge swathes of what we eat in India, right? And we bought the shares, it's tripled on us since then. But here's the fascinating part. Because he lives not very far away, I know some other people who live in his building. So I asked them, do you know about the people who run this lovely company? They said, हाँ, we know them. They to run a dukaan in Ghatkopar. And I told myself, this is so much fun, no? They do run a dukaan, just that the dukaan is worth $2.5 billion, right? And this is very interesting aspect, right? The people who now dominate India, no Shosha, no see my cricket team, my lovely car, my wealth, my power. All the people who are coming through are coming from very humble backgrounds, and they are making billions of dollars without telling anybody else that you have to look at my wealth and admire my wealth and power, right? This is the democratization of opportunity in India. It's happening in a massive way, and it's shown up in the Nifty 50 itself. ऐसा नहीं कि कुछ small cap, mid cap में दिख रहा है. The majority of the board directors of the Nifty 50 now come from perfectly normal desi backgrounds, right? So this is happening on a large scale. I gave you one snapshot of it, and our job is to look for more companies like this. People who don't come from elite backgrounds. No IIT, IIM. If you speak to VCs in India, they will tell you they have a preference for non-IIT founders, right? क्योंकि IIT founder क्या करेगा? उसको अमेरिका जाने की भूख होगी, right? अमेरिका जाने की भूख होगी. Non-IIT founder बोलेगा मैं डट के लड़ूंगा, right? So VCs in India saying hit rates are higher, success rates are higher if founders are non-IIT. ठीक है, let's move forward. Right, one slide backwards, please. Now let's focus on the geographic dimension. We did gender, we did class. Now let's focus on geography. So for a variety of reasons that I'm not fully able to comprehend, 7 states in peninsular India. 7 states in peninsular India account for a quarter of our population, half of our GDP, and 3/4 of our growth. 7 states in peninsular India, quarter of the population, half of the GDP, and 3/4 of the growth, right? As a result, those peninsular states are absolutely roaring away. They're roaring away. In fact, I would say peninsular India now is the fastest growing part of the world. Telangana's economy has doubled per capita income in the last 6 years. Telangana ka economy double ho gaya 6 saal mein. Right? Tamil Nadu in the last 8 years, Karnataka in the last 7-8 years. Right? South India's economy in totality every 7-8 saal double ho raha hai. Why is that happening? Because almost all the FDI is going into South India. The only non-South Indian, the only non-peninsular India state which is pulling FDI is Gujarat. Right? All the investment is either going to Gujarat or to peninsular India. Right? Whether it is EV, whether it is pharma, whether it is Apple ka supply chain, sab kuch ho ja raha hai. Why is that happening? Because law and order is high. So India publishes something called the National Crime Records every year. If you see murder rates, South India's murder rates are actually lower than many countries in the Western world. Right? Law and order is high, literacy is high, road connectivity is stellar. Right? Overall, India mein road networks have tripled in the last 20 years. South India road networks have quadrupled in the last 20 years. Access to ports is easy, right? Logistics is therefore superbly easy. Getting access to talent, factory ka talent and IT ka talent, whether it's IT talent, pharma talent, manufacturing talent is easy. South India is en route to becoming a second world country. Per capita income, India's per capita income is around $2,000. South India's per capita income is pushing $4,000, which is almost second world. Another 3-4 years, South India is going to be on the verge of second world status, right? Remarkable growth. Naturally, our job is to look for companies which are over-indexing South India, right? So let's take an example. So I talked about, so I'm wearing a West Side ka trouser, right? So I'm wearing a West Side ka trouser because that's what my wife buys me. She controls all our buying decisions, right? So West Side is sort of selling to middle class people like us. It's been making money for the best part of 15 years, right? Right? Number this 999 ka trouser hai ye, right? 999 ka trouser hai. I hate spending money on clothes, right? Anyway, so coming back to the point, right? So through COVID, right, we kept doing conference calls with the people who run. So Zudio is the affordable clothing arm of West Side. So we've been talking to West Side people, Venkataslu and Noel Tata ji, for a long time. Through COVID, we were talking to them. And it was clear that they felt very confident that they could launch a budget clothing business, which was unlike anything seen before. But they wouldn't give us the details. So we had to, be patient till COVID ended. So after COVID ended, we traveled around India and we visited these Zudio stores. Okay? And we realized that they've hit a gold mine. Now think about it, right? Typically, what do you have to do in budget clothing? You have to keep the ticket size low, 300, 400 rupees rather than 999. But if you want to make money, remember you have a choice. You have real estate, whether in Rajkot or Bombay, you have real estate. You can sell 999 ka trouser, West Side, or 499 ka trouser, Zudio. Now, if you want to make the same amount of money, right, you have to sell twice as much of the 499 ka trouser, right? How do you do that? How do you increase the velocity on budget items, right? That's been a question nobody in Indian apparel retailing has been able to solve until the trend team cracked it on Zudio. So their inventory turns are 5x greater than any other apparel retailer has managed to pull off in Indian apparel retailing, right? So what they've created is, and anybody, whenever you visit India next, go and watch this. This is a revolution in affordable clothing. Remember, Trent has a JV with Zara. They have a 50-50 JV with Zara. Zara is the world leader in fast fashion. My reckoning is, they won't admit it, my reckoning is they've learned from Zara how to do fast fashion. They sort of did it in West Side, but West Side is not really fast fashion. Fast fashion matlab har 15 din pura collection change hoga. West Side doesn't do that. But in Zudio, what they've done is every 7 days, the entire store replenishes. And in those 7 days, the entire store's inventory gets sold out. Right? That's 5x faster than what any other shop in India has been able to pull off. Any other apparel retailer has been able to pull off, right? So they made Zudio profitable. They've opened nearly 500 Zudios. And where have they opened most of their Zudios? In South India. Because that's where the money is, right? Now that they've made Zudio profitable, they've figured out the format. They're now expanding Zudio in West, in North, and I think they'll go to the East right at the end. So I think I was discussing with some of you my visit to Rajkot. Visit the Zudio in Rajkot, sir. Whoever goes to Rajkot, visit the Zudio in Rajkot. It is a lesson in how to make money in modern India. Other people tried affordable clothing, 300, 400, 500 rupees ka clothing. They couldn't crack it. This guy, Zudio or Trent, is selling clothes cheaper than what you get on Linking Road. In air-conditioned department store format, you're getting clothes with full GST, black nahi hai. With full GST वगैरह देखिए, AC format में, with 7-day replenishment cycle, you're getting clothes cheaper than what you get in Linking Road. As a result, whenever a Zudio opens up in a city like Rajkot, the local apparel retailers का 40% धंधा चला जाता है. Right? And this is where I'm going to link it back to America. मैंने बोला ना, जब country develop होता है, you kill the chotu and you create national giants, right? So Reliance Trends is their main competitor. But whenever you read annual reports of Indian companies, you'll notice all the smart Indian companies over-indexing South India without being explicit about it, right? अब HDFC Bank से पूछो या A-Paint से पूछो, कहाँ पे branch खुल रहा है या कहाँ पे dealership खुल रहा है, 70-80% of the incremental development will be all South India centric, right? Let's go forward. Right now, this is a theme you guys have heard plenty about. ये अभी शुरुआत है. This is going to go on for many years to come. Remember, we already discussed last 20-30 साल में China का कुछ खास पैसा बना नहीं है, right? Leaving that aside, even if China hadn't made too much money, China +1 wouldn't have happened had the West and China not gone at each other. Even after COVID and the associated disruptions, the West was quite happy to continue working with China had the hostilities not kicked in. But now that they've kicked in, it's become but inevitable. A big chunk of what gets done in China will come to India. Now, here's some basic maths on it. On almost everything you care to think of, China makes 10x more of it than India does. Almost everything you care to think of. They make 10x more of it than India does. So therefore, even if we take 10% of what China makes, our industry will double. Right? That's the basic math on it. Okay? Now, electronic equipment, phones, you read about every day, so I'm not going to get into it. Apple itself makes $200 billion of pads and iPads and iPhones and AirPods. Even if Apple moves a quarter of their production to India, we'll end up with a $50 billion mobile phone manufacturing industry. I think we're at 15 billion today, 15 billion pe pahunche hain. 4 years ago, we were at 2 billion. Today, we're at 15 billion. And I think a few years hence, if Apple does come through with a quarter, and I'm pretty sure they will, I don't think they have that much of a choice, it'll be 50 billion. If you go to the area around Bangalore, both the Karnataka bit of the area around Bangalore and the Hosur bit, the Tamil Nadu bit of the area around Bangalore, you'll see this entire supply chain coming up, right? A whole bunch of companies who are now selling billions of dollars worth of components to Apple, right? And it's a lot of fun watching these companies. These companies have been there for 20, 30 years, So they were selling a few $1 million worth of output. Now they're selling a few $1 billion worth of output. And that whole ecosystem around, both around Chennai and around Bangalore is only going to get bigger. But let's think of an even more exciting prospect, which is Dawai, right? API. China makes 80% of the world's API, active pharmaceutical ingredient, right? 200 billion dollar का industry है. China बनाता है something like 170, 180 billion. We make 20 billion. We make 10% of the world's stuff. The rest of the world, China 80, India 10, rest of the world put together 10. Okay? Now, after COVID, the American pharma companies, the European pharma companies were told by their governments, please diversify, reduce your dependence on China. Right? Please reduce your dependence on China, because in the event of war, the West doesn't want China to be making all its dawai, because you can see what's going to happen then. Right? So we then said, if that's the case, the logical thing for us to do is to increase our investment in this company. Right? Divi's Lab is the largest API maker in India, the 5th largest in the world, and as luck would have it, as the big man in the sky wanted it, when COVID ended, the promoter, Divi's Lab promoter, brutally honest guy, he told the world, COVID has ended, we're not going to make COVID ka dawai. And the Indian stock market halved the share price of Divi's in 12 months. So we said, this is a gift from God. Share price halved, China +1 about to begin. So exactly a year ago, we quadrupled our investment in this firm. Right? Simple, no? India's largest, world's 5th largest. For example, the most common API in the world, सबसे common active pharmaceutical ingredient would be painkiller. Right? सबसे common दवाई painkiller है ना? That's what all of us have most of the time, right? Divi's makes 75% of the world's painkillers. 3/4. Painkiller के बाद second most common दवाई क्या है? थोड़ा सा uncomfortable दवाई ये वाला है. Sartan, blood thinner, right? तो blood thinner में आधा दुनिया का blood thinner ये बनाता है, right? Insulin में, I think insulin में ये थोड़ा नीचे की तरफ है. Out of the world's 20 largest selling दवाई, in 10 of them, Divi's is the largest producer. So when we were reading, honestly, this was from the FT. We read in the FT that China and America are at odds, and we then called up, having read in the Financial Times, we called up some of the American companies' procurement heads in America. Then we did Zoom calls with them at dinner time India, and they told us कि बहुत simple diktat है, US सरकार से dependence कम करो China पे. So we quadrupled that holding. As night follows day, somewhere in March 23, Divi's said what you would logically expect them to say. They said हमारा तीसरा plant चालू हो रहा है, तीसरा plant in 30 years चालू हो रहा है काकीनाडा में, और वहाँ पे हम बनाएंगे contrast media. Contrast media क्या होता है? Contrast media is the दवाई you and I have before an MRI. You have to drink a dye, before MRI. That's called contrast media. 90% of it is made in China, right? And naturally, therefore, the US State Department is uneasy about China controlling contrast media. So we had figured, we didn't know exactly कब आएगा order, but we figured out order आएगा, इसने factory लगाया है, he's a smart capital allocator, and we loaded up, right? Now in parallel to Divi's, we've also loaded up over the last 4 years on companies that are part of the same supply chain. So the company right at the top makes the ceramic reactor in which dawai is made, right? So GMM Pfaudler makes 55% of the ceramic reactors. They supply amongst other Divi's. And ICAI makes the liquid solutions in which Divi's drugs are made. So ICAI makes something called aliphatic amines. That's the liquid solution. That's the syrupy bit of your dawai, right? So in recent months, we have now invested in companies who are making the intermediates for Divi's ka dawai. So Divi's is making the API. There are companies who make the raw materials which go into API. So naturally, if the API comes to India, the intermediate supply chain is also going to come to India, right? So it's going to come partly in Gujarat, partly in Telangana. So if you want to make money here, the two states to spend a lot of time traveling around are cities like Surat, Vapi, Baroda, and then down south in Hyderabad and Vizag, right? So Bangalore and Chennai for the the mobile phone supply chain, and Gujarat, Telangana, and Andhra for the dawai ka supply chain, right? These places are going to make billions of dollars of wealth, courtesy China and West ka takkar. Right, let's go one more slide forward. One more slide forward. Okay. Now we'll come to the last and perhaps the most counterintuitive theme, right? So we've had now 20 years of pretty decent economic growth in India. The last 10 years have been pretty solid, right? What this has done is create a class of Indians who have more wealth than even I could imagine 10 years ago, right? Many of these are my clients. So I have to sort of, even I have to admit, I didn't expect to see so much wealth. I was telling one of you that Surat now has 500 families with at least $100 million of net worth. Cities like Agra now have multiple families with $1 billion of net worth, $1 billion. Right? Kanpur will have multiple families with $1 billion of net worth. Right now, to be specific, the income tax returns for the year ending March 23 showed a remarkable picture. The income tax returns for the year ending March 23 showed that there are 1,76,000 families in India. There are 1,76,000 families in India, 1,70,000 PAN numbers in India, filing returns of at least 1 crore. This number, your 1,76,000 ka number, has doubled in the last 5 years. Right? 1,76,000 has doubled in the last 5 years. Now, if you step back and think about it, why has it doubled? Right? Superficially, the reasons are simple. The stock market has given 20x in 20 years. Okay? Driver one, stock market is giving 20x in 20 years. Secondly, the road network has tripled. The highway network has tripled in 20 years. Whenever a highway passes by a plot of land, land prices rise by 50 to 80%. Right? So that's the second driver. Third driver is small businesses which have been able to expand regionally have done really well. Right? Not every small business will get killed. Heinz ka example loge to, some businesses will become Heinz, but yes, lots of chota businesses will get killed. The small businesses that have done well are the billionaires in Agra, Kanpur, Rajkot. The small businesses that have done well are the $100 million plus net worth ke families in Surat, in Coimbatore, in Satara. Right? Now, many of these families are almost like mini conglomerates. Right? They control the local government. They have visibility on kya public tender aa raha hai. They control the local development plan, so they know kahan pe zameen kharidna hai. They probably own the local Maruti dealership or the Ashok Leyland dealership, or both sometimes. Their daughter is probably a member of the Zilla Parishad or a corporator, right? And we call these people octopus families. Why octopus? Because octopus sucks nutrition from many different places, no? Right? So these octopus families are the people who now run India. Right? So there are people like us, professional people going to office every morning, evening, with people like us. So hum log hain, but the new rulers of India are not people with fancy degrees and good English. The new rulers of India are the octopus families. So whether you go to Kerala or Punjab, Bengal or Gujarat, right? Because I work in this field, my colleague Nitesh and I, right? Our radar is always on. Nitesh, as soon as Nitesh lands in a town, within 2 hours he's able to figure out 20 octopus families kaun hai, because those people run the town. Right? So the 20 people, those 20 families in a Satara or a Sangli or a Rajkot or Surat, right? So depending, by the way, let's put it in context. I'll use Maharashtra because that's the state I live in, but you can do this for any state, right? So if you take a city like Satara, will have roughly 1 million people. Okay? Satara is 2 hours drive from Pune on the Bombay-Bangalore highway. Satara will have 1 million people, so 20 families will rule Satara. Then when you reach Pune, Pune will be a population of 4-5 million. So Pune will be ruled by around 100 families. 100 families. And when you reach Bombay, Bombay population 15-20 million. Bombay, roughly 2,000 families will rule Bombay. So you just have to think proportionally. 20 in a small town, 100 in a mid-sized city, and in a big city like Bombay, 2,000. Roughly 2 lakh such families, 2 lakh such families rule the country. And what are they spending on? They're spending on items which are the more expensive the better. Right? The easiest way to understand this, can you hit the animation one more time, please? Right? So, आपको ये समझना है तो आप इस कंपनी का annual report पढ़िए. Royal Enfield, the name of the company is Eicher Motors. Eicher Motors का annual report पढ़िए. It's fascinating to read. Right? Again, I'm a shareholder. वो क्या बोलता है? जितना महंगा बाइक, उतना ज़्यादा demand. So they've got a bike called Himalayan 650. वो ज़्यादा बिक रहा है compared to 350cc का बाइक. 350cc का बाइक ज़्यादा बिक रहा है compared to 150cc का बाइक. Right? So and remember, this is not even ऐसा नहीं कि billionaire लोग Royal Enfield ले रहे हैं. The small town leader, the small town affluent guy who wants to buy a Royal Enfield, he's saying जितना महंगा उतना अच्छा. So recently I saw Birkenstock IPO'd in New York. Birkenstock is this very fancy chappal, right? मेरे net worth के बाहर है, but I've seen other people wear Birkenstock. I think I wouldn't know the exact price, but I've seen it sold in posh shopping malls. $100-200 का आता है. Birkenstock का India में growth है around 70-80% per annum. Birkenstock महंगा चप्पल 70-80% में grow कर रहा है. Relaxo का result आया, हर quarter आता है. Relaxo grow कर रहा है 10-15% पे. Relaxo का चप्पल $200, right? So $200 का चप्पल 10-15% पे, $200 का चप्पल 70-80% में. Now people will say low base, right? People will say low base for the Birkenstock. इस company का low base नहीं है. This company is going to enter the Nifty soon, right? It's a company built entirely around super premium luxury products, and वो और premiumize कर रहे हैं. सिद्धार्थ लाल जी रॉयल एनफील्ड को और प्रीमियमाइज कर रहे हैं. 650cc इतना प्रीमियमाइज किया कि हार्ली डेविडसन आ गया कि बस मेरे को भी चाहिए. Right? So this is going to be the next phase, right? So woman is about the $500 million rising, right? Well-educated woman coming through and saying, we are earning money, we want to spend it the way we choose. The South India piece is the geographic dimension. The non-fancy education piece, right? Non-fancy education piece is the class dimension, right? The China wala piece is the India foreign angle, where the foreigner decided, I mean, I can't tell you how fortunate this is. China ने पूरा full toss outside off stump दे दिया. Right? If we screw this up now, it's going to be only our fault, right? And this piece is the people who run the country, right? No democracy will be without a leadership. This is India's leadership. These are the 2 lakh families who are incredibly wealthy. Their wealth is growing exponentially, and they're going to run the country, family, right? So this is what's happening in India. How do we make money? Just go forward one more slide. Yeah, so just stop, no, go back one slide. So this is the 3 steps. We keep talking about it. And since you guys are CAs, I'll just finish off on this. The reason we have 20 really bright CAs, and we spend a lot of time on forensic accounting, is obviously in any free market economy, whether that's America or India, you're bound to have corrupt companies, right? And our job is to use forensic accounting and identify them and screen them out, right? You will have phases of the stock market where corrupt companies will do well. That requires a bit of discipline not to invest in the Indian equivalent of Enron. But the reason I want to be reborn as a CA, is I've seen now for the 15 years I've lived in India, that bright CAs in India, the Indian CA is an extremely demanding qualification. I would say the Indian CA is a more demanding qualification than the British or the American qualification, right? Bright CAs in India, people like my colleague Nitesh, are able to tear apart companies' accounts and say, देखो निकाल रहा है पैसा, company से पैसा निकाल रहा है, and we steer clear of those companies. It doesn't matter if the stock doubles or triples, right? So lots of good things are happening in India. Over the last 20 years, it's been the world's best performing market. My submission to you will be over the next 10 or 20 years, much the same will hold true. But obviously, in any free market, there will be opportunists who will say, if there are gullible investors, उनको उल्लू बना के हम पैसा लूटेंगे, and our job therefore is to steer clear of them. So step 1 is use forensic accounting and knock out those companies who are taking advantage of the public. Second step is, because there is so much excitement, you have to screen out promoters who can't control their excitement. अगर promoter बोल रहा है मैं ये भी करूँगा, वो भी करूँगा, सब कुछ करूँगा, that doesn't work. You don't make money like that. So you screen out such promoters who are not able to generate a return on capital above the cost of capital, right? So ROCE in India, post-tax ROCE should be minimum 12%. नहीं तो गाड़ी चलेगी नहीं आपकी, right? The vast majority of Indian promoters को 12% का ROCE लाना आता नहीं है, so they get very excited, बहुत कुछ करने का कोशिश करते हैं. You screen them out, and then the final piece is to say that books have to be clean, capital allocation sane, and the final piece is look for the monopolist. The monopolist inevitably keeps his mouth shut. Identify them and buy the shares. So we've written a few books. Just go forward a couple of slides. We've written a few books. I'll end with the books. Another. Keep going forward, please. Oh, I thought there was a books ka slide. नहीं है क्या? ठीक है. I think books ka slide नहीं है. ठीक है. रहने दीजिए फिर. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. 𝐂𝐀𝐬 Mukherjee, sir, your expertise and the thought-provoking insights you've shared today have left us an indelible mark on our minds. Can we put our hands together to acknowledge 𝐂𝐀𝐬 Mukherjee, sir? As a token of our immense gratitude, we would like to present a memento to our eminent speaker. It is an honor to invite CA 𝐁𝐞𝐲𝐬, Chairperson ICAI Muscat Chapter, to do the honors.
Thank you, Jim. Thanks a lot.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. I would like to call upon the MC members for a photograph. Moving back to our exciting session of raffle draw, can we have the wheel spin? #182, number 182. Do we have number 182 here? Okay, moving on to the next spin. Number 70. Please come up on stage, sir. So our winner of our raffle draw contest is CA Kishore Alex. Please give a loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I request CA Ashish Subedar, Chairperson CPE of the ICAI Muscat Chapter, to hand over the prize. Thank you, sirs.
Hello, everyone. Muscat chapter is grateful for the wholehearted support which has been extended by many organizations, which has led to the success of today's event. A big round of applause for all those who have supported us as well-wishers, even you all as members. Thank you, all of you. May I request Chairman 𝐁𝐞𝐬 and Vice Chairman Gaurav Kapoor to kindly come up on the dais as we give away token of appreciation to the organizations. Silver support, Deloitte. Can we have representatives from Deloitte? Dhofar Insurance Company. Anyone from Dhofar Insurance Company? A big round of applause here. Abutimam. Bronze sponsors as Abutimam. Round of applause for Abutimam as bronze support. National Detergent Company. Anyone from National Detergent Company? STS? Jindal Steel? Round of applause for Jindal Steel. AGMS Global. Jazeera Steel. Thank you. We have members who have flown down from overseas to attend our event representing their chapters. Muscat chapter is grateful for your presence here. We are going to give appreciation for your support in the form of mementos. May I request representatives from the chapters to come forward and accept the tokens. Representative from Dubai. Round of applause. He has come all the way from Dubai. Representatives from Kuwait. Round of applause as they've come all the way from Kuwait to attend our event. Doha, KSA, that's a good news that we have first time somebody representing Saudi chapters here in Muscat. Now Bahrain, Chairman of Bahrain. We request the representatives from all the overseas chapters and the members of the managing committee kindly come forward for a photo. Request all of you to kindly stay back as we have a bumper prize to be given away as raffle draw. You can claim the prize only if you are physically present inside the room. Now, as you all would have noticed that we had a young, beautiful girl here as Master of Ceremonies. She is 𝐂𝐀𝐬 and part of the CA Student Connect group in Muscat. She has recently qualified and working in India. As a token of appreciation for all the effort that she had taken voluntarily to help the chapter for this event, we want to appreciate her with a token of appreciation. May I request CA Gaurav Kapoor, Vice Chair, to kindly give away the token of appreciation to 𝐂𝐀𝐬. Can we have a big round of applause as we encourage her? Thank you. Now we go on to the raffle draw. We have 2 more prizes to be given away. So let's have the spinning wheel. There's a small technical glitch in the system. So if suppose your number comes up who has already received a raffle draw, then please let us know and we will draw another number and we give chance to the others. So here the wheel spins. Number 154. Oh, it's the second time this 154 is coming up. First time when it was called, she was there in the room. It's a prize from Seapulse. Let's have a big round of applause for Deepthi. She was destined to win the raffle. Now we come to the bumper prize, which is an iPad. Let's see who wins the iPad today. Let's have the wheel spinning. $165. Anybody here? $165. No? So let's move on. $21. $21. $21, no one. So let's go on.
We are going to audit it.
$87. Anyone with a tag number 87? No. Let's spin the wheel again. $5. Oh, Ashish. May I request Saurabh Mukherjee ji to kindly come up on the dais as we give away the bumper prize to Ashish. It's an iPad. Thank you. Now may I request CA Gaurav Kapoor to give the vote of thanks formally.
So, finally, may I have your attention, please? I know it has been a long day. We start with a lot of enthusiasm with 200 plus members, and we keep losing throughout the day. And with less than probably 50 left, here comes the vice chairman job to give the vote of thanks. I think we need to rethink about that now. How to make sure the members listen to the vice chairman as well. I think it has been really slightly longer than expected, but a great day with a great and exceptional speakers sharing experiences from different aspects that they have gained through their or in their life so far. We started with the inauguration session where few new initiatives in terms of launch of the CA curriculum in Oman expected to be in the near future. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of Oman and the third tranche of funds for the Oman-India Joint Investment Fund coming up was enlightened with the members. Followed with that, we had the first panel discussions where all the panelists shared the insights of what the chartered accountants be doing and how they should be doing in terms of helping Oman in their Vision 2040. CA Chetan Dalal followed it after lunch, and I think he kept the audience engaging and making sure no one fell asleep. That's the toughest task immediately after lunch. The chat GPT was a different angle to how it is going to transform not only the accountants, but everybody's life or every professional's life in the near future. And when I was listening and I was saying, and he gave some history examples of how the technology, or not even the technology, the internet or the Gmail or the computers came, and how the revolution took time over the years, and that revolutionary time is decreasing now. So like computers came and the internet were 10, 12 years and then 5 years and I don't know, but I have a question which I don't have an answer yet is, will there be another technology even better than ChatGPT before 2030? And let's see how the time will tell, and I hope all of us are here still to witness that. Then Jayacharya ji highlighted us in terms of network, net worth, net practice. And I think apart from those experience, the experience which Mubin ji shared, which are untold and not known to a number of members, whether past or even the new members, that how this journey within Oman with the relationship with CBFS has grown. So I think those small experiences shared by the past chairmen or members does add value to all these conferences as well. Last, before Saurabh Mukherjee's, I think the ESG panel, the NAT was throwing all the explosive bombs, and the three panelists have answered to the satisfaction that it does not harm the environment anymore and try to safeguard the ESG element within it. I know I'm not technical here, but I'm trying to make sure that you listen to me what I'm trying to learn throughout the day. And Saurabh Mukherjee's session gave a totally different aspect of how you view the things. Because what he saw, or the 5 themes he shared, is what he believed would change, and then made an investments out of it and generated profit, not for him, as he said, his family, his parents and probably kids are also invested, but his clients, etc., all disclaimers were there, are invested and gained out of it. So the visualization of a data and analyzing, more importantly, in terms of how it is going to impact in the future is what is even more important. We all have data. And then a thought came to my mind, clubbing from the previous session, that let me try to put something in ChatGPT tomorrow and see if I can get an analysis of some of the tryouts of what Saurabh Mukherjee has said. So I'm going to try the 2 sessions and mix it together. Let's see if I can get something. Last, we talked with the BMW over the lunch, and I would say that the discussion has been very fruitful, and we have been told that they are going to give some exclusive offers only for chartered accountants of Muscat chapter of ICAI. So if you are still not the members and maybe some are still listening through the video recording, please do renew your membership, because only paid members will get that benefit. With this, I will just quickly go through the order of all the thanks. Of course, all the special guests in the morning, His Excellency Faisal, CA Suresh Prabhu, His Excellency Amit Narang, Vice President CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, Dr. Zaran was not here, but from CBFS Assistant Dean, and of course our dear 𝐂𝐀𝐬 as well for his address in the morning. Then I of course thanks all our special GCC chapter representatives who took this effort to be present with us and making this occasion special for us. Speakers of the day, as I said, each one touched upon different aspects of their knowledge, and I must say that and I always say, you can't take each and every aspect of any such sessions. You take the themes out of it. Every session, every day, if I want to learn 10 things, probably I will not, but if you take 2 or 3 out of it, I think that's the worth of the learnings of that day. Past chairmen, probably I can't see, I think most of them have left, but I still, oh, Mubin ji, yes, sorry, sir. Is still there representing, always strong. So thanks to all the past chairpersons who have been present for most part of the day as well. The CBFS team, Dr. Abdullah as well as the other OCCI staff, some of them have been really working since yesterday, almost midnight, assisting the guests that were coming from outside Oman, transportation. So thanks to each and every support that we have got from OCCI for this event. Sponsors, we just thank them, but I'll formally thank the sponsors as well. The hotel, I think there were some glitches on the sound part, but I think apart from that, the ambience has been great. So thanks to the hotel as well for giving us the space to organize this event. Kirti, she has supported us throughout this event as well. Last, all my managing committee members as well. I think we worked over the last couple of months to make this as a successful event, and last 1 week to 10 days has been very, very tiring. With almost, I think we are spending a half day virtually and then 3 to 4 hours in the evening to reconcile what actions taken, and this is what we ended up doing. I know there's always scope for improvement, and we'll try to even do it better next time. Also, last but not the least, each one of you, the members who actually came and attended the session, showed patience, especially when some of the things were not working, or kept the cool, agreeing to not having, whether forced or unforced, not having the second break to cope up with the time that we have lost for slightly delayed in the morning timing or during lunch. Special thanks to those members who have specifically come from Salalah as well as Sohar to attend this event. I think that shows the commitment of chapters members, not only based in Muscat, but also other parts of Oman. Few of the subcommittee members of the managing committee, I'm not naming them all, but some of them have really worked hard behind the scenes to make this event a grand success. Thank you for this evening, but last but not the least, tomorrow, it's not ending yet. We have another event tomorrow. I know we are not organizing it, but OCCI has given a great support today. We need to give it back to them as well. So I request each one of you to be present in tomorrow's Oman India Investor Forum as well. Thanks for the day. See you tomorrow. Thank you.